Good morning, everyone. It's great to have you here with us. My name is Donald Bowers, and I'm one of the board members with the Baker Institute Board of Advisors, and I'm also chair of the Presidential Elections Program Subcommittee. On behalf of Secretary Baker, Ambassador Satterfield, and the Board of Advisors, it is my special privilege to welcome you to our conference today. Since its founding in 1993, the Baker Institute has been committed to bringing leading political figures, diplomats, and experts from across the globe to our campus. The Presidential Elections Program has been no exception. The creation of Secretary Baker, whose role in presidential campaigns is unmatched, leading 5 campaigns and supervising the legal team that preserved George W. Bush's victory in 2000, it is fitting that this institution be devoted to the study of presidential elections, is located here at Rice University's Baker Institute. The primary focus of our program is this biennial conference that serves as a national forum for the study of modern presidential electoral politics and campaigns. Secretary Baker appreciates the importance of a peaceful transition of power in the world's most powerful nation, and he understands the critical role presidential elections play in our democracy as Americans are free to choose those who will lead them. There is a great power in exercising the right to vote. Personally, these ideals are equally important to me. This copy of a poll tax receipt confirms the optimism and the value that my great-grandfather, Newton Amos Bowers, held and demonstrated as he paid to ensure his right to vote in 1905. The poll tax system was certainly flawed, but my great-grandfather's commitment to cast his ballot despite these challenges inspires me and my family to not take our right to vote for granted. And I hope it similarly encourages others. Nearly 120 years later, today's conference serves as a scene setter for the upcoming presidential primary season and general election that will follow in November. In many ways, it is an unsettling time in American politics. The upcoming presidential election is clouded with criminal investigations, and at the same time, a growing number of Americans are voicing dissatisfaction with the likely presidential candidates of the 2 major parties. And there's a yearning for something new in politics. All of these issues require thoughtful discussion and understanding. And to that end, I want to thank everyone who has agreed to take part in this event today. We have attracted some of the best and the brightest political, legal, and historical minds to the Dorey Commons to examine these and other issues. I also want to thank our 2 Baker Institute fellows who direct this work, Mark Jones and John Williams, for pulling together such a great and esteemed group. But most importantly, we are pleased to have you with us today to help us engage in this thoughtful discussion. And now I will turn it over to John Williams, who will introduce the first panel.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you, Donald. And thanks as well to the entire advisory panel of the Baker Institute for their support of this program. Thanks to everybody who came today. We missed some rain. That was great. And especially to the participants who have traveled from around the country to be here. And I want to give special thanks to Macy Stewart, Serena Storm, Kevin Young, Leah Gross, and the entire staff at the Baker Institute for making this event proceed as smoothly as possible. It is sadly appropriate that our first panel is entitled A Presidential Election with Legal Issues Like No Other, because the 2024 election is charting new territory in American politics. One leading candidate, Donald Trump, faces criminal investigations in 2 state courts and 2 federal courts that amount to a total of 91 felony counts. Breathtaking. Trump is alone in American history. Although both Eugene Debs and Lyndon LaRouche ran for the White House while in jail, Trump is the first candidate facing potential prison time who many consider to be the frontrunner. At the same time, the son of President Joe Biden is the subject of a federal investigation into potential income tax evasion, and he is also the target of investigation by House Republicans as they try to build an impeachment case against the president. Should that happen and the president be impeached, both presumed leading candidates would have been impeached but not removed from office. Remember, Donald Trump was impeached twice, but the Senate did not remove him from office. Meanwhile, there are legal efforts around the country to influence how the next president is elected. Discussing the legal minefields and battlefields in this election are Professor Richard Hasen, an internationally recognized expert in election law who is director of UCLA Law's Safeguarding Democracy Project; Joshua Sellers, professor at the University of Texas School of Law and expert in election law, constitutional law, race, and American politics. Moderating today's discussion is someone I consider a close friend and one of the sharpest minds in Texas, Mark Updegrove, president and CEO of the LBJ Foundation. He also serves as presidential historian for ABC News and is the author of 5 books, including The Last Republicans, Inside the Extraordinary Relationship Between George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush. Before I turn the program over to Mark, I want to let everyone know that there are pens and paper on each table for audience members to write questions for our speakers at the end of their conversation. Please raise your cards in the air, and members of the Baker Institute staff will collect them. Mark, welcome to the Dory Common, and the floor is now yours.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you, Donald. Thank you, John, and welcome, everybody. Well, Harry Truman used to say that there's nothing new in the world except the history you don't know. But it looks like we have some unprecedented events in this particular election, and as both John and Donald alluded to, including 91 felony accounts against Donald Trump. Let me just review the cases really quickly, and I'll have you two shed light on them. But Donald Trump, our former president, faces criminal charges in New York, Florida, Washington, D.C., and Georgia. In New York, he faces charges for making hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, an adult film star. In Florida, he is being charged with hoarding classified documents. In Washington, D.C., it's the DOJ's charges against him for his attempt to overturn the 2020 election. And in Georgia, it's for interference in the state's election during 2020. Let me just break down those felony counts. 34 of those felony accounts come for the New York case, 40 for Florida, 4 for D.C., and 13 for Georgia. So, gentlemen, let's start talking about these cases and what they mean, what the ramifications are, how you see these coming to bear in the election. Before we get there, though, put this in perspective for us. Josh, what does this mean? How does this reflect our political system right now, our political environment, and our society as a whole?
Well, it's not good, I would say.
Well put.
I think that, as you said, this is unprecedented, right? We've never had a president that's been indicted before. We have 4 at once. And so there's a lot of moving parts here. I'm sure we'll talk about some of the timing issues associated with these cases. But I think it does speak to sort of the ill health of the country in some ways. And it's not because I don't think the cases are legitimate, but it is because there's great skepticism among large swaths of the public, right, about the legitimacy of even bringing the cases in the first place. So as is true with so many things, we're very polarized right now, and most people's reaction to these cases sort of reflects their priors to some extent. So I think it's something to be concerned with, and I worry, I'm sure we'll talk about many things that we're worried about, but I worry that as the cases progress and as more and more information comes out, whatever happens is going to be interpreted through, again, these partisan lenses. So as sort of attorney who tries to look at these things objectively, it's just, I think, mainly dismaying for me because I think most people's reaction to the cases has not been objective. It's been, again, sort of filtered through people's political beliefs. So that's sort of a summary of, I think, what concerns me about where we are with the cases.
Rick, can you give us a sense of Donald Trump's legal history prior to these charges being brought forth? What did Donald Trump's legal history look like to this point?
Well, first, let me say it's great to be with all of you. I wish we were discussing something a little more pleasant than this. Donald Trump had a number of civil actions, both as a plaintiff and as a defendant. He's a very litigious individual, so he's used to being in courts, he's used to having lawyers. There were issues related to how he's run his businesses. There was, you may remember the dispute over Trump University and students who were complaining that they were ripped off and how this educational program was run. But this is a new stage. It's much more in line with the two impeachments that we saw of Donald Trump, looking at his political conduct rather than looking at his conduct as a business person. The prior cases were about his business. These cases, the New York case involves alleged campaign finance violations. The Florida case involves handling of documents, classified documents, and then the Georgia and DC cases are about his conduct following the 2020 election before the Electoral College vote on January 6, 2021.
None of the charges leveled against Donald Trump in the past have stuck. Why is that?
Well, I'm not really an expert on Donald Trump's prior history, but some cases have settled. Some cases involve things where he had enough layers between him that other people could be blamed. And I'm not sure that any of these charges are going to stick either. We could talk about them one by one. I think the New York case, for example, from what I've seen, is quite weak. But the Florida case, which seems to be the strongest, is the one that is least likely to go to trial before the election. So, it's if you have a lot of resources, and remember, Donald Trump raised, I think it was $170 million in the period after the election, before Joe Biden was inaugurated, for essentially what became a legal defense fund. So he has a lot of resources, and when you have a lot of resources, and if one of your goals is to delay, because as I'm sure we'll talk about, if Donald Trump is elected president and takes office in 2025, the federal cases will essentially go away, and the state cases will at least be put on hold. So delay is tantamount to a victory politically, I think, in all of these cases.
Josh, timing becomes absolutely crucial in these cases. Can you give us a sense of what the timing will look like for each of the four cases and how they'll come to bear next year as we face an election?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a moving target because case schedules change. But two of the cases are scheduled to at least start, I believe, in March of 2024. So the January 6th case, the Jack Smith's federal indictment for interfering with the election, which, by the way, Rick has said this is the most important case for our democracy, sort of how this plays out and how it goes. The judge hearing that case is Judge Tanya Chutkin, and she's moving things along pretty quickly. So she said, in fact, I'm not concerned about the primary election calendar. I have a job to do. This case has to go forward now. Some of the other cases, so the New York case as well, brought by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, I think is also scheduled to start in March as well. But again, all this is subject to change. The other cases are more complicated. So the Georgia case, for instance, I think it might be tentatively scheduled to start in May at this point, but that's likely to change. And in fact, Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis has said it's unlikely that this is going to be resolved. This might go into 2025, she said. So not seeing a lot of movement on that case, and that reflects the complexity of that case. This is a RICO case that's being brought in Georgia. There's 18 or 19 other defendants, so a case like that just can't be brought that quickly. And then the classified documents case is partly complicated by the fact that the judge in that case is a district court judge named Eileen Cannon. And a lot of experts say, look, she seems to be sort of delaying things. She's shown some partiality towards Trump in the past. And so there's no, I think, expectation, widespread expectation anyway, that that case will move along quickly. In fact, a lot of people expect the opposite, that she'll intentionally sort of drag this out past November. Now, I mean, that's a pretty strong accusation to level at a judge. But again, experts who follow this kind of thing closely have been disturbed by some of the decisions she's made to delay. So my honest opinion is that we're not likely to get clarity in any of these cases prior to the election. And maybe more importantly, we're certainly not going to have clarity prior to Super Tuesday and the end of March, by which point I think roughly 60% of the delegates will have been decided already. So no chance of being done before then. We'll have to see what happens between March and November.
Josh, the RICO angle in Georgia makes it different. It's a racketeering case. Can you just talk briefly about why that's different from the other cases and the complications of that as a result of it being a RICO case?
Yeah, so let me just contrast it with, for instance, the case that Jack Smith brought in D.C. on the election interference. As you mentioned at the outset, that case involves just 4 charges, right? It's precise, it's targeted, it's designed to sort of just get to the nub of the issue for election interference. By contrast, a RICO case it's large, it's sprawling, right? It's premised on conspiracy. And it's premised on a large group of people. Remember, the original idea with the RICO law was to target, the mob. Now, the RICO law in Georgia is different than it is in New York and elsewhere, but it's premised on a sort of widespread conspiracy to commit criminal acts. And so oftentimes the way these cases go is that you go after the sort of lower level people, you get them to then flip, and turn on the big fish. And it seems like that's the strategy that Fani Willis is pursuing. There already have been 3 of Trump's former attorneys, Sidney Powell, Jenna Ellis, and Kenneth Chesborough, who they've pled. And they've agreed to provide testimony, presumably against Trump. But this is going to take time, right, to work through all of that, engage with the other defendants. And so, again, it's infeasible that a case like that can move quickly. And certainly, again, as Fani Willis has said, this is likely to extend well beyond the November election.
Rick, we've established the unprecedented nature of all this. In your view, can a polarizing, divisive former president get a fair trial?
Well, so Donald Trump is not your ordinary defendant. And one of the issues that we're facing right now is that he is essentially running his campaign through his trials. That is, you've heard of the Rose Garden strategy where the incumbent president just stays in the White House and makes some speeches. This is a strategy aimed at using the trials as a way of being elected, which is so odd. I mean, nothing like this. Ordinarily, you'd think that even the whiff of a single indictment would be enough to take a candidate out. But Donald Trump, over the last 8 years, or 7 years, has convinced a large portion of the American public that all of the institutions that we usually rely on to tell us the truth, the FBI, the judiciary, the press, the opposition party, other members of his own party, all of the different forces that tell the truth are arrayed against him, and he says arrayed against his supporters. And so the reason that we are so polarized on this issue is because many people believe that there can't be a fair trial because he has convinced them that these are not fair charges. And so right now there's a little bit of a sideshow going on in the DC case. It's also going on in a New York civil case, which we didn't even talk about, involving Trump's properties, about whether you can shut up a defendant who is also running for president. Ordinarily, you can shut up a defendant if a defendant is going to go around threatening people who might be witnesses. It's a no-brainer that the judge says, be quiet or you're going to be held in contempt and I'm going to put you in jail. But what happens when that defendant is a leading candidate for president? And so the judge in the DC case put a very, I would say, pinpointed kind of gag order in place that Trump has now appealed, and it's before the DC Circuit. It could well go before the Supreme Court. So whether he can get a fair trial or not, how that's going to be perceived in part is going to depend upon what he's able to say. Now, not only is he making a First Amendment defense when it comes to this gag order question, much of his defense in both the Georgia and the DC case involving the 2020 election is a First Amendment defense on the merits. That is, he's saying, I was just speaking about what I believe to be a stolen election. I was just trying to get election officials and others to do the right thing. Will at least one juror be sold on that? I think that's quite possible if we get to a trial. Can he get a fair trial? It's probably going to depend upon how well the judge is able to manage the jury pool and how well she is able to control what Donald Trump does as a candidate.
So in some ways, because Donald Trump has fostered this deep state, everyone's out to get me narrative, are these cases advantageous because they manifest the deep state coming after him and trying to bring him down?
So I think it's kind of a no-lose for him, right? So there's no way timing-wise, I completely agree with Josh. There's no way timing-wise that any of these cases are fully resolved before the election. That means, so even if Trump is convicted in Washington, D.C., there will be an appeal. That appeal will not be final before, say, Donald Trump would take office on January 20th, 2025. And he can make those charges go away, even at that point, through his Justice Department confessing error. He can also, I think, essentially put on hold the state trial while he's president. There's already a precedent involving Bill Clinton. You may remember the Paula Jones case, where the Supreme Court said, you don't have immunity, but because you're president, you can basically slow things down because you've got more important things to do, and basically put the stuff on hold until you're done being president. So, that's why I said a delay really matters. And I should say one more thing about, in terms of delay and the trial. The DC trial, which I do believe is the most important political trial in modern American history, that trial may not happen at all, because right now there's a motion pending in that DC court on whether Donald Trump has immunity from prosecution. He's making a claim of presidential immunity, a claim of absolute immunity. I think that the judge is unlikely to grant that, but that is going to be appealed, what's called an interlocutory appeal. It's an appeal before the trial. It's like in the middle of the trial, you can appeal certain really big things. So this one is going to go to the DC Circuit, and it's going to probably go to the Supreme Court. Is all that going to happen and be resolved before the March 2024 trial date? I'm not so sure. What happens if we're not only past Super Tuesday, we're past the nominating convention, right? Because if Trump is in the lead, he's going to be nominated. And then is Ronna McDaniel going to, convene the people who are the head of the RNC to come up with another candidate if Trump is then convicted? I find it very hard to believe that she'd have the political power to be able to do that.
Josh, I want to come to you in a moment, but I can't help following up. Rick, you said that the DC case is the most important case in American history.
Political case in modern American history, at least, yes.
Explain. How so?
I believe that Donald Trump tried to steal the 2020 election, tried to turn himself from an election loser into an election winner by manipulating the rules that translate the people's votes into how Congress counts the Electoral College votes. Turns out there's a whole lot of places where you could try, if you don't have scruples, to mess with that system. Try to get state legislatures to do things, try to get the Department of Justice to do things, try to get election officials to do things. He tried all of these things. I think Politico counted he had contact with over 100 state legislators and state election officials. If there's no accountability for that, then, Democrats, Republicans, whoever, people are going to be looking for ways to try to manipulate outcomes. The very core of a democracy is that you hold a fair election, and the losers grumble, but they accept it as legitimate and they agree to move on. And what makes a democracy is what political scientists call loser's consent. It's the idea that, look, I'm not happy that my person didn't win, but I'm going to regroup and fight for the next time. If you could try to change the outcome to subvert the election, to turn yourself from an election loser into an election winner, we've lost our democracy.
Josh, so Rick is alluding to weaknesses and vulnerabilities in our system. We've never been tested to this degree, and we're seeing that there are major flaws. One of the things that has changed since 2020 is the Electoral Reform Act of 2022. How does that change the way that we vote for a president, that we elect a president?
The Electoral Count Act?
The Electoral Count Act, yeah.
Yeah. So it's funny, Rick and I were talking this morning on the way over about how, we've each taught election law many years, and there's the sort of canon, there's the core content that you cover in that class. But in recent years, we've had to learn all this new stuff that just is not core. And the Electoral Count Act is a very good example of that. I didn't know anything about the Electoral Count Act 2-3 years ago. And then we had the incident with, of course, the attempt to steal the election, and what is Mike Pence's role, and does he have the autonomy to, either not show up, right, or delay things, or, question the slates of electors that were submitted. And it turns out that there's a 19th century statute, the Electoral Count Act, that governs this process. So then experts started digging into it and trying to figure out what it said, and basically concluded, we can't figure out what this means. It's written in such arcane language, we can't, make sense of it. So it was amended, fortunately, to just clarify some important things. I think, one, that the vice president's role is just ceremonial, right? There's no independent autonomy or authority that the vice president has on January 6th to say, I don't think the slates are sound. But then even more importantly, I think, is that it clarified that governors' roles are also just ministerial or ceremonial. So that eliminates at least one other possibility of a governor saying, I think my state got it wrong, or there's a failed election, right? That was the key phrase in the statute. If there's a failed election, then an alternate slate of electors could be put forth, while it gets worked out as to which slate is the correct one. But there was no clarity on what a failed election is, so that left space for allegations of, well, there was fraud, so it's a failed election, or X number of people voted beyond the deadline when they were supposed to have because some court said they could, but we think that's a failed election. Any number of circumstances could arise. So the revision to the Electoral Count Act, cleared up a lot of those issues. We're not entirely free of concern. I mean, I think Rick and I could talk about all sorts of issues that remain, but at least the sort of most apparent issues that we saw with Mike Pence and with some governors suggesting they had autonomy and stuff, that's been corrected by the amendments.
There are states where convicted felons can't vote. There are states where convicted felons can't run for certain offices. Why can we elect a president who has been convicted of a felony? So you've alluded to the kinks and the flaws in our system. Yeah. Why is there an exception for a president as it relates to being convicted for a felony?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a paradox. If Trump was convicted and sentenced, he likely wouldn't be able to vote as a resident of Florida, which bars people who are, felons from voting, but he would be able to run for president and potentially even serve as president. And the reason simply is because the Constitution lays out 3 requirements, right, for who can run for the presidency and serve as president, right? You have to be 35 years old or older, you have to be a natural-born citizen, and you have to have lived in the United States for 14 years. That's it. And courts that have sort of considered this issue at all have said those prerequisites are exclusive. States can't add to them, and to some extent that makes sense, right? Imagine if states could add presidential qualifications. Think of how chaotic things could get. So actually 2 or 3 years ago, California tried to require all candidates to release their tax returns, right? Again, a response to Trump not having done so. And a district court that evaluated that said that, no, you can't add that additional qualifications. The provisions in the Constitution are exclusive. So that's the sort of simple answer. The Constitution lays out the requirements. That's it. States can't add to it. he satisfies them, so therefore he's eligible to run and serve.
Rick, there are efforts in 2 states to keep Donald Trump off the ballot. Can you shed light on those 2 cases and whether they're sound, whether you think that they will in any way be effective?
Well, there's more than 2. There are 2 that have already gone through the system. Partly through the system.
Yeah.
So in addition to the 3 requirements to be president, there's another part of the Constitution. All of those parts that Josh mentioned are in Article 2 of the Constitution, which sets forth presidential powers and things like that. In the 14th Amendment, there's a part of the 14th Amendment, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, as Josh said, we're learning parts of even as professors, we're learning parts of the Constitution we never looked at. I didn't know anything about the Emoluments Clause before Donald Trump was president. It's like we're testing out parts that we don't have a lot of modern experience with. So the 14th Amendment, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments are the Reconstruction Amendments. They're the ones that were passed after the Civil War. Right? 13th Amendment ends slavery. 14th Amendment, most famous for due process and equal protection. 15th Amendment says no racial discrimination in voting. So there's part of the 14th Amendment that doesn't get a lot of attention that says that if you were an officer in the United States, you were served in office and you pledged an oath to support the Constitution, and then you participated in an insurrection, or you gave aid or comfort to the enemies of the United States, you're disqualified from running. And Congress has the power to take away your disqualification. This was meant to deal with the Confederacy. It was meant to say that people who were U.S. Government officials who then joined the Confederacy couldn't run for office unless Congress gave them back the power to do so. And so we had some experience with how this worked in the 1870s. We don't have a lot of experience with it now. And so the claims in these cases is that Donald Trump was an officer of the United States, took an oath, participated in insurrection, or gave aid or comfort to enemies, and is therefore disqualified. And these cases are being brought now in Minnesota and Colorado are the ones that are the furthest along, but they're talking about where I live in California, they're talking about all over the country because people are bringing these claims, they're trying to get Donald Trump disqualified. And there are a number of unanswered legal questions. For example, does this apply to the president? Because the president's oath is somewhat different, was the president considered an officer? There are all kinds of questions that law professors could debate in law review articles over hundreds of pages, and they're beginning to do so. I've read hundreds of pages on this topic over the last few months. There are unanswered questions. And I'm not even getting to the fact-specific question of, did Donald Trump participate in insurrection? Was what happened on January 6th an insurrection? Did he support it? Does support for enemies mean the same? So there's like a ton of legal issues. But on top of that, there are also political issues. What would it mean to disqualify for office a candidate who's leading in the polls? And at the Safeguarding Democracy Project, we had a day-long conference. If you go to safeguardingdemocracyproject.org, you can watch the video. I had one panel of experts who study democracies in other countries. And I asked, what happens when what happens to your democracy when you disqualify a major candidate? It's like, the consensus seems to be it really depends. If it's somebody who is on the outs and there's not a lot of popular support and he's seen as a fringe person, then that works well for democracy, but otherwise it can create conditions for civil unrest. So there's a whole political situation here. On top of all of this, remember, Donald Trump's going to be on the ballot now not to be president, but to be the nominee of the party. It's not clear that it applies to the nomination process. And in fact, the Minnesota Supreme Court said, this doesn't apply. You can come back for the general election if Trump's the nominee, but this doesn't apply. In Colorado, the trial court said, Donald Trump participated in insurrection. This applies to people today, blah, 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 except, and she goes through all of these pages to make the claim that he's going to be, but then it has a surprise ending, which is, but he's not an officer of the United States as defined in of the 14th Amendment. So she went out of her way to say he participated in insurrection when she could have just said, this doesn't apply to the president. This now is being kicked up to the state Supreme Court, where I think arguments are happening next week. My prediction is that if any state kicks Donald Trump off the ballot, and it's not clear to me that any state court is going to do this, but if any state court does, it's going to go to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court's going to have to make the call on that question. And my view on this question is that it's very uncertain what the law is because we don't have a lot of experience with this. And so I'm not sure what the merits are, but my strong feeling is that the Supreme Court needs to give us clarity because here's my nightmare scenario. All of the courts say we can't decide this now. It's it's a political question. It's not right. But there's lots of ways the courts can avoid these issues. That the courts avoid the issue, and Trump beats Biden in a general election. Democrats control the House and the Senate barely. And when it comes January 6, 2025, they vote and they say, you know what? Donald Trump is not qualified to be president because we get to make the judgment whether or not he participated in an insurrection. In fact, the Constitution gives the power to remove the disqualification. We have the power to decide if someone is disqualified. And I mean, imagine if the winner of the election is then not allowed to take office because the opposition party has said that he's not qualified. I mean, it's recipe for, really unraveling of democracy. And so that's why I really hope we'll get some finality from the Supreme Court. Even though Congress wouldn't necessarily be bound by what the Supreme Court said, I think politically it would be extremely difficult for Democrats to then say that Trump is disqualified.
So, Josh, given the vulnerabilities that we see in our system and these deep flaws that have been revealed given the tests that we've faced in recent years, if you had unilateral powers, I want to ask both of you this question. If you had unilateral powers and could change the Constitution to make it more sound as it relates to how we elect presidents, what would you do?
It's a big question. I don't know what would be at the top of the list, to be honest. So one of the best proposals I've seen pertains to gerrymandering, right? The manipulation of our electoral districts. And I think this is an issue that just plagues us because, there's sort of demographic divides that exist, and then those are sort of reflected further through gerrymandering and the way we design our electoral districts. Like people are put with other like people. So one of the best, most creative proposals I've seen is to say, let's do away with these single-member districts, and let's have multi-member districts. And let's also use what's known as ranked choice voting for the election of our officials from those districts. So this is a little bit wonky, but the expectation with that system is that you would have, let's say, 2 representatives representing a district, and they would better reflect the will of the people because ranked choice voting has a way of sort of identifying strength of preferences. So just to give an example, if there are 3 or 4 candidates on a ballot in a ranked choice voting system, you go and you say, this is my number 1 choice. But if my number 1 choice doesn't get over half of the vote, this is my number 2 choice. So you don't have the same problem that we have of sort of wasting votes where the winner takes all. So why do I think this is such a good idea? If you had multi-member districts with ranked choice voting, it's possible you could have districts represented by a Republican and a Democrat. And then imagine the sort of collaboration that would be fostered by having to work with somebody in your own district to represent your own constituents. So again, a little bit wonky and would require some significant changes. Although I will say, this isn't even necessarily a constitutional issue. I mean, Congress is the one that's mandated that we have single-member districts. They could change that for Congress. So, but that's not to say that there aren't sort of constitutional dimensions to that as well. So that's a bit of a wonky thing. Beyond that, I think there's a long list of things I might suggest. I have a lot of complaints about campaign finance and the role that big money plays in our country. I think constitutional amendments could go a long way towards resolving that. I think there's a very strong case to be made that we should just get rid of the Electoral College. I think the Electoral College never worked as it was intended to. I think as the country's more polarized and you have, again, states that are representing a minority of the population, with outsized influence because each state has 2 senators, so they're represented, that's reflected in the Electoral College, and so they have greater influence than they should based on population in the election of president. This is why we increasingly have candidates winning the popular vote but losing the election. Getting rid of the Electoral College would solve that. So that's another one that would be sort of near the top of my list, I think.
What was the reason for the Electoral College? Why was the Electoral College introduced into our political system?
Yeah, historians, there's some debate about this. I mean, in general, sort of conventional wisdom is that the framers didn't really trust the public. They were afraid of pure democracy. They wanted to have some safeguard in place so that people of greater intelligence, and at the time they were thinking of men who had intelligence and status, and others who could serve as electors, would make sure that some demagogue wasn't elected, right? If the people sort of went rogue and voted for someone, we have a intermediate body, right, that can elect people of high caliber, so to speak. It's also, it's a different time then too, right? We didn't have direct election of senators then either. State legislatures chose senators. So there was the House of Representatives, that was going to be sort of the people's body. But beyond that, for senators and for the election of president, there was skepticism about the people's judgment. So the Electoral College was sort of part of that skepticism.
It was a check. It was another check and balance in the system to prevent a demagogue from becoming president.
Yeah.
Rick, I want to bestow upon you the same power that we just gave Josh. What constitutional amendment would you introduce if you had unilateral power to do so?
I'm glad you asked that question, because I have a book coming out in February. We didn't plan this, but it's called A Real Right to Vote, and it argues for a constitutional amendment guaranteeing Americans the right to vote. Now, you may think, why would we need that? We already have the right to vote. In fact, there's nothing in the Constitution that guarantees the right to vote. It just says, if you're going to hold a vote, don't discriminate on the basis of race. Don't discriminate on the basis of gender. Don't discriminate on the basis of 18 to 21-year-olds. There's nothing that affirmatively guarantees your right to vote. And so, you may remember, we just heard an allusion to this, Bush versus Gore, the case that ended the 2000 election, where Secretary Baker was very instrumental in that case. In that decision, the Supreme Court said, the Constitution doesn't give voters the right to vote directly for president. And even though every state has given that right, states can take that away at any time. Like, states can take away our right to vote for president. I mean, it's astounding. And so in the upcoming book, I have a 6-part amendment that would, among other things, give every American who's eligible to vote, citizen, adult, resident, non-felons, the right to vote for president. And direct election of the president would do a lot towards, and you could still keep the Electoral College system. I talk about that as an option of getting rid of but keep the Electoral College, but don't have all of these mechanisms between the time people vote and when Congress says, here's who the winner is. Let's have a guarantee that it's going to reflect how the people have voted. That would go a long way. I mean, I would also say that states can't put extra burdens in front of voters without coming up with good reasons for doing so. I would also have automatic voter registration and national voter ID. Almost every other democracy, advanced democracy in the world, they automatically register their voters and everyone's got a national ID card. It would make all of the election litigation that we have, these voting wars that we have, the amount of election litigations since 2000 has nearly tripled compared to the period before 2000. It would get rid of a lot of that litigation, because a lot of litigation is about who gets to register, how do they register, and it would make it harder to steal elections. Also, as the Republican base is changing and they are attracting more working class voters, some of these laws that make it harder to register and vote are actually disenfranchising more Republicans than in the past. There's reason to think there could be bipartisan compromise on such a proposal.
Josh, if Donald Trump gets elected and becomes a 21st century Grover Cleveland, can he pardon himself of all charges?
I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, I mean, this is another one of these just unknown issues, going back to things that I wasn't thinking about, 2 years ago. There's just debate about it as to whether a self-pardon would be acceptable. I mean, based on the well, actually, scholars debate even the text of the pardon clause and whether that is even should be read to allow someone to self-pardon. So I don't have a great answer on that. I mean, I don't have any real sort of metric either for judging which side of the argument is correct. I will say, though, I think he would attempt to do so. I'm confident in that. Which, I mean, why wouldn't you, right? If it's untested and you're in that position, why wouldn't you test it? So I think that for reasons that Rick mentioned earlier, there might be a simpler way to get rid of the federal cases. Just instruct your new attorney general to shut them down if you're Trump. But that doesn't mean you might not just also just throw out the self-pardon as an alternative.
Let's look at the other candidate for a moment, Josh. Our introducers alluded to other charges, and there is pressure to our new Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, to formalize impeachment inquiries into Joe Biden's potential role in Hunter Biden's legal issues. Can you shed light on what that means, what that case is all about, and whether it has validity at this point?
Well, I think, Hunter Biden has been sort of like a stalking horse for the GOP for a long time, and they have sort of obsessed over him, and there's evidence that I've seen, we've all seen, that's been reported on of misdeeds on his part. What we haven't seen any evidence of is Joe Biden's sort of involvement in that. So this seems like, to me, a sort of political ploy to try to attack Biden by way of his son. Now that said, when it comes to impeachment, and I always have fun teaching this, the House, of course, is constitutionally empowered to impeach. The Senate is constitutionally empowered to remove. And the standard for starting an impeachment is pretty much non-existent. It's whatever the House, the majority of the House, thinks is appropriate. So students often have a hard time with this. There must be some standard for when an impeachment inquiry is appropriate, and there just isn't. So as much as I might object to sort of trying to use Hunter Biden to consider impeaching Joe Biden, I don't think there's any legal basis to say that the House can't do that, right? If they want to conduct investigations, they can. Now, there are legal limits on sort of the basis for the issuance of subpoenas, right? But those limits don't really exist in the impeachment context. So, for instance, if the House wants to subpoena records for the purpose of, passing a law, potentially, they have to sort of, at least loosely, they say, we're trying to get this information because we're considering legislation on X. To my understanding, those limits don't exist when it comes to impeachment inquiries, which sort of incentivizes elevating things to the level of impeachment, because then the House has freer reign to sort of seek information. And ultimately, and this is, again, what I have to reinforce to my students, the check on this is political. There's not a legal check to say, you know what, the House was unjustified in pursuing that. Let's take them to court. That's a political matter. It's non-justiciable. The Supreme Court has told us that when it comes to impeachment and removal, the House and the Senate are the bodies that are responsible for conducting that. The court's not going to second guess that. So there's a lot of latitude for the House to pursue the inquiry, even if, again, I think this one is, meritless as it pertains to Joe Biden himself.
Rick, what's your view? Do you see any smoke, let alone fire, as it relates to the charges?
So I confess I haven't followed this as closely as Josh. I've not seen anything, but I would make kind of a more general point, which is that going after Joe Biden because of what Hunter Biden did, should be seen in a broader context. Increased use of censuring in the House. Now we're talking about expelling a member, George Santos, who has not yet been convicted of a crime, which has never happened before. There are more political activities. I would also put in this category the New York case against Trump.
Yeah.
So the original claim against Trump in the hush money case was that he made a federal campaign finance violation. And the federal government looked into it, and it was a questionable case. It was iffy on whether it could be pursued. I thought it could be pursued, but it was not a slam dunk. But the federal government didn't pursue that case. So in the state government, the New York state I guess New York City is pursuing this case as a business records case, and they're trying to turn. You said 34 counts. It's 34 like entries in a ledger. I mean, that's not like the 4 claims of felonies in the Washington case. These are puny little things that they're trying to turn into a felony by saying, well, you were doing it to commit another crime. And then they haven't named what that other crime is. It's presumably a federal crime, but it's not clear that you can even piggyback turn a state misdemeanor into a state felony by finding a federal crime. So I think that there's a lot of trying to use the political system to manipulate outcomes and to push things further than we've seen before. So kind of the general lesson here is that so much of how American politics works depends not on laws, but on norms, on people doing the right thing, on people showing self-restraint. That's what we're losing. And I would put, the House Republicans going after Joe Biden through Hunter Biden in the same basket with Alvin Bragg, the New York DA, for bringing these charges and bringing them now. I mean, it seems to me to be pretty politically motivated, and I think it would be nice to find a way to de-escalate, but I don't see, Donald Trump is such a polarizing figure. People adore him and people hate him and see him as an existential threat. This is not the moment when we're going to get de-escalation. I kind of think we have to get past this moment, and hopefully that will lead to, if we can get past this moment, that will lead to a period of, I hope, of de-escalation.
Let me go back to another hypothetical next term in office for Donald Trump. One of the things that Trump did prior to his departure from office is put into place an executive order that was lifted by Joe Biden that allowed him to fire federal employees who he perceived as being disloyal. He's talked about putting that back into place. Heritage Foundation has put together sort of a blueprint for what a next Trump administration would look like, and that is very much front and center in that. Is that, when a federal employee takes a job, presumably that employee is bound to the Constitution, not to the president. So Josh, would that executive order be found, or is there grounds for it to be found as being unconstitutional?
It's another tough question. I don't think so, no. I think this is another example. This would go in the same basket that Rick was just referring to about sort of norm-based behavior and the expectation that the president will sort of adhere to standards that have been around in this case for well over a century, right? We have political appointees in the federal government and then an enormously wide swath of civil servants, right? People who serve across administrations and have expertise in all sorts of areas. And what you're referring to is Schedule F, which was this order that Trump put forth before leaving office that seeks to basically eliminate the sort of merit-based, exam-based in some cases, standards for entering the civil service and say everyone should be an appointee. They're beholden to the president, right? I should be able to fire this person if they're not on board with my agenda. So this gets to a sort of complicated question of administrative law, and there's a very popular now, fairly long-standing view that, yeah, the president does have enormous control over the executive branch, and to the extent that these civil servants fall within the executive branch, they're housed within the executive branch, they are constitutionally beholden to the president's desires, and so he should be able to fire them. Now, it's complicated by the fact that Congress can create, removal provisions to put, safeguards in place. So certain executive officers can't be removed unless there's good cause and such. But that doesn't apply to the civil service. That applies to, what are known as sort of inferior officers and others. So, so this is part of the plan to enact revenge on the so-called deep state, right? Is to say, this is Trump saying, I felt like the administration, my administration and throughout the civil service was undermining my agenda.
Does that apply to the Justice Department as well? Trump has talked about weaponizing the Justice Department, indicting political opponents. Would the same logic apply to the Department of Justice?
Similar logic, yeah. The relationship between the White House and the Department of Justice is a little bit different, the dynamic as it is between the President and the Civil Service, but similar in that there's a long-standing tradition of separation between the White House and the Department of Justice, right? Allowing the Department of Justice to move autonomously and decide who to prosecute autonomously. But it raises another sort of complicated constitutional question. Is that just a norm, or is there something else there to immunize Department of Justice? I think the President, if he wanted to exert strong authority over the Department of Justice, could. I mean, we're all familiar with the Saturday Night Massacre, right? At least for the Attorney General, they can be fired at will, and you can find somebody who will do what you want. So if you got to fire 2 or 3 people, you can do that. Whatever protections might be in place, there's ways to sort of bypass them. So just another example, we keep adding to this list, but things that are norm-based, in some cases entrenched, I would say, but that doesn't mean that a president who wanted to couldn't push the envelope.
I want to make sure we allow time for your questions, so I'll ask 2 more and then we'll take your questions. Rick, what I'm hearing loud and clear here is we simply did not allow in our system for amorality. We assumed that our elected officials would adhere to democratic norms. It seems to me, when I read the Constitution, there is very little written about the duties of a president. And it becomes increasingly clear, too, that the reason for that is that during the Constitutional Convention, our delegates were assuming that the first president rightfully would be George Washington, a beacon of moral integrity. But talk about why the duties of presidents are so scant in the Constitution and somewhat ambiguous.
Well, I think the point is that the Constitution generally is written as a very general document. There are some specific provisions in it, but for example, when it says that Congress can pass all laws that are necessary and proper, I mean, that's about as broad as it gets. And the president is the commander in chief, right? So it was not written as like a code of conduct. It was written to give general parameters. And it certainly wasn't written for this century. It wasn't written for someone like Donald Trump. I think really this is a pretty bleak discussion, I would say, so far. I mean, just my own feeling. Early in the morning, haven't had my coffee yet to be talking about this. Really, the question is whether or not the center can hold, whether or not civil society can hold. So in the same story that was in the New York Times about a month ago about the weaponization of the Justice Department, there was this line in there that actually gave me a little bit of hope, which was that the Heritage, which is helping Trump kind of vet people and all of that, and I saw Axios just released today some job application, how loyal are you to Trump type questions. There was a line in this New York Times story about how we don't want to bring in Federalist Society people to work in the next Trump Justice Department because they're squishes. They're like, they care too much about the rule of law. And I took some heart in this, that what this means is, like, if you look at the top conservative judges and lawyers in the United States today, I would say 80% of them have some kind of affiliation with the Federalist Society. I'm not in the Federalist Society. My politics are very different from the Federalist Society. But the idea is that the elite conservative lawyers are not going to be brought in, and they might, in fact, be part of the opposition if there is a second Trump term. That it's going to take business groups, civil society, the part of the Republican Party that is alienated from Trump. It's not just going to be Democrats and those on the left. So it's going to be hard to do some of these things. And so you're asking, Josh, all of these questions that are like killer final exam questions that we can't answer. Who's going to answer them is going to be the courts. And so a big question is, are the courts going to hold strong?
Yeah.
Are our remaining institutions going to hold strong? That's really, what are the limits that the Constitution puts on presidential power? They're the limits that, one, the Supreme Court recognizes, and two, that a president will follow the Supreme Court that's recognized. So I'm fairly confident the Supreme Court would put some limits on tendencies towards authoritarianism. I'm less confident that a second Trump term would obey the Supreme Court. That too is not really written so much in the Constitution. But that's where the rubber is going to hit the road.
How does that play out? If the executive branch is not obeying the Supreme Court, what does that legal entanglement, what does that look like? How do they resist that?
Then you have to go to not experts in election law, but experts in civil military relations.
Right.
And that's not me. But I mean, that's where these discussions, when they go to a very dark place, that's where they go. And I'm not sure what exactly that looks like.
Yeah, I mean, just to play it out as you're asking, I mean, so let's just take an example. Supreme Court orders president, or let's say any public official, to respond to a subpoena and turn over documents to Congress that sought that information. Somebody says, I'm just not complying with the subpoena. At some point, the judiciary then has to say, we're holding this individual in contempt, right? They're just not complying with the subpoena. So what does that actually mean? I mean, there's a possibility of civil fines that escalate or something, but then there's this totally outlandish possibility of like arresting a person and holding them, right? Because they are in contempt and just have refused to comply. Now, we just don't see that. I mean, I think there are some historical examples dating to the 19th century, but it's hard to just even imagine that, and it's completely inconceivable to think that would happen with like a presidential candidate or something who's just flouting the law, and then a court is going to order that person to, show up and submit to confinement. I mean, you can't even imagine that happening. So the law we run out of road, and we're in some other space where we just don't really know what would happen and what the political ramifications of that would be.
So I want to hear, we got a message of hope from Rick during a relatively dark discussion. I want to give you the chance to do the same, Josh, but it seems this system held in 2020. There were guardrails in place, but when you have guardrails and they get hit by a car and they prevent the car from going over the hill, that doesn't mean the next car won't hit that weakened guardrail, and we see the end of that car. So do you think, given the fact that it did hold in 2020, that it will hold again? What gives you hope that those guardrails that are in place now, that kept us from catastrophe in 2020, will continue to be strong?
I'll say two things. One, I mean, we were sort of caught off guard in 2020 because no one expected things to really play out in the way that they did. Or that the scheme by folks like John Eastman and others would be sort of so elaborate. So we're aware now, so that gives me some hope, right? We're not going to be caught off guard. There's always going to be unpredictability, but at least now we know to sort of monitor some of these outlandish efforts to stall things. There were I lived in Arizona for 6 years, and there's a small county in Arizona, Cochise County, where there were some election officials who were refusing to send in the vote results because they objected to what had happened in the city of Phoenix, and they wanted a hand count and all this, and they've just been prosecuted, they've just been charged. So I mean, I think that a signal's been sent, like some of this outlandish stuff, you're going to be punished, for it. The other thing that gives me confidence, I guess, or that I take gratification in, is just the level of engagement. The turnout in 2020 was great, and I just want to see more turnout, right? Whatever people's political preferences, whatever, I want to see engagement and passion, and we have plenty of passion right now, and that can be taken too far, and we don't want to veer into violence or things where people are sort of so intensified that it becomes problematic. But in general, the engagement and the turnout, I think, is positive.
Great. I'm looking for. We have the questions. Fantastic. Please, yes.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I got to tell you, if Mark was asking questions for a final, you guys scored A's. Now we'll go to the lightning round. What are your thoughts, if any, on whether Trump's trials will be televised and should they be televised? And if they are, let me add, what effect might it have on the outcome of the election?
So the federal courts generally do not televise trials, and there's been an attempt that so far is unsuccessful. The Georgia trial could be televised, although I think we're looking at 2025, and if Trump is president again, that's going to be put on hold.
Rick, who makes the decision about a federal trial being televised?
Well,
If
the
it's being challenged?
rules are generally that they're not televised.
Yeah.
And so both Trump and news organizations have asked for it to be televised. I'm of two minds on it. On the one hand, he could use it to grandstand. On the other hand, I felt like the January 6th hearings were, hearing from witnesses, seeing them on TV was edifying. But I think it's extremely unlikely that I think the federal judge in the DC case is going to see it as becoming a circus.
And that's the person, that would be the decision maker in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
Regarding attorney-client privilege, how can Trump's attorneys who have been charged testify against their former client?
Well, so there's sort of two issues embedded in that. So one is the attorneys, take Georgia, for instance, I mentioned earlier, Jenna Ellis and Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesborough. They were part of the conspiracy, right? So they've also been charged. So therefore they've agreed as part of their plea deals to testify against Trump. So that's one answer. The other little more nuanced answer is that there's what's known as the crime-fraud exception to the attorney-client privilege. So in most cases, attorney-client privilege is very strong, but there is an exception, right? If it's alleged, right, that information was used to facilitate a crime, then judges can pierce that through what's known as the crime-fraud exception. So some of what we've seen derives from that as well.
Fantastic. How do each of you see that the most pressing issues of this campaign coming up? Is it the Trump legal case and MAGA, or is it the economy, foreign policy, or other key issues?
That's out of my area. Save that for the next panel. I don't know if you want to weigh in on that.
Yeah, I don't know. One thing we haven't mentioned, there was a Times Siena poll last month that got a lot of attention. It was asking voters in the battleground states, so Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada. These were Trump people who said they're inclined to vote for Trump. If he's convicted and sentenced, would you change your vote? And 6% apparently said they would. I'm a little dubious of these sort of single issue polls at a moment in time, but that got a lot of attention, and people are thinking that if he actually is convicted, even if there's appeals happening, maybe some segment decides to switch their votes. But in general, I think the other issues, the economy, people's sort of feelings about bigger issues, abortion and other things, I think that probably has more significance than the trials.
Both of you have talked about potential constitutional amendments that you'd like to see. That begs the question of how do we get these constitutional amendments changes? We can do it piecemeal or through a constitutional convention. This question asks about what are the upsides of a constitutional convention, and do they outweigh any possible risk of kind of a runaway convention?
We've never had a constitutional convention. Every amendment to the Constitution has been done where a supermajority of Congress proposes it and a supermajority of state legislatures approves it. The idea is the people could get together. How this is supposed to work is another part of the Constitution that is not well spelled out, where a bunch of amendments could be proposed by this body, which then would also require a supermajority of states to approve. I'm not so worried about a runaway convention, because if they propose things that are far out, you're not going to get 3/4 of the states to do it. But more generally, it's like we haven't, the last constitutional amendment, this 27th Amendment, it actually had to do with congressional pay. It was proposed in 1792, and it just finally got ratified in 1992 by Mississippi. The one before that, the 26th Amendment, it was in 1971. It gave 18-year-olds the right to vote. We haven't used our constitutional amendment power. Even Justice Scalia said that the Constitution is too hard to amend. So in my book, advocating for a right to vote amendment, I went back and I looked at the 19th Amendment's history. And the 19th Amendment is the one that says that you can't discriminate on the basis of gender in voting. That started in 1874. I mean, the modern part of that started in 1874 when a woman went to the Supreme Court and said, I'm a citizen, the 14th Amendment gives me the right to vote. And the Supreme Court said, no, that's really a state question. And that started a 50-year movement. And by the time in 1920, when we got the 19th Amendment, 30 states had changed their state constitutions to add provision barring discrimination on the basis of gender. And so when you think about constitutional amendments, you have to think about the long term and building political movements towards them. It's not the kind of thing that's going to happen overnight.
The president recently mused that he would consider weaponizing Justice Department, prosecute his enemies if he's elected. What type of legal issues does that raise should he get elected and indeed do that?
Well, I spoke before. I think in general, I think a president could, if he wanted to direct, right, his attorney general or subordinates to pursue cases. I think you can run into issues of due process and arbitrary prosecution and whatnot, so it's not like people would lose their constitutional protections against that sort of thing. But in terms of pursuing and investigating cases, I think a president has a lot of authority to do that if they wanted to.
Does losers' consent still apply if there are serious irregularities with an election? If you say that there are serious irregularities, how does loser
Right,
consent?
so this is the problem, right? So you need two conditions for a democratic system to work. First, you have to have a fair election. Second, you have to have people believe that it was a fair election. I believe that the last election was a fair election. And I've looked at it a lot. This is probably what I spent more of my time on than anything over the last few years. And there is nothing that happened in any state that would have changed the outcome of the election, whether that's changing the rules for absentee ballots or Houston having drive-through voting. Like, none of these things affected the outcome of the presidential election, whether they complied with state law or whether people could make technical arguments that they didn't. The amount of fraud in U.S. elections is quite low. I've written a couple of books about this. It's very hard to commit fraud, especially on a scale that could swing a state election to affect the Electoral College. But if people don't believe that, because they're constantly fed the line that the election is being manipulated, then that's where we end up having a problem. But I agree, you can't have, loser consent does not apply if you don't have a fair election. So what can you do for both a fair election and for voters' consent? I got together a group of 24 scholars, Democrats and Republicans. We came up with 24 recommendations for 2024. If you Google 24 for 24, you can find the recommendations. There are things that we can do right now in media, in social media, in tech. There's lots of stuff we can do to make our elections fair and so that people will agree with them.
The concept of self-pardon to this questioner is so far from common sense and reasonable standards that it's unbelievable. How can it even be a consideration?
Again, we are dealing with constitutional provisions that we just don't have a lot of history with. And so there are novel issues of interpretation, and historians that start looking back through what the framers intended when they added particular provisions. And it might seem commonsensical to say they couldn't have imagined this. Can someone really self-pardon? But if we don't have evidence on that either way, then it remains an open legal question. And again, with so many of these things, we don't have. Rick was talking about the Insurrection Act, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. We're trying to figure out as we go here what was intended when these provisions were added in.
This is Professor Hasen. Thank you, I apologize. Why would you keep the Electoral College if there is direct election by voters? How would that work, direct election by voters?
Oh, so my proposal is that within each state, to determine each state's electors, that will be determined by a popular vote, which is how it is now, but there's no guarantee that states have to keep that. Right now, a state could pass a law that says, the state legislature is going to decide, or the governor is going to decide who gets the state's electors. I mean, that's absurd that it would actually happen politically. But here's something that's a little bit less absurd. What if, take Josh's former state, Arizona, where there's been a lot of hyperventilating about fraud that has not been proven. What if the state legislature decides, we're going to be the ones that are going to decide who's won the election. We're going to judge the returns. We're not going to let election officials do it. That's a power that would be akin to giving the state legislature the power to decide who's won the presidential vote for Arizona. So my amendment would make that impossible to do. It would have to be a vote of the people that would determine it. That does nothing to how do we aggregate votes across states. You could also get rid of the Electoral College and just have a national popular vote. That's something that I personally think would be a good idea, but I think that is such a deal breaker with Republicans that I propose a basic amendment, and then I've got some add-ons like ending felon disenfranchisement, changing the Senate, changing the Electoral College, that I think are not going to happen in our lifetimes, but they're things that we should be considering. But just this basic protection for everyone to have the right to vote in their own state, I think that's something that would be worthwhile.
But Rick, sorry,
Go,
John.
yeah, please.
Rick, there has been talk in certain legislatures about enacting that power, allowing them themselves that power,
Yes.
including in Wisconsin. Talk about that, where those reforms are, where those movements are in various state legislatures.
Well, fortunately, I mean, you asked Josh this question about the good news. I think I would put this in the same good news category. So a number of things happened after 2020. One, you mentioned Congress passed the Electoral Count Reform Act that makes it harder for legislatures to do some of these machinations. Number two, the Supreme Court decided a case called Ward versus Harper, and they rejected a kind of cockamamie legal theory that the Trump forces were using to say that electors could be rechosen by state legislatures. But the third thing, which we haven't talked about, is that the movement in state legislatures to take away the powers of voters, so far those have failed. And if you look at Arizona and Wisconsin, those were the places where there was the most movement, but they didn't get anywhere because the leaders, I would say that in most places, it was heroic leadership of Republican legislators and Republican judges and Republican election officials that held the line. That's what I mean when I say this is not going to be, if there's a challenge to our democracy going forward, this is not going to be something that's going to depend only on Democrats standing up for the rule of law. It took people like Rusty Bowers in Arizona. It took people like Stefanos Bibas, who you probably never heard of, was a Third Circuit, very eminent judge who rejected a Federal Society pedigree, rejected a Trump election lawsuit after the election and said, free and fair elections are the lifeblood of democracy, he said, but calling an election unfair doesn't make it so. You actually have to come up with proof, right? So the guardrails did hold. So all of those votes that came after January 6th, those objections, those were cheap talk, right? It was a way of showing fidelity to Trump, and they knew it was not going to change the outcome. When people had to stand up, you think about the members of the Justice Department who were going to resign rather than let Jeffrey Clark take over and claim that there was fraud in Georgia when there wasn't. I mean, that's what held the system. Now, there's going to be fewer of those people in place in a second Trump term for reasons we've talked about, but the guardrails held in part because it was people on both sides of the aisle that were standing up to this stuff.
One last question. One of the reasons for the Electoral College was as part of the contract between the northern and southern states to go forward with their experiment. And the states right now where you see the biggest effort to get rid of it, to abolish it, are coming from more blue states. This question wants to know, essentially, with the red states, as we're going forward, ever want to give up the power they have? The southern red states mostly, going back to the pre-Civil War era, want to give up that power they have and vote to abolish the Electoral College.
No, and we were asked specifically about amendments we had proposed. I think you said if we were king or something. Is that how you phrased it? Well, we're not, and so this is a non-starter politically. I mean, there's no reason why a state would sort of relinquish its role, particularly small states. I mean, think about, just Texas versus Wyoming, just in terms of the population. Each has 2 senators. I mean, it's a sort of wild system, and you have to remember that the framers were operating with 13 states, 13 colonies. It wasn't the country it is now. So they couldn't have envisioned this, right? And it's sort of, we have dysfunction now that's emerged out of this sort of anvil that we're just stuck with from the founding era. And I don't think it's serving our democracy very well when, again, someone can win an election by millions of votes or receive millions more votes than their opponent and still lose the presidential election. Now, I just want to say, I understand Republicans' objection to eliminating the Electoral College, But for reasons Rick mentioned earlier, with political changes, demographic changes, sort of realignment we're living with, I'm not entirely confident in thinking Democrats would just clean the table if we elected president by popular vote. I mean, I think the country is pretty evenly divided. And these notions that, well, candidates would have no incentive to go to these smaller states, I don't think that's true. I think you would still need to go everywhere and campaign to try to earn every vote. So I don't see any movement on this in the long term, but if we just want to play out the hypothetical, I think it doesn't clearly favor one side to the extent that some people say.
Mark, Professors Hasen and Sellers, thank you so much. Appreciate it greatly.
Thank you. Great discussion. Great discussion, man.
And we're back. As the partisan divide widens between the Democratic and Republican parties, polling indicates that voters are fairly evenly split on voting for a third-party candidate, with half saying they would consider voting for a third-party presidential candidate next year. It's little wonder the next panel is called Dissatisfaction with the Two-Party System. Mark Jones will start our discussion today with a review of current polling data. Mark is a fellow in political science, the Joseph D. Jamail Chair in Latin American Studies. He is also one of the most accurate pollsters in Texas, and of course, he's my partner as co-director of the Presidential Elections Program. After that, Lisa Falkenberg will lead us in a moderated discussion with two leaders of the No Labels, an American political organization whose stated mission is to support centrism and bipartisanship through what it calls a common sense majority. The panelists are Governor Pat McCrory, the 74th president of North Carolina from 2013.
Not president, but I wanted to.
Governor. Wow. There's still hope. Keep hope alive.
Can't afford the alimony payments.
Yeah. The 74th governor of North Carolina from 2013 to 2017. A Republican, he previously was the mayor of Charlotte, and currently he is the national co-chair of No Labels. Governor Jay Nixon, the 55th governor of Missouri for 2 terms starting in 2009. A Democrat, he was Missouri's attorney general and before then a Missouri state senator. Currently, Governor Nixon serves on the ballot integrity project as director for the No Labels Party. And of course, Lisa Falkenberg, vice president and editor of opinion for the Houston Chronicle. A 2-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, she has covered Texas for more than 20 years. She leads the editorial board in the paper's opinion and outlook sections, including letters, op-eds, and essays. Before you start, I want to again remind you there are cards and pens on the tables. Please write your questions. As we get to the end, hold them up and they'll get collected. Lisa, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Are we going to hear from
Mark?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, John, and thank you all for being here. And I especially appreciate the governors for coming and Lisa for serving as moderator. You can't do any better than having Lisa Falkenberg asking questions. What I want to go over is the state of public opinion among the American public related to several key indicators. So the first is a question that's been asked since the 1960s about people's trust in the federal government doing the right thing about always, or at least most of the time. You can see back in the 60s that was as high as 77%. Now it's at 16%. And if you can't see the numbers, the trend line tells you everything you need to know about sort of faith in the federal government to do the right thing most of the time or all of the time. It's precipitously declined, getting about as low as you could get. You can't get less than 0. Second is when Americans, and this is probably something a lot of you experience, when they're asked, when they talk about politics, how do they feel? And one thing they're asked is, do you feel exhausted always or often? 65% say yes. Only 9% say no. You can ask, do they feel angry? 55% say yes, 11% say no. Then you can flip it around and ask, do they feel hopeful? 56% say no, 10% say yes. And do they feel excited? 4% say yes, 78% say no. So you only generally see numbers like these among Texas A&M fans, but But this is talking about our Aggie football is one thing. It's failed. It's always failed. Our U.S. democracy is a different thing. And so these are bad numbers for any democracy in that effectively when people talk about politics, they're exhausted and angry, and they're never excited and hopeful. Then you can also ask people about whether they think the United States, politics in the United States has become more respectful or less respectful, or it hasn't changed. We're seeing numbers in the 80s of people saying that it's gotten less respectful over the past few years. Only 4% say it's gotten more respectful. 84% say it's gotten less respectful. So that's another indicator of this growing crisis of congeniality that we have in our political system. And Secretary Baker, when he talks about his time back with Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan, there was a level of common decency and collegiality that existed. You fought partisan. Nobody fought harder than Secretary Baker, but at the same time, you also dealt with people as individuals and people. They weren't the enemy the way it is today, where essentially you're on one side or the other, and if you talk to somebody on the other side, you're a traitor. Then you can ask, and along those lines, how many Americans think that the Republican and Democratic parties are far more focused on fighting each other than solving problems? It's 85, 86%, whether you're talking about the entire public or Republicans or Democrats. That's one thing that there is consensus among Americans. About 85% of Americans, same with Democrats or Republicans, believe that Democrats and Republicans spend far too much time fighting each other rather than solving problems that are of importance to the American people. Then you can ask people, what do they believe that the U.S. political system, how is it working? And we have almost half, 46% say it's not too well, 27% say not well at all. So 3 out of 4 do not believe the system is working well at all. 23% say it's working somewhat well. Only 4% say it's doing extremely well or very well. So that's not a good indicator of health. Once again, just like Aggie football. Finally, we have sort of, when we're talking about candidates, when we're talking about the future of the U.S. political system, over almost half, 46%, don't have too much confidence in the future of the U.S. political system. You add in those who have none at all, and you're close to 3 out of 5. And once again, only 4% have a lot of confidence in the future of the U.S. political system today. Then we can look at sort of the current options out there if we're thinking about political parties and candidates in terms of approval ratings. And they all are pretty low. Donald Trump's approval ratings, 41%. Joe Biden's, 40%. The Democratic Party, 39%. The Republican Party, 38%. The U.S. House, 33%. And the U.S. Senate, 32%. So they're all effectively underwater to varying degrees. And if you flip the question around and ask people who have an unfavorable opinion about both Joe Biden and Donald Trump, you get to about a third of the American public. So they have an unfavorable opinion of both of the options for the major parties as they look towards 2024. Then when we get to this idea of all options, this is a question that Gallup has been asking since 2003. Prior to 2003, there didn't seem to be much need for it, so they didn't ask too much. But if you ask them about, do the Republican and Democratic parties do an adequate job of representing the American people, or do they do such a poor job that a third party, major party is needed? Back in 2003, when they first started asking this question, 40% said a third party was needed. Now 63% do. Back then, 56% said a third party wasn't needed. Today, that number is only 34%. So we can see we're getting close to about 2/3 of the public, over 3/5, a little less than 2/3, believe that the Democratic and Republican parties are doing such a poor job that a third party is needed. And if we look at how that breaks down, you can see it's overwhelming among independents. So 75% of independents say that we need a third party. But there's also majority support among Republicans, 58%, and near majority support among Democrats, 46%. And that support, you can see, has climbed among all groups over time, but it's especially climbed among Republicans during the Donald Trump era. So I'm going to stop now, having given my sort of broad introduction. And I'd just like to conclude that I do polling, and one of the first polls I worked on when I was in my, I think, grade school days was for Governor Nixon. My dad was his pollster during many years, and so I remember doing that was one of the jobs I was given when I get maybe 5th or 6th grade, where I was working on polls. Very different type of polls than we do today, but that's where I got my start. So Lisa, I'm going
we're
to
both
hand the
here.
floor over to you.
Thank you very much. And as a Longhorn, I just, this is hard for me to do, but I want to apologize to all the Aggies in the audience. It seems that Mark has forgotten we're at Rice. So it's an honor to be here with you today, and I have to start out with the most important question, which comes from my 11-year-old daughter. You're going to start a new party. All of the colors that are great are already taken. What color would you go with?
Green.
That's taken.
Oh, the name? I don't know. I'll wait till somebody tells me.
One thing we're trying to do is concentrate on the issues that are important to the people of America. And right now, I don't think people care about whether we have an animal or a color representing our party. So we haven't got to that
Okay, I like
detail.
the purple that you got on today. Tell us, either one of you, tell us how this organization got started and how we got to the point we are today where you're considering running a third candidate for
Turn
president.
over to my friend who's been.
Well, let me just say, as a former city council member in Charlotte, North Carolina, a former mayor of Charlotte, North Carolina for 14 years, a former governor of North Carolina, and a former failed U.S. Senate candidate, I need to let you know that I've played the game, I've been played by the game, I've enabled the game, and now at my age, I've finally decided we've got to change the game because our democracy is at risk. Our nation is at risk. And the two parties have failed us. And I've been a part of it. I'm proud of what I accomplished and what other colleagues of mine, including Governor Nixon, have accomplished, but I don't think the nation can continue. And the surveys show that the American people are saying the same thing. So I got a call from Nancy Jacobson, who started No Labels about 11 years ago. And she helped with a group of people, business leaders and political leaders, come up with a concept called the Problem Solvers Caucus. And you might have read about them, but it's mainly a group of House Republican and Democrats who, during divided government, tried to find middle ground when government was wanting to shut down. And that's been going on about 11 years. And by the way, they've had a great deal of influence behind the scenes. They're not the ones on cable TV. They're the ones actually doing the work among both parties. And by the way, a lot of them who became part of the Problem Solvers Caucus got defeated in their respective primaries because they dared to work with the other party to find compromise, which showed me, and I've seen it firsthand as a governor and mayor, where the parties are punishing people for trying to find common sense solutions. So when Nancy Jacobson, the founder of the No Labels movement, called me up after my U.S. Senate race and said, Pat, we'd love to have you be a part of our movement as a volunteer. She had me at hello, but I let her keep talking. And I said, well, tell me what you're working on. She said, first, we're going to continue the Problem Solvers Caucus. Second, we're going to put together some common sense solutions to our complex problems in America and have the courage to state them. So since then, we've come up with a booklet called The Common Sense Solutions of 30 issues in which I don't see either party wanting to find common sense ground. And really, myself and Ben Chavis and others participated in pretty much detail in writing that. But we didn't write it, the American people wrote it, because we went out and asked the American people, what are they saying? So on issues like immigration, our common sense booklet says, why don't we enforce the rules on the border and have a strong border, but why don't we also have some common sense and realize we're not going to send the dreamers home? That's what the American people are saying by a huge percentage, but both parties don't want to do it because they're afraid of their primaries. And I'm not just talking about House races, I'm talking about statewide races and presidential races. So I said, that's intriguing. And then she said, we're about to do something else. Our surveys are showing us that at that time, 60% of the American people don't want either Biden or Trump. They want something, they want another choice. In other words, the parties are failing us in their system. Regardless of what the statistics are showing us, which we just saw it's almost like the two parties are taking everyone for granted and are kind of arrogant with their power and their standing and going, well, no matter what we do, you have to select one of us. This is the best you got. And coming from business, I was in business for 29 years, and coming from politics, I believe in competition. I'm a conservative guy. I believe the more competition, the better. And the other thing that Nancy really stressed to me is we're looking for people who believe in civil dialogue. And she brought up a guy named Ben Chavis, who's a fellow co-chair. And I said, Ben Chavis, he's from North Carolina. He was a civil rights pioneer, head of the NAACP. He was also part of the Wilmington 10, which were accused of burning down a building in Wilmington in a riot. And Ben Chavis was convicted, served 8 years in prison. And he didn't do it. In fact, my predecessor gave him a pardon the day before I became governor. I mean, how ironic is this? And I remember she bringing up Ben Chavis. Well, Ben Chavis has been labeled as a left-wing extremist. Well, then I met Ben before I made my decision. And he thought I was a right-wing extremist based upon what he had read in the newspaper. And we sat and met, and we agreed on about everything. And not only that, but we liked each other. So we've started traveling around. We went to the North Carolina campus, and the students were expecting a fight between an African-American Democrat and a white Republican conservative, and we're hugging it out, and we're having civil discourse, which the two parties are not encouraging at this point in time. And I want to refer to Governor Nixon. We served together when he was governor of Missouri, and I was governor of North Carolina. We went on Nightline together. On a Crossfire together one time. It was the most boring Crossfire ever because the two moderators were trying to get us to fight each other, and we didn't want to fight each other. We wanted to have a civil discourse. It was the last time we were ever invited, and I think the show was canceled shortly thereafter. We might have caused the cancellation. But we have proved, and never did we realize 10 years later we'd be working together on this concept called no labels. And we're renewing our friendship. And I love this. I love this about America.
But it's interesting that you bring that up with Crossfire, because it's one of my questions for you. How do you make common sense interesting? How do you make it exciting? Humans like labels. They like tribes. They like exciting, entertaining personalities. How do you make this appealing and exciting and interesting?
Look at this crowd. I think we're underestimating America. I think people are interested in common sense solutions, and you see on the ratings of certain networks are actually going down. People are looking for alternatives. Yeah, the networks and so forth, they're still looking for conflict. They're still looking for the car wreck. That's never going to change. Eyewitness news in every city is the same. They look for the car wreck. They open with a car wreck. The same thing's true in politics. But I think America, by those surveys, are showing they are looking for problem solvers. They're still looking for excitement and fun. And he and I joke together a lot. We take politics very seriously, but we're not taking ourselves too seriously. And Governor, you might want to
I think it's not
respond.
accidental that a vast majority of the public wants another option. And that's what motivates us all day long, because we're relying on what the public feels is need. So this is not a driven from us idea that we want to force somebody on America. This has literally been brought to us by the public of our country, which continues, even our most recent numbers, to continue to say that we're not headed in the right direction, and that the two people, if we redo what we did before, that is not going to solve the problems we have. And those problems are much deeper than the issue areas involved. So this has been a lot of fun in the sense of it's very, very real. When a quick update, I'm involved in the ballot integrity part. We're already on 12 states. That's the largest number you can be on at this time on the calendar. We're a year out from the election.
He's more than involved.
We'll be in 27 states working by the second week of January. We've got some litigation, small stuff, so people try to jump on our ballot some places and things like that we're working our way through, nothing overly traumatic. We'll get to 36 states before a candidate is chosen. The candidate will have the responsibility then to get the rest of them, because it requires personal sign by them and whatnot. So on the baseline, I see this as a three-step process. 1, get on the ballot. 2, get a candidate. 3, win an election. I'm very involved in getting on the ballot part. So I don't mean to be a boring lawyer here. How do we make it not boring? We win. I think Americans, I had that problem, and I'm sure Governor McCrory did also. It's hard to get a crowd cheering and chanting for moderation. It just doesn't happen. But it's time we're adults and we're serious citizens and realize the problems we deal with are not going to be solved by how many clicks you get on Twitter or how many applause lines you get at a partisan event. They're going to be cured and believed when they actually happen and Americans begin to support their government again. And right now, not only do they not like the government, they don't like the politics in a way that is very dangerous to our democracy. Your mayor's race here in Houston, pitiful turnout. Our mayor's race in St. Louis, 19% turnout. The people are checking out. We have a responsibility to provide a lane for them to check back into something that is real, that relates to their problems, and is committed to not only solving them, but listening to people and understanding them. And I think that will ultimately be the boring excitement that gets those folks to come our way.
What do you guys see as the major flaws in our system that make common sense impossible? I mean, why is it not functioning the way it's supposed to?
I've participated in a lot of primaries in my tenure, 4 statewide elections, 10 city elections. And the way the 2 political parties have set it up is that you have to appeal to a very narrow base to win your primary, a base with very low turnout. And we're still seeing it today, and it's even more exaggerated. And so therefore, I'll tell you the game, for example. When you run in a primary in either party, we get these litmus test questions from these specific interest groups that get a lot of publicity from the media on especially the social issues. And we're all required to fill out the litmus test questions. Yes or no, are you in favor of this, 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 and this? And by God, if you don't answer all 10 yes, they will do everything you can to defeat you in the primary. So all these candidates running for president or senator or governor, to win the primary, they're going, oh gosh, this is a little more complicated than yes and no, but I know if I mark this the wrong way, a handout will go to every household going, Nixon doesn't support whatever it is, blankety blank. That's how the primaries are run on steroids right now, and with social media, it's even gotten worse.
In your own careers, is there something that still stands out in your mind of an issue that you wanted to take another position based on your conscience, what you really thought was right, but you simply weren't able to?
Oh, gosh.
Because of the politics.
I was asked that question right at the end of my tenure. At that time, I gave a very strange answer because I'm a pretty tough on crime Democrat, Attorney General for 16 years, we're death penalty state, all of the various things that you do. 2 of my partners are U.S. attorneys now. I practice law. 2 of my partners are former U.S. attorneys. But I do think that a thoughtful process to try to narrow some of these punishments for folks that have already served. I mean, our prisons are basically senior centers now. I mean, we're paying health care out the wazoo. These folks, you're not going to have a 60-year-old that's going to chase you down and get your wallet. They can't catch you. And so I wish I would have done more we rewrote the criminal code to try to hit it on the front end. When I was elected Attorney General, we had about 9,300 people in prison in Missouri. We passed 3 strikes and you're out. Within 2 years, we were over 20,000. By the time I was done as governor, we were at 30. Because it's easy for the politician to say, lengthen the sentence, lengthen the sentence. So once again, I'm a tough on crime guy. So I think I would have been in a position to get some ways that folks that have served 10 or 15 years that are trying to be good citizens, that'll get out and go. So I think it'll sound really odd from a guy like me, but I think that's one issue that I would have tried to begin a more fulsome discussion on. Also a little more, I spent a lot of time with public education, but I am deeply concerned that the political world we're in right now has a dividing line between public and private politically, at least in Missouri, where they're saying they're attacking public education for not providing you choice. They're providing, the attacks are going on in public education. What they're doing is dramatically limiting the pool of people that are willing to give their lives to be teachers. My wife was a teacher before she went to law school. My mom was, all that sort of stuff. And so we're not attracting the quality for careers for a number of reasons, and I think more could have been done to outline a career path to people that want to be educators, are willing to give up some money to do it. Those are two areas that I thought that because of who I was and what we had done in the past, we could have made more progress on, if that makes sense.
I'll say this as a candidate recently. I ran for the U.S. Senate last year in a primary in North Carolina. Here I've been a previous governor and successful mayor and things of this nature. I got the usual questionnaire in my Republican primary. It was from a family group very strong on abortion, and I have always filled these things out. And I filled it out, and I realized while filling out, the questions contradicted each other. And the staff, my little campaign team said, Governor, you got to fill this thing out, because if you don't get their endorsement, you don't have a chance in heck in the primary. And I said, but it contradicts each other. These are not yes-no questions. These are very complex questions on a complex issue. And I threw it away, never sent it in. I'm sure that didn't help me. And I can think of other issues where you're given these 100% purity tests that both parties require. Both parties are guilty. And the media concentrates on these purity tests too, when they're a very complex issue. I got caught in this on the gender identity issue, which is a very complex issue, but it's black and white when the media talks about it. And on my Senate election, I decided I'm not going to play that game. And I also didn't play the game regarding Trump. I had a real issue with January 6th, civil discourse, and I refused to ask for Trump's endorsement. And I didn't think it'd be a big deal. It turns out it was a daggum big deal. So as a candidate the last time, which I lost, I was 30 points up and I lost by almost that amount because of those decisions I made, which showed me even more the system is broken in both parties. Because these litmus tests, the politicians, I mean, think about this as business. You count the numbers. If I don't do this, I won't get elected. So I'm not really throwing stones at the politicians. It's the system that is set up for this lack of civil discourse and finding compromise, and that's where no labels.
I was a little different model. I never filled out the questionnaires. I said to any groups that send me a questionnaire, I'll be glad to sit with you for a half hour, 45 minutes, depending on how important you are. You can ask me any questions you want. You can tape it if you want. I don't care. But I'm not getting elected with a number 2 pencil. If a number 2 pencil is how I make a success, I would have graduated from Harvard Law School instead of University of Missouri.
He was always smarter than I was.
The other thing about my situation was that I served basically my entire time with 2/3 of the opposite party in both the House and the Senate. I held over 150 vetoes. In other words, I was not overridden over 150 times. The second record in that in Missouri history since 1821 is 2. So I was in it. I mean, I felt it. I mean, and maybe the questionnaire is that's just a mechanical thing. I don't mean to in any way, shape, or form disagree.
I get it.
I do think I learned by taking what a position that folks assumed was impossible. No, I'm not going to fill out your questionnaire. Instead, bring your group in, sit with me, and you get a half hour to ask whatever question you want. It was amazing what I learned in that process, how less radical the leaders of groups were than the questionnaire that their assistants had sent us to use in campaigns, for example. And once again, that was luck, and I'm kind of a bonehead about some things, but the bottom line is that it was a real lesson to me that if you want to interact directly with people, you shouldn't do it just by a piece of paper or by a yes-no answer. That you need to show them the respect and they need to show you the respect to sit down and talk. And that's, I mean, I feel very good about my electoral history. I mean, like I said, I'm in a basically a Republican state, getting almost 60% myself in a number of elections, and did not fall prey to the desire to be in the United States Senate, so I keep my record the way it is.
As I said, he's much smarter than I am.
That's a different...
These intellectuals from Missouri, I don't know what to do with that.
So let's talk about logistics. You're in 12 states. You hope to be, your plan is to be in 36. When is that?
It's the law. We will be. The law says you can get on the ballot. I've been practicing law for 40 years. I mean, I've been Attorney General was Attorney General. These are the laws that we're just enforcing. Okay. The fact there's some political people fighting us a little bit, that's just chatter. I don't want to complain about it. We'll just go beat them. We beat them in Arizona. We're going to beat them in Alaska.
In North Carolina, we beat them.
We beat them in North Carolina.
They delayed us for 3 months. North Carolina is the 9th most populous state. The Democrats stalled us in North Carolina, and the Republicans will do it in other states, and because they want the
I don't
duopoly
mean
to
to be so
continue.
chippy, but I think it's really important. This has been done before. Americans elected it. We can do it. There's some opposition to it and some press opposition, not the press, but people saying things publicly. But I don't want to take away from anybody any other belief than what is true, which is we're going to get on these ballots.
With what candidate? When are you going to make that decision?
That'll be after Super Tuesday. You have to make sure that the purpose of this place when it was originally started was that America didn't want Trump-Biden again. And that's kind of the beginnings of all the stuff that Pat and Nancy and other people were working on. I've entered relatively late compared to that. But that's the frame it's built on. If Trump doesn't get the nomination or Biden doesn't run, I don't think no labels are going to do much of anything. No. Work the problem solvers caucus.
We're not
trying to. This isn't about us trying to get some power or get
We're
something
not in
done.
it to get a job.
We see the block. We see we're in this blockade right now. And when you have 63 to 64% of the people willing to look at this, and you only need to get 27 to 28% to get the plurality it takes to get the electoral votes from that particular state.
Winner take all.
This is a math problem that's doable. That's all I'm saying. If you look at it, just skip the politics, look at the math, you get excited about it. You got to get 27% out of 60, you can find that. But I interrupted two-time Pulitzer Prize winner. It was asking me a thoughtful question, and I apologize for that, but I just don't want to give in. Well, there's some people think that we don't have confidence, and in my day job, I get well compensated for giving advice to people and litigating and whatnot. And I'm very careful what I say about things like that because I don't want to be looked like a fool. But the laws are written in America that you can get on the ballot, okay? That's what they wrote them. And some of them are harder, and they got to have the signatures, and you got to do all the stuff, but we'll succeed on that.
By the way, we are volunteers. I called the governor up about 8 months ago. Nancy said, who are some other good people to get involved? And I said, this Nixon guy from Missouri, I remember him. And I called him up, and he kind of was hesitant. And now 4 months later, he's in all the way. And he's working on the most difficult job to make this happen. So
I get to spend my days with lawyers. It's a fun job.
Where is the money behind this effort coming from?
we have a nonprofit program set up, and as all nonprofits, and based upon a lawsuit directed toward the NAACP of all people, we feel like nonprofits ought to be able to protect their identity during this process for fear of retribution. That's why the NAACP, Supreme Court case, were allowed to protect their givers so they wouldn't be dealt with. But if no labels gets to the process after Super Tuesday to select a candidate, then all money raised for campaigns will follow the normal presidential process. But I can say the money also comes from a great grassroots effort. I mean, we have Zoom calls every week with many, many people across the nation in every state. Some of you are on those Zoom calls, I recognize from your Zoom picture. This is a grassroots effort, but it's also supported by leaders throughout the country who go, we're not satisfied with the current system either. So it's a great, great group. And what's unique, and first time ever in my political life, except maybe when I was at city council and mayor, I have not heard people on the Zoom calls when we're talking about solutions and the getting on ballots, no one has talked about an agenda of wanting influence or power or a specific business. It hasn't happened since I've been involved, and boy, that's been refreshing.
That lack of transparency, though, gives some people pause. You're asking people to trust you. You're not really disclosing the
we
people
understand
pushing
that,
this
but
effort.
we also want to respect the protection that we have by our Supreme Court, which protects identities in sadly a system where people attack anyone who wants to break the monopoly. And there are people trying to do that right now. They're trying to break us. They're going after our leaders. They're going after this governor. They're going after me. They're going after Ben Chavis.
Tell us more about that. What are you facing?
I'd prefer not to, because I don't want to give it credence, but it just talks. I've seen politics go from a city council member in 1989 to now, and you can see it on the streets where, I've been confronted on the street. I've had death threats. It's gotten bad out there. And if you publicly now support something, you're in jeopardy. And I've got to respect that. And thankfully, the laws of the land of our nonprofit, and we're following the laws very prudently. We don't talk about specific candidates because we fall within the confines of what the law allows us to do. And so I respect what the law allows us to do, and it's part of the freedom that we have to participate.
And Governor Nixon, what are you facing? What are you seeing?
What am I facing?
Are you seeing some of the same threats? Are people walking
He
up to
doesn't
you
care.
in the
Yeah,
street?
people come up to me all the time
He
and say that
doesn't
McCrory. God dang, man, can't you deal with him? I've never been one. I don't spend a lot of my time thinking about people being critical of me. I don't have enough time to get. I just don't. When I ran for governor, they started a Twitter account called Buffet J, in which they posted pictures of me eating all day long. I'm not sure who was running it. It was marginally funny. I thought my son did it. But the point is that this politics stuff has become meaner now. That was funny. You know, lose some weight, Nixon. Don't eat so much. Shut your mouth when you're chewing or whatever in front of the camera or whatever. But now it's a much different level, much more directly at you. And I think that combines with the lack of confidence people have in government and the fact that the parties oftentimes, especially in my view, the Republican parties, that went through the last election without a platform, a party running for president, no platform, okay? We are in the world of nobody cares about they're trying to act like we don't care about what happens after the elections. And after the elections is where guys like Patrick McCrory and Jay Nixon get really interested in serving and actually get some things done, real things done. And so, you know, there's let's ask another question. I'll waste time.
I think that obviously so many Americans agree with the principle of what you're doing. They want choices. They want to break up the monopoly, but they may think that right now is the worst time in American history to do this because of who is expected to be on the ballot and the threat that many people believe that person poses. Does that give you pause?
No, in fact, I disagree with all due respect. I think it's the best time to do it. If not now, when? If you just saw the data, if you don't do it now, at what point in time will you do it? When we challenge the status quo that is failing the American people? Do we wait until people are happy with the system? Is that when you do it? No, this is the time you do it. And another reason Ben Chavis and I get along so well, and Ben Chavis is a follower of Martin Luther King. He was a volunteer for Martin Luther King. He was 21 when he was assassinated, I believe. We're worried about the civil discourse turning to anarchy right now. And he as a governor and me as a governor have had to call in the National Guard in the last decade, to deal with almost anarchy, where people are trying to burn down our cities. And then we saw January 6th, where people are trying to take over our Capitol building to stop a presidential vote. I mean, the discourse has gotten so bad that we've got to now is the time to go, no, there are people who understand we're a divided nation, but there is some common sense ground that we've got to do now. We cannot delay this any longer.
And we
my
have two
opinion.
specific things we're going to do that will make sure we're not a spoiler. Number one, we're not going to choose a candidate till after Super Tuesday, making sure that the two candidates we're talking about are actually going to be the nominees of their party. Number two, we hold our ballot line till the middle of the summer. And so we have some level of control. If the only folks that come forward that clear the vet and go are not people that can win,
We're not
going. Well, this is not some sort of
ego trip.
It's just not. I mean, we're in this to win it, and that path, in my opinion, that path is there and getting clearer every day. But that's not. And that's not here. But I think that's the way I deal with
When
that.
Nancy called me about this 8 months ago, I went, oh, well, this will be interesting for a while, but surely the two parties will wake up. I mean, I really believe that. But that was a blind spot I had. But this is not a blind spot right here. And neither is when we went to New Hampshire and had unleashed or unveiled our 32 points on common sense solutions. We got a heck of a turnout. I think there's a yearning for another choice. And I do think there are members in the media, the private sector, the institutions within the belt lines that go, we got to do everything to protect the status quo.
There's forces out there in politics all over the place, pushing good and pushing bad and pushing unfair. But if we get on the ballot and we can win, this could be a significant, important, historical step forward for our democracy. And if it lines up the way it continues, and I've been involved for 4 or 5 months, this gets better every day as far as the numbers.
If it's
Governor
not,
Nixon-
though, if it's not, we will not,
Okay.
we will not,
I guess
we'll pull
Governor
out.
Nixon, I'll ask you, do you have a line in your mind where you will not go beyond that line if you see that this campaign is enabling Donald Trump to be reelected?
Yeah, I mean, it'd just be a question of whether or not my action was to just leave or my action was to get more involved against him. But Donald Trump doesn't need to be president, whatever. So the line for me, I accept where we are. I accept that we got 60% plus that want to look at this. I accept we're getting information. I think it's going to be fascinating to see what happens on the Republican side in Iowa. I think it's going to be fascinating to see what happens on the Republican side in New Hampshire. And if there aren't any surprises there, this thing is going to get super real very, very quickly. That's so for me, watching the markers as we move forward. I mean, you've got a significant effort in Iowa going on right now to try to dislodge Trump. And there's some really smart people with lots of money and lots of good people working at it. It'll be interesting to watch. And as a Democrat, it's always nice to watch the Republicans have a good fight about that sort of stuff. But that will tell. And then you follow that up with New Hampshire. I think we're going to have a pretty clear picture of whether or not what we think and what the numbers reflect, which is a Biden-Trump redo, is going to be real or not by as soon as early February, really. I don't think we have to.
Maybe after South Carolina.
Yeah, maybe after South Carolina.
Think about last election. Biden was basically selected after South Carolina, and we may see the same situation.
So people that know me, I'll fully answer your question. I'll look at this. If I think it's not the right thing, I'll be gone instantly, and we'll do what I can to straighten it out. And I'm not in a battle of wits. I'm not totally unarmed. I think this is really important, but it's not important. We're not here to. We're not trying to. Well, anyway, I think that the thing that I have found around the groups so far is a very serious effort to live by exactly what we're saying. Right. There's not been any secret meeting or secret call where they say, well, what happens if this and that? No, these rules we're talking about, we're living them.
Set from the beginning.
We're going to live them. That's the way it's going to be. And that may be us spending 6 months of our life, 8 months of our life, a year of our life doing something, coming down to this
what may happen
Texas A&M hate fest here. I could be in Missouri right now. I could be doing a lot of other things, but that doesn't change our opinion of the fact we're spending some time doesn't mean, we got to keep doing it.
No.
But that being said, that's the negative side of it. Once we get to the positive side and begin talking about what the discussions can be about real ways we can move forward as a country again, and get the kind of candidates that can articulate that and have the kind of background and moral background and ethical background that people respect and want to have their picture with and want to like, this thing could really jump up fast.
It could jump up so fast that the other two candidates are the spoilers.
Yeah, the numbers are there.
So who is the arbiter of common sense? I find it interesting. You guys talk a lot about common sense, and throughout your platform, common sense. What was your process? How many Americans did you talk to? When did you decide, for instance, I think you have some interesting positions, that universal national service is common sense, or federal funding of charter schools is common sense?
We actually, the American people, instead of a small group deciding this, we went out and surveyed the American people on all the complex issues that America is trying to deal with today. Not about the horse race, we talked about the issues. And so we asked the American people how they felt about issues, controversial issues, from guns and abortion to immigration to foreign policy to the deficit. And from their responses is where we came up with our common sense agenda. It wasn't developed by us. It was only written by us, and then we all looked at it, and the candidates that I assume we're going to consider or consider us, it's a two-way street, will want to read our common sense booklet and go, yeah, that's basically my general philosophy of where I stand on these issues. But it isn't an exact litmus test that the other parties or other groups require.
Mm-hmm. Governor Nixon wants me to correct that. It's
No,
public charter schools.
It's public charter
In other
schools.
states, there are parochial charter schools. Not here, although I did find that
There's a
your-
line between church and state's kind of
I did
Charter
find
schools
that your
are mainly
introduction
charter
was-
schools are mainly public schools.
Right, mainly,
Yes.
but there are some.
Yeah.
I always say public beforehand because once
Governors
again,
know
criticizing a two-time Pulitzer Prize winner while she's questioning me on TV in front of people. It shows you how out of shape I am as a politician.
At what point do you become a label? You know, some people have looked at this movement and they see a little bit of a bait and switch. Okay, this is a neutral group of Republicans and Democrats working together, trying to see beyond party, beyond label, but you're kind of on the road to becoming a label.
Well, that's one of the reasons when Nancy called me and she said the concept no labels, I went, oh, it's about time. Because I'm so tired of being labeled. Because I'm a conservative guy, but on some issues I'm more moderate or be considered a rhino. I've been called a left-wing extremist. I've been called a right-wing extremist. I've been called a left-wing rhino. I've been called a moderate. And I take every issue on its own merit and study the issue and make a decision. And what we're tending to do in American democracy now is a label. If you're on one issue you disagree in my party, you're a rhino. And you're just called a rhino. And you're labeled for life. The Democratic Party, there are certain where you're not progressive because you disagree with us on this one or two issues and you're off the platform. And I think most American people look at every issue on its own merit and judge the merits of that and make a decision and don't like to be labeled, as frankly the media and politicians like to label. And we don't like the name calling either. I watched the debate last night when we got home from the dinner event. There was more name calling again, where in our conversations that we're having, and as I say, Jay and I get along so well, we may disagree on certain points, but we don't attack someone's integrity. And that's what we got to get back to in America.
No labels is really almost a concept as opposed to a moniker. It's like each community has their own definitional things. And I think the fact that we want to break down the labels, break down that sort of stuff, and have honest discussions is what that means. I don't want to fixate, I don't think, on the name for me. I never did. So if we're a label, I apologize.
At one point, though, I'm just saying you'll become.
It's a
you'll become
fascinating
your own
question.
brand. You'll become.
It is.
You'll become. You know.
Well, everyone wants to brand everything now. Put a brand on everyone. And I think by branding someone, you stifle debate. And I think that's one reason everyone is getting branded in politics. Oh, you're a so-and-so, therefore you're wrong, instead of listening to the debate at hand. And I think branding is a way to stifle debate, and this is an example of trying not to do that.
So in your intro, when you're kind of on your available on the website, when you're trying to explain to people what this thing is and what your mission is and what your beliefs are, you start out by saying Americans are decent, caring, reasonable, patriotic people. We don't see that reflected in politics today. I wonder, looking at the front runners, President Biden and former President Trump, who do you think doesn't meet that definition? I mean, would you say President Biden doesn't meet that definition? Decent, caring, reasonable, patriotic?
I'm not getting in that trap.
I just think
I
those are
refuse
basic
to.
bottom lines, and anybody's getting into politics, and they should not only have that as what their background has been, but more importantly, they should have that as how they operate when they're in office. And that's all I meant by it.
There's a lot of criticism of the Republican Party in this discussion, and I think a lot of focus on Donald Trump. For obvious reasons. But I wonder, Governor Nixon, if you can give us an idea of where you think the Democratic Party is failing to support common sense proposals. And
one of the most interesting things that's happened in my lifetime in politics is the demographics of the parties have switched so dramatically. When I got involved in politics, working folks were for the Democrats. White working folks carrying their lunch buckets, going to the construction site, that's a Democrat. I carry a union card, I'm a Democrat. Now, and so the more education you had, the more likely you were a Republican. Now the exact opposite is true. The working folks are leaning Republican at the low level, and at the top end, the highly educated people are now Democrats, relative to what it was 30 or 40 years ago. The point I make there is these demographics switch and shift a lot, and will continue to. And I think that the underanalyzed section of this is younger voters who don't even answer the phone or do polls. And I think the folks that figure that out will have a very, very good year. I guess people are actually interested in questions here.
yes, they are. We've got quite a few. Let me see if I can read quickly. What is the process for selecting a candidate for the top of the ticket? You can't talk about specific,
We're going to be
candidates, but-
probably announcing the process come the end of the January time period. But we're going to have a process. The process will be known, and again, we have a lot of people involved, and we're going to use technology a lot in our involvement in a grassroots effort. So it's going to be an interesting time.
We will be judged on the quality of the people that are chosen. And while how we choose them has some interest in the process, I'm not saying it's not interesting, and as a journalist you have a requirement, I think, of responsibility to talk about those sort of things. From our perspective, we're looking at a process here that gives us a little time period to not only see who wants to do it, but also vet them and then get into making a decision about it. So the bottom line is that ultimately the things we're talking about here, the mechanics around who you choose the candidates, will be consumed by who the candidates are and what they do, in my opinion. And once we've got that up, then you're going to be in a campaign. It'll be different. It'll be a different situation. So while I am sensitive to what you say and appreciative of your probing questions, at this particular juncture, we have not made a formal decision about how that person will be chosen. We do know the timing of when it'll be chosen, and because of that, more and more stronger candidates are reaching out to us.
And we're not going to close the door on any group of, we're going to look past and current politicians, past and current business leaders, past and current military people, and others.
Yeah,
We're
just
not closing the door on anybody.
We're open now, and we don't, Governor McCrory and I just don't want to limit by our comments to a very, very good question as we obfuscate the answer.
What about the idea of a bipartisan ticket?
Yeah, our goal is to have a bipartisan ticket, is to have Democrats, Republicans, or maybe independent, showing the unity of what we're seeking in our country.
I just want to say one thing, because I've said it a couple of places, and while we will have a Democrat and a Republican as the two spots, that's folks have agreed to do that, or independent or whatever. The real focus should not be on Democrat, Republican. It should be on what are we going to do and who are we going to attract to. If you're really going to be a third-party effort, you can't spend your time saying, I'm Democrat and I'm Republican. You got to have that to get the credibility to do it. But ultimately, if this is going to be successful, the candidates that we get that take this off, can go forward with it in a broader fashion.
Let me get through some of these questions. If people are so upset about a two-party system, why not put a candidate on the ballot regardless of whether Trump and Biden are on the ballot as well?
Because the numbers that we're looking at, we want to be realistic. We're both idealistic and pragmatic at the same time. And the numbers of a possibility of a third party probably only work because there's so many people dissatisfied with that choice. As opposed to when Perot ran, which at one time he was the leading candidate, when about 40% of the people were dissatisfied with Clinton and Bush, and at that time, if you really think about it in a historic perspective, there wasn't a huge difference between them. And yet Perot did extremely well, ended up with 20, I think, after pulling out of the race. Now we're at 60 to 65% of people dissatisfied with the potential ultimate choice. We've never seen that in American history, at least in my lifetime.
Yeah.
What issues would be the number? What issues would the No Labels Party emphasize? You've got quite a few that you've
Once again, the
talked
candidate
about.
will have some choices. He or she will have significant choice there. But I do think that one underlying thing of all the folks involved in No Labels is we have got to get some fiscal sanity in this country. I mean, we cannot continue to spend ourselves into oblivion, okay? Whoever I deal with, wherever I am, Democrat or Republican, I came in after the recession when Obama was president. First day I was in office, I laid off 400 people and cut $80 million out of the budget. I ended up with almost 5,000, a little over 5,000 fewer employees of the state of Missouri at the end of my tenure than before. Yeah, we made some good gains. The reason I say all that is this stuff is real.
Yeah.
And the positions that people in D.C. say you can't take, for example, you can't cut a budget, that's just not true, okay? I did it and my numbers went up. The Republican legislature spent $2.1 billion more in appropriation authority than we actually spent. I had to cut what they wanted to do, okay? And everybody said, you die in that. You die in that. If you're in politics, you don't send the money, you die. I found out if you talk to people honestly and truthfully and say, I'd like to send that money, but we don't have it. And you don't want me to borrow it and have your kids pay for it. We've got to get to a rational discussion about finances in this country. We're at 23% national of our income goes to debt. And that doesn't even count the T-bills that are going out today, tomorrow, and the next day at 5, 6, 7%. I mean, That's how we're paying our debt, okay? I don't know what y'all
We're not even talking about.
I can take some 5% money in my own bank account, whatever. So the bottom line is I think that the fiscal sanity and fiscal discipline will find its way as a center part because you need to have a rational discussion in that sort of stuff. So I think fiscal will be right up on the top.
And both incumbents are vulnerable on that one.
Yeah.
Being president with a Congress filled with Democrats and Republicans would solve nothing. Why not start building up from the bottom? You've stumped them.
No. Why don't you do it? Whoever wrote the question. That's a hell of a lot of work. You start a whole political party, start at every precinct in the country and go find somebody to sign up and do it. It's hard, okay? This is the best way to make the kind of significant change that's needed in the short term we have that's available. And plus, we're not here as some sort of inventing a new party so you can be chairman, I can be vice chairman of it, or anything like that. We're trying to solve problems America has.
And I might say we had to make a decision, and we've talked about that before, people who are disgusted with the system, of going, okay, we'll start here at a city council race or a county commission or school. Well, we're starting at the president.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, if we're able to get this, if the American people get what they're asking for, and we're able to elect a party, a unity ticket, you can rest well assured that that's going to be more inspiring to the people at the city councils and the state reps and everything else than me or McCrory trying to organize a precinct in South St. Louis. Okay, it just is. And this kind of shock to the system is necessary to get the changes that continue to make this country the greatest growing capitalist and democracy in the world. We need change.
What do third parties think of ranked choice voting?
We have not delved into that issue.
Yeah, don't
We
ask
have
me.
not delved into
Yeah,
that.
we haven't dealt with it, so I don't want to
Yeah,
burn
I don't
anybody's
want-
time. I'm not big on that stuff at all myself personally. I don't
We've-
like ranked choice.
At one
I
point in
think you
time,
should
we
vote
thought
for who you
about
vote
delving
for.
into it, but we're not.
I don't, when I would go to Puxico, Missouri, where a Republican had been reelected for many, many years in the state rep, and I could sit down with him and talk about what we were trying to get done, and he realized that I had gotten more votes in his district than he had, it made that discussion a lot more productive. I think having one person you vote for executive, supporting that person, and after you vote for them, watching them carefully and pushing them is important. This ranked choice voting is, I think, and once again, I get in fights with my Democrat friends because they're all into this. They got it in St. Louis now. I think I'm just not there. You should vote for who you want to vote for. Making it more complicated for democracy. When you have, we don't have a position
No
on it.
labels
And
does
they
not
won't
have
let
a
me
position.
talk about it because I'm so against it that it doesn't help anybody.
I'm in agreement with him, but no
Yeah.
labels has no position.
I'm off script, so let's move.
Get back on the teleprompter.
I know. As you can tell, we're so script. The two of us famous for saying
yeah,
script.
So it seems, we've got some people who are supportive of this idea, but they want to know your path to victory. Lay out the scenario that
Yeah.
needs to be in place for this to be successful.
We've actually, again, we are, both of us, I come from business, he's been very active in a law firm and so forth. So in fact, he's a man of statistics too. He loves statistics as I've gotten to know him. We're looking at this, remember the presidential election is a state-by-state election, and it's winner take all. And if we do get involved, and then there are also other parties involved, minor parties, the Green and Independents and so forth, it could likely be a plurality will win winner take all. So what we've done is we've done surveys, not national surveys, we do state-by-state surveys. And by those state-by-state surveys, we see a path where we could get enough electoral votes to win. And so we'll probably target, I don't have the numbers in front of me or the states in front of me, but 20 to 25 states that we think we have the best chance to win. So this is where we're very pragmatic in the political strategy to make a difference.
Can you speak a little bit to the diversity, the demographic makeup of your organization?
I'm very proud that one of the original founders was Chavis, and Dr. Chavis and others have been very helpful to all of us. We're a very open organization. If folks want to be critical of us, they're entitled to be critical of us. But we have been open and diverse and sensitive at every level that we possibly can be. That's all. I mean, in the modern world.
And we're started by a very strong woman, Nancy Jacobson, who came up with this concept, and she's quite a dynamic individual.
So I would expect diversity to be real for us would be very good.
Yeah.
The problem is the primaries. A small percentage of the most extreme voters on both sides vote. Would going back to the guys in smoke-filled room be better?
The guy before said we need to start a new party. So those two people still need to get together. But, I don't like the concept of smoke-filled room because I don't smoke. But I said before, and I think, and I'll continue to say it, we will be judged by the quality of the candidate and the campaign that they run. And we're in a process right now of trying to make sure we're doing everything possible to make that's the best of those two things. We've got the best choices.
And I will say we've got a grassroots effort in every state.
Yeah.
And thank God for technology. This technology helps us do this, where I don't think we could have done this 20 years ago, or even 10 years ago.
We've gathered over 1 million signatures, folks to get on the ballot. We're out there grinding it out. But these are, as I said earlier on, to me, this is intellectually, this is a 3-step process. Get on a ballot, choose a candidate, run an election. And if I'm overly focused on the first of those, I apologize, but since I'm the chairman of that part of this organization, I have some responsibility to stay focused on it. And I think that we are somewhat burdened by our competence. We're burdened by the fact that we're actually succeeding here. I think a lot of people think that this sort of stuff is impossible, and it's not. And so overcoming the people who think you can't even do a third party is also a bit of a lean.
I'll try again to ask about the money behind this process, as people want to know. You can't speak to individual donors. I respect that. Could you give us a sense of, the walk of life that these people come from? What kinds of organizations, industry?
Let me first verify that No Labels, our major objective is to get on the ballot. Once we select a candidate, and we'll explain that process, No Labels will not be running the presidential campaign. It'll be the candidate who will be running the presidential campaign. So I do want to verify that. So the people that are actively involved in this process, first of all, a lot of people who have been involved for 11 years with the Problem Solvers Caucus, which was the major goal. And now a whole new group of people who are dissatisfied with the choices that are being presented by the two parties. It's grassroots in every state that is actively involved, and literally we have Zoom calls. You've been on many. I was on one day before yesterday where the screen is filled, hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of people. And we open it up to ideas from Alaska to New Hampshire to Maine to North Carolina, and it's quite fascinating.
Governor Nixon, I guess this is for you. What states represent the greatest challenge in terms of getting on the ballot?
I'm not focused on the later ones yet, so I wouldn't say that. We have had a few issues arise. We've made the progress through it in Arizona. They work through right now. We have an issue we're trying to finish in Kansas, just the dating on a petition, how long the signature lasts, and all that sort of stuff. So they've been minor problems like that. So I don't look at it as a state, because the laws have been written by legislatures and signed by governors that give us the right to do this.
Texas has some unique
Texas is a little bit of a challenge, but
because the primary, if they have voted in a primary, they can't sign a signature, but I don't know all the, so Texas is probably one of the more unique ones.
Texas would be complicated, doable but complicated. Some states extremely easy relative to this, the thing, but the interesting part about this is both the target states that Governor McCrory is talking about, as well as the difficult or easier states, are not necessarily the same states that you would see in a swing state map when you looked at traditionally Democrat-Republican. That when you look at the number, dig into these numbers a little further and find that inside that 63 or 64% who is most interested in finding a third-party option, it isn't necessarily, I'm not saying it's not, once again, I don't have numbers in front of me, but it's not necessarily Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, it's
Florida,
not that.
whatever.
Florida,
Yeah.
it's a different map. And so as things develop, that question that you asked, which was somewhat hard when you ask it, will get harder, but way more relevant, because you have states where there is a wide capacity to move forward, but yet they look either Republican or Democrat from the outside.
This isn't a question, it's advice. No Labels needs to name a candidate because Americans vote for candidates and not a party. I don't know if that's necessarily true for many people.
No, I mean, if you guys would have had this conference like 8 weeks later, we would have been gold. But I don't mean to be dismissive. I guess I was. But,
we started
it's a process. That's why I say it's President of the United States. It's a process. There's 50 separate state laws. This is the way we have to do it. We can't like invent new laws. This is the way we got to do it. And we think it's important to have formed as a nonprofit so that folks who are interested in this could help it, but that does limit us in what we can do politically. So both Governor McCrory and I are very limited in what we can say politically, because we are affiliated with a nonprofit designed and defined by its order, by its rules, to get on the ballot. And yeah, it's in the political realm, and yes, it's relevant, and we have political opinions, but when we're speaking either for or on behalf of No Labels, you'll find us to be disciplined in that regard.
Because we respect the laws.
Yeah, we respect the laws, but it just takes time to do this, and it would be easier if it will be easier when we have a candidate. we won't get any of these questions.
So this question is about platform, and I'm sorry I used that word earlier. Really, it's ideas. It's an official platform. But both parties want to balance the budget. How is your platform different? The same about gun control. How is no labels different?
Unless we get people believing that we're serious about it and they connect to us, it won't be different. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get the kind of people that can not only convince on day one what their position is, but have that position and continue to move public policy the entire time he or she serves in those positions. This is not a light switch, okay? This is not going to be elect this person and all the problems are solved. But if the Democrats and Republicans want to fight no labels on fiscal sanity, then you know, that's like getting weight advice from a sumo wrestler. They have failed. Okay, we've failed. You can't even talk about this stuff. You can't even talk about the fact that we are electing people and giving them the power to make sure that our great grandkids have to pay. That is wrong. Okay, it's just wrong. I mean, there are times you have to borrow money. I'm not some crazy guy about that sort of stuff. I mean, I understand that sort of stuff, but having a significant structural imbalance of a budget is dangerous. And if they want to say what are the ideas, or it's tough, it's hard, but you got to do it.
Real quick, no labels.org. You can look at our 30 position statements. We have a very strong statements on crime. It's very close to my heart. I was a mayor in 1995. When the murder rate was the highest ever in our nation. The heroin, crack cocaine epidemic was going on. Sadly, we're returning back to the 90s. So we talk about arresting the career criminals, we talk about enforcing the laws on the book, and we also talk about guns.
Right. And so on guns, for instance, universal
we have the
background
courage
checks,
to talk about both.
Yeah.
Enforcing crime and arresting the career criminal. We also talk about common sense gun legislation.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, mainly things that are supported by, overwhelmingly, by Americans on gun control. So last question, got to wrap it up. I don't quite understand this, but I kind of like this question. How can an individual help protect our fragile experiment in the United States of America?
You know, I love the word. I'll end by saying this. It is fragile. And I heard a speaker at dinner last night use that word too. You know, anarchy, the only thing that separates from anarchy and civility is this small piece of paper we call the Constitution. It's words that protect us, and we've got to respect the Constitution. And so your involvement would be great. By the way, get involved in if you disagree with this, get involved in one of the political parties too. That's fine with us. But we've got to wake up the people who are sitting on the sidelines and letting the extremes take over and discouraging civil dialogue now more than ever. We can't wait any longer.
Governor Nixon?
I mean, I find sometimes these folks talk about solutions. It's like asking an ambulance driver what to do about car wrecks. It's a little late by the time the ambulance shows up. We're at a time here in which we have significant challenges, and we're going to have to come at it differently. And we're presenting to you all. So what's the positive of this? My gosh, 150 people sat here and listened to us for like an hour and a half. People came out and did this. You'll go back and talk to your friends and neighbors, whether you're for us or against us or whatever. We need an informed citizenry. I have 100% confidence in the people in the country. If they've got the information, if they know what the choices are. And that's why when I started out, I talked about one of the biggest problems I think we got is the small number of people even thinking about voting. Because if you won't even take the time to vote, that's a bad step for democracy, bad step. And so I think the key to us is to approach and convince people that there is a positive path forward and not jump into how can we be negative about people all day long. That is not going to get us to the finish line, and it's what both parties are doing right now. So I would say be positive. Be positive about what the opportunities are, positive about what the future is, and positive about our chances of getting there.
And advocate for civics education.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all very much.
Sorry.
We got limited on this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. As you look up at the stage today, you might notice that Karl Rove and Donna Brazil are not here. For the first time in our four conferences, we had two last-second call-aways to business. And needless to say, I was sweating bullets last Friday morning when Mark McKinnon finally returned my call, which was a desperate plea for help. And he said, "Did I want him to be there today?" And I said, "Oh, sure." And then he said, "Could I bring Jennifer Palmieri with me?" And upon my return to earth, I stoically said, "Sure." So here we are, and we're deeply grateful to both of you for being here. It's a real pleasure and joy, and taking time out in this time of season is really special for us. Mark and Jennifer have skillfully negotiated the complex worlds of politics, documentary work, and entertainment. In doing so, they transformed a highly successful career as political consultants into being the co-host of a television show that revealed the human side of candidates and painted a clear picture of how grueling life can be on the campaign trail. I'm talking, of course, about The Circus, inside the greatest political show on earth. What started as a running series during the 2016 presidential race quickly became a must-see TV for political junkies everywhere. Or as a Wall Street Journal once wrote, "This is one circus worth attending, a series bottomless in the capacity to fascinate." Sadly, The Circus held its final episode on November 12th after 8 very strong seasons. So perhaps the first question our moderator will ask is, what next? Mark McKinnon served as chief media advisor for 4 successful presidential primaries and general election campaigns, including those of George W. Bush and John McCain. He is also, coincidentally, co-founder of No Labels, which we just heard from a second ago. Jennifer Palmieri was communications director for Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign and White House communications director for President Barack Obama. She is the author of several books, including She Proclaims, Our Declaration of Independence for a Man's World. Today's moderator is our old friend, Major Garrett, who's been here now 3 times. And we really appreciate him. It's old home week for Major. He's a reporter's reporter who favors facts over opinion. He honed his journalism skills working for the old Houston Post, and since then he's worked for the U.S. News and World Report, the Washington Times, CNN, and Fox News, and today he's CBS News' chief Washington correspondent. Major, thank you for being here, all 3 of you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, John. It's always a pleasure to be back here. Great to see you all. Before I came up on stage, several of you took me aside and said something like this: "Major, I'm begging you. Will you be a little more optimistic? We feel like we should kill ourselves right about now." So yes, I will acknowledge that request, and that's where we'll begin. And I'll open it with some things that we should be, I would argue, optimistic about. In the 1990s, there were a lot of people who wrote about politics, political scientists, columnists, who asked a question: would American democracy die via apathy? Their point was people weren't participating very much in elections, and we seemed to be kind of in a state of psychological ennui about democracy and participation in politics. This was a serious topic. We don't have that problem anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We had record turnout in the 2018 midterm elections, the highest ever in a midterm election. 27 million more, just about, people voted in the 2020 presidential election than in the 2016 election, making that a record turnout. most diverse electorate, the most highest level of participation across our country. And the midterm election in 2022, we had near record turnout. So 3 elections in a row, this country has thrown in and participated in ways utterly inconsistent with the decades before that. People are engaged, paying attention, and meaningfully participating. That is good news. We also, and I was here earlier this year talking about this because I've written a book about it, we actually count, verify, and certify our elections better than we ever have before. The process by which we cast, count, transparently verify, and then certify our election results have never, ever been better. That's a testament to everyone in this country, both who cast ballots and the hundreds of thousands of volunteers who do the work of poll observing, who are poll workers themselves, and who are civil servants who oversee this process. Those are points of resilience and strength that we should never overlook. Those are my 2 cents to set us on a slightly optimistic course. I know that my 2 distinguished panelists will have other things, and I want to open that possibility up to first you, Jennifer, then Mark. Give this audience something that is true, grounded, and from your perspective, cause for optimism about where our politics are today.
Well, the good news is that I know Mark is also optimistic. Mark always describes himself and me as prisoners of hope. And then the trio that worked on this show, John Heilman was the person who would come in hard and dark. But he's not here today. So we can, I know that Mark and I are both, I am optimistic for the reasons that, I do think, I remember when I worked for Hillary Clinton, when she lost, I thought, this whole thing is broken. All of it, all of the political apparatus, shaky, old, not enough people participating, just ossified, and it was going to get revitalized from the ground up or not at all. That was just sort of my thought, and I see a lot of evidence of that. Young leaders being elected, at the ground level, I think it's really important, and the voting numbers that you cite. There's one specific experience that Mark and I had together, grounded in fact, that really made me optimistic, which was at the end of 2022, after the midterms, we went to Maricopa County and spent some time watching the operation there, which is and as a political matter, overseen by the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors and the recorder who's recording the votes, and watched how Maricopa County in Arizona, so this is Phoenix, hotbed of conspiracy theories about the election. Carrie Lake, the Senate race was not decided, so Carrie Lake, who was a big election denier, and close, losing, but close to winning, but close behind for the gubernatorial elections. And we watched how they would do daily press conferences and the chair of the Board of County Supervisors, his name is Bill Gates, would call on the reporter he knew was going to have the crazy conspiracy theory of the day, hear it out so that, all the reporters here will appreciate. All the reporters heard what the crazy conspiracy theory of the day was. They didn't hide from it. They directly, they directly took it on. They answered it, and they were just methodical and relentless about beating back falsehoods. There was this group called the Cyber Ninjas who did a kind of an analysis of an autopsy of the 2020 election. It was supposed to be a pro-Trump effort that came back. They found more votes for Biden than they did for Trump. Even with that, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors did a 200-page report where they beat back every single thing that was in the Cyber Ninjas report to show that it was not true, even though it said there was more votes for Biden. And it worked. It's working in Arizona, right? Carrie Lake, the election denier, didn't win. The election denier Secretary of State didn't win either. Candidate didn't win either. And huge amounts of people voted, and they believed in the vote. Carrie Lake didn't make any ground up when she tried to challenge the results. So I was like, how do you beat disinformation? Relentless fact-checking, and it worked there.
Of course, he was seeking therapy. He disclosed to us.
He did disclose that he was being
Bill
he
Gates,
was seeking
yes.
psychological assistance, guidance for post-traumatic stress.
Thank you for having us. This is old home week for me, coming back to Texas, where John Williams and I used to work on the Daily Texan, and also to Houston, where I spent a great year of my life in one of the great campaigns for Bob Lanier, one of the great mayors of Houston. His wife Elise is here. I have one brief anecdote. There's 100 of them that are so great, but the one I love is that Bob Lanier, just in his life, had always got the experts from whatever field he wanted to get the best information he could. So when he went to do the campaign, he'd never done politics before. He said, I want to get this Democrat and that Republican and this Democrat and that Republican. And they said, you can't do that. You have to get a Democrat. He said, no, I don't. I'm going to do what I want. And so he hired me, and he hired David Axelrod,
Amazing.
Matthew Dowd, Bill McInturff, Rahm Emanuel.
That's a boatload of talent.
Rahm Emanuel, and like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 others. It was, normally in a campaign you'd have 1 or 2 of those people. And as it turned out, we needed every inch of expertise to win that very tough race. But what I loved was we were having a typical campaign meeting where I'm arguing for more money for TV. Somebody's arguing for more money for the field thing, and Bob was up behind his desk with his size 18 cowboy boots and his big cigar, and he goes, we're arguing over the budget, and he says, boys, just spend it till you waste it. So we did. I am a prisoner of hope, and we're going to keep pushing this big rock up the steep hill no matter what, because we have no choice. But there's a few things I'll just say about that. First of all, Alex Thompson is going to be speaking to you in the next panel, a brilliant young reporter from Axios. He said something that so perfectly frames what's happening right now, is that it looks like we're looking at a scenario next year where both the impossible and the inevitable is going to happen, which is a really pretty good encapsulation of what's likely to happen. On the other hand, in our last show of our 130th episode, the last scene we did was with a guy who 40 years ago I did my first campaign with, James Carville. And he's still the smartest guy I know in politics, and he said something very astute in that interview with us, which he says, the era of strategic certainty is over. Okay? So that's what I know. We know nothing. Because one thing we learned in 130 episodes of The Circus is just when we thought something crazier couldn't happen, something crazier happened. And it just got crazier and crazier. So I have no idea. I've stopped predicting after all of that. But the one thing that I do think is that something's going to happen that we just don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's going to shake things up, maybe in a revolutionary way. And I don't know whether or not that's going to be something happens with one of the nominees, or this no labels thing could happen, or something else. But I just think that a year from now, we're going to be sitting down going, boy, we didn't see that one coming.
I'm really glad Mark said that, because there are times where I feel completely lost. And here's why. If you look at the data, and you look at the trajectories, and you lay them over past precedent, everything looks determined, looks done.
Yeah.
Thing's over. I look at that, I measure that, I lay it against all my experience, and the one thing that holds me back and the one thing that makes me feel lost is this gut sense that things are more fluid than they look. And that there is something unexpected that I'm not thinking of. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because that at least means there's 2 of us who feel similarly lost.
Trust your gut.
Trust your gut.
Yeah, yeah.
Pick up on that, Jen.
Well,
Why should I trust my gut?
Because I think that I do think I've never been, I'm one of the annoying political strategists that doesn't believe in analytics and doesn't really believe in polls. And I don't when a pollster gives me a poll that's like, these issues test the best, you're like, okay, great, in your laboratory they do, but not coming out of my candidate's mouth. And I want to know what my candidate cares about and have the candidate talk about what they care about. I think the best example of this that Major will remember is John Edwards when he was, I worked for Senator John Edwards as presidential candidate. Let's remember 2004, for those of you who remember that. That was the good campaign.
Yes. I was there, she was there.
I want to interject on this one point because it's interesting. I had a meeting at the White House with George W. Bush, whenever that was, I guess
It
it
was
was.
04. So
Well,
probably
but the meeting was like 03, 02.
Yeah.
We had a meeting at the White House, and it was Karl Rove, Karen Hughes, maybe Cheney, 6 people. Bush's question was, who do we fear the most? Unanimous. John Edwards.
That's right, people. If
He was the
only-
next Bobby Kennedy. He was,
None of the terrible stuff would have happened. Anyway, he wanted to talk about poverty as an issue. And the pollsters were all like, that's terrible. Nobody, people don't want to hear about that. They don't want to hear Democrats talking about poverty in particular. It's, big spending, government programs. That's what it sort of evokes for everyone. And he's like, I really care about it. And we did. And it was really helped him catch on as a candidate. That's why I do like trust your gut. And we can't really look at history. History is not really a guide here, or at least recent political history is not really a guide here. So I do think, trusting your gut to see, like, just because the polling has Biden losing now means that, we just sort of know that's all the polls in the last few years have been off, and that doesn't measure anything. It feels to me like, we're at the Baker Institute, the Berlin Wall's right there. I feel like Major and I grew up together in the Clinton White House. He covered Clinton. So we came in right after that we've been sort of in suspended animation since the end of the Cold War, not really knowing if something different was going to come next or what would come next. And now it's like everything is being tested, from what's happening in Israel, which there's always trouble in the Middle East, but this feels more fundamental. I'll use the word existential in not a loaded way, but Russia invading Ukraine, like old battles coming back, the United States being tested on our democracy and whether or not it can survive. And it's like, okay, now we're in it. Now we're really getting it. And I look at, President Biden has a low approval rating, not as low as everybody else in as most leaders in democracies, not as low as Sunak in the United Kingdom, not as low as Macron in France, not as low as Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany, right? Am I right?
Yep.
It's a tough time to be a leader, right? And it's just like, it's this roiling but this is why I feel like in the United States, we're still holding on at a fundamental level to saving that republic.
Mark?
Well, one thing that makes me think about is just one of the realities is dealing with leadership in the world in which we live today, which is so fragile, so the speed and acceleration of change and conflict is unlike we've ever seen before. And I've thought for a while that as the notion of 2 terms presidents we may never see again, just because this is a much longer dissertation and study, and books will be written about it, but due to social media and a lot of other things in our lives, people, including and especially voters, just want change all the time. They don't, it's like, okay, I saw this guy, I want the next guy. And it really doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican, it's like, next. And, Jennifer could give you a 60-second recitation about a pretty damn good job that President Biden has done. You talk about the things he pledged to do, the things he's done, the economy. There's a pretty good bet. And you talk to people, and it's like as if they didn't see any of it. It's like, I don't like him on the economy. I don't like him on this. I don't like him on that. It's like, but he did this, X, Y, and Z. They're like, I don't care. Next. So there's just this sort of fundamental appetite for change, which is, listen, I agree with somebody on the earlier panel that I think if you don't have, if you can't be a park ranger when you're 66 in America, I don't think you should be president either beyond 75, for example. So I think it's problematic. I wish he hadn't run. I supported Biden when he ran before. I thought it was the right time at the right moment, but he said he'd be a transitional president, said it explicitly. I think he could have done a Nancy Pelosi or a Steny Hoyer, handed off the baton. There are lots of talent in the Democratic Party, and I think it's unfortunate that we're in a situation where we have a 81-year-old running against a 77-year-old. But in democracy, you get what you get. So and I'm going to tee up Jennifer again here. At a certain point, you got two choices, and you got to measure the two choices you got. So
Yeah.
that's kind of where we are.
Jennifer, is there any doubt in your mind that President Biden will be the nominee of the Democratic
Sure,
Party?
yes, there is.
There
Yes,
is?
yeah,
What is the
right.
basis of that doubt?
What Mark said earlier about something, just some scenario that we're not predicting, or something happens with his health, or he decides in the end he's, for whatever reason, he's just not going to do it or not up to it. I just, I
Right.
think it's possible.
Remind ourselves, 1968, or just let's say the winter of 1967, no one was betting Lyndon Johnson would not
Yep.
seek the Democratic nomination. No one. No one, including those closest to the president. And yet, it happened. I'm not suggesting that's what President Biden is going to do,
Yeah.
but it is a scenario we must keep in the back of our minds. Is there any doubt, Mark McKinnon, in your mind that, based on what we see now, Trump will be the Republican nominee?
Yeah, I still think it's highly unlikely, but I think it's possible, and I think you got to pull an incredible inside straight, but Jennifer's going to laugh at me when I say this. Stuff doesn't happen in politics until it happens. And
This is what he always says.
this is my mantra.
Mark, that's not going to happen. Well, nothing happens in politics until it does. Like, okay.
But for that to happen, something has to be roiling beneath the surface. And what do you think is possibly roiling beneath the surface among likely Republican primary and caucus
that's
voters?
that's why I hedged my bet, and I'm more skeptical about it, because I did say 6 months ago that I thought that voters, while they're tribal, and Republican voters were rallying behind their former president under attack, I thought that they'd be strategic about it and say, well, listen, if he gets indicted, then then it's even if I like him, he's probably not going to be the best candidate for the general election, and therefore I will strategically vote for Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley or somebody else. What we've seen now is that that's not true. That people are aware that he's obviously indicted, facing 91 counts, and his support has only strengthened, particularly among obviously Republican primary voters. But the notion that I thought that Nikki Haley or somebody could go to Iowa voters and say, well, he's going to lose the general election, polls don't bear that out right now. So that's made it tougher. But I will also say, this may not be true, but when we were doing our show pretty recently, it was true. Still, Iowa's a different cat, and just asked President Dean about that.
Yes.
And they think hard and carefully, and they make their decisions fast and late.
Yeah,
And at the time we did our show, 75% of Iowa Republican voters were still open to voting for somebody besides Donald Trump. So something has to happen, and two things are happening. One, Ron DeSantis got the endorsement of the very popular governor and the evangelical leadership. That could give DeSantis a boost so that he does what he planned on all along, which is win Iowa. Nikki Haley's got a lot of wind in her sails. She won arguably those 3 debates, got a ton of momentum. She's obviously got a great resume and would on paper be a great general election candidate.
And not unimportantly, Republican donors who have been casting about for an alternative to Trump are gravitating aggressively
So suddenly
toward her.
they're moving quickly to her. The money's moving quickly to her. So
Which means that it can be sustained. You need money to sustain yourself.
she has to,
Yes.
maybe. I mean, the scenario for her would be to place second in Iowa, win New Hampshire,
Right.
win South Carolina,
Right.
and at that point, it's man who would be king. Oh, the king's bleeding. Maybe he's mortal.
Right.
When the Koch brothers backed Nikki Haley this week, one of the stories I read about it, and I wasn't sure if it was quoting a Haley ad or a Koch brothers ad, but it said, if you want to beat Biden, you have to let go of Trump. And I was like, I think people are more interested in holding on to Trump than beating Biden. It's like, I don't think that's giving them much of a choice.
But let me take that.
That is not. You are not reading what the motivation is, people. The motivation is holding on to Trump.
Right. That is the psychic motivation. It so appears. Let me take that one step further. I've talked to several Democrats who, back to the scenario that Mark talked about, who do we fear the most, are nervous about a Haley Republican nomination. Would you be as a Democrat?
Yeah, sure. I think, yeah, right, yeah.
Against Biden?
I mean, she would be, I would, yeah, if she's I think she is you'd have to run a very different race than you would run against Trump. And I think people would, they would love her. She's a very good athlete, right? Like she's just gotten better and better and better. Abortion's going to be that would be a problem for her as well. She's got some moderate language about it, but not, but when you look at the positions, that's not going to hold up. So I don't think it's a slam dunk, but it would be a real curveball that I don't know that, Biden is ready to address. The thing about, I think, you can see the scenario that MCAT plays out, though, about how maybe somebody else wins Iowa, and then all of a sudden Trump is wounded. And once you're wounded, you can fall quickly. The thing is, in the 2020 Democratic primary, Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada did not matter. I mean, we always say our parties don't have national primaries, but they kind of do now. Like the 2020 in 2017. Democratic voters said they wanted Joe Biden to be, national polls said they wanted Joe Biden to be the Democratic nominee, and that kind of never faltered, Amy Walters, right? I don't know that Biden ever fell behind in national polling, even as he came in 5th in New Hampshire, 4th in Iowa, a very distant second in Nevada, and people had just decided he's going to be the nominee, and he was. And I just, so I just don't know if the early states, that is the scenario by which it happens, but I don't know if the early states are going to matter.
Just on the Haley issue, I just mentioned one interesting component. Again, we're playing three-dimensional chess, but in this environment, who knows? I could see a scenario where, okay, she runs it, maybe she does well in New Hampshire, does okay, but she gets crushed in Super Tuesday by Trump. Now, this gets into her psychology, which I honestly don't know her that well, so I can't say with any authority what her sort of real thinking is about Donald Trump. But if she really thought he were an existential threat to our democracy, No Labels might go to Nikki Haley and say, why don't you be on our ballot?
One of the things I want to do, because these two individuals know what it's like to be in the smallest room with the smallest number of people talking to the principal candidate and delivering either bad news or aggressive strategic advice. So I'm going to do a thought experiment. Mark, give your strongest, most candid strategic advice to Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis.
I'm glad you went first.
Well, I'll start with Haley and say, start downplaying expectations for Iowa. You could still, in theory, run a strong third behind DeSantis, get enough sales. He's got nothing in New Hampshire, so if you can still go into New Hampshire and win New Hampshire, a third place finish, it will be enough. So start downplaying your expectations in Iowa, so that, the famous saying is you get 3 tickets out of Iowa. So just start talking about 3 tickets out of Iowa.
Right.
Go to New Hampshire, where she's done really well, has done the spade work there, win there, going to South Carolina, where obviously she's got a favorite daughter advantage, and blow in then. DeSantis, start another super PAC.
Run more TV ads.
Wow, yeah, that's I've seen it good and I've seen it bad, and just when campaigns are with this old saying, good gets better and bad gets worse. Bad's getting worse for Ron DeSantis. Except he's had a couple.
But he's got Kim Reynolds in Iowa. He's got Bob Vander Plaats.
So if those sort of things conventionally work, then, and he has spent $1 gazillion, and
supposedly has a good operation in Iowa.
Yeah, and that may work. So he may go ahead and I just say double down on that Iowa strategy, because if you don't get out, if you're not number 2 in Iowa, you're done.
Right. So what does DeSantis do after Iowa? Because he's not well organized in New Hampshire. What does he do in South Carolina, or does he roll straight to Super Tuesday?
One thing I'll say is that ground games are way overestimated. What matters in politics is momentum, and I'll tell you all about being a front runner out of Iowa by the name of George W. Bush in 2000 when we went to New Hampshire. And we were up in New Hampshire coming out of Iowa, and we lost by 19 points.
Right.
You know?
New Hampshire loves to do that.
They do, man. They will punch you right in the nose, especially if you're from Texas.
Yeah.
Which they did. So, DeSantis, for him, it may be go to South Carolina, and then again, play the expectations game. Of course, Nikki Haley's going to win this, but then upset the apple cart somehow.
All right, Jennifer, give your most blunt strategic advice to President Biden and Vice President Harris.
Have Mitch Landrieu, who's this is all off the record, right? Okay.
Oh, sure. I'm not writing anything
Lisa
down.
Lair, the New York Times is not represented in this room, right? I would have Mitch Landrieu, who's currently the infrastructure implementation czar, former mayor of, we're in Houston, you all know Mitch Landrieu. Have him become a vice chair of the campaign, have him live on cable television, and just relentlessly be making the case. He's so effective at making the case for Biden, and he does it emotionally too. I read an interview recently where somebody challenged Biden. He was like, that man's wife and daughter were killed, and he showed up to work the next day. That man's son died of cancer, and he showed up to work next day. Like, don't tell, it's just like really, right? Like I'm a big crier, y'all. I'm like tearing up just talking about it now. I'm already so emotional. We need to feel that emotional connection to Biden. We need to see more of the president. I don't, if he stumbles, we need to get used to seeing what he looks like and have our mind sort of adjust to that. And I think they're too, it's too closely controlled. They have to be way more aggressive on digital strategy. I was White House communications director. What happens at the White House is maybe a tenth of what kind of information gets put out there about the president. So the outside game on digital, there's got to be millions and millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars spent on that. I'm not sure if that's aggressive enough. And I would do the same advice about the vice president. She is out there a fair amount. It's very hard for the vice president to get attention. She is not popular. She has low approval ratings. But the demographics that the president needs to win to recapture the sort of coalition that 1 in 20 could win in 2024, young people, black voters, women voters, that she has an affinity, and particularly the issues that she's out there talking about: abortion, voting rights, democratic reforms, guns, student loans. She can make, I would argue, even with all of the baggage of not being popular and all of that, she is very valuable to this ticket, and just make that the job.
Lean in.
Yeah, you have to lean in. It also feels so much better. It feels terrible when you're in a campaign or in a White House. Not that I'm speaking from experience, where you're just scared to do anything and just sort of reactive mode. And and also people respond to leadership, right? So if you're out there forcefully making the case, it's gonna feel better. It's gonna get better.
And just to remind everyone, we're going to do this the way we've done the two previous panels. You've got the cards. The questions will come up, and we'll deal with those in a few minutes. A couple other things.
By the way, I just mentioned, I think that's really good advice. I think Mitch Landrieu is a monster talent.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, I wish he were running, but that's the kind of talents out there in the Democratic Party. That's.
Yeah.
But
Use him, not Gavin Newsom, who we were all watching Gavin Newsom thinking, you wish you were running. Mitch would be able to pull that off better.
But let me ask you this. Can a surrogate solve a principles problem?
No, but it's going to take everybody. I think it is going to take, there's a lot of really popular Democratic governors: Josh Shapiro, Gretchen Whitmer, Tim Walz in Minnesota, Gavin
Roy
Newsom.
Cooper in North Carolina.
Their constituencies have to see that they're excied about Biden.
Yeah, and so I do think this is going to, it does need to, that will help. But he's got to be out there.
Mark, one of the reasons I have this sense that things are more fluid and unsettled than they appear, and we skip over this a lot, we had a very different process in 2020. We had primaries for one party, 0 for Trump, but they were short-circuited by the pandemic. We had unnatural conventions and an unnatural essentially Zoom room presidential campaign in 2020.
Yeah.
We don't have, across the states, primary Republican voting since 2016. We really don't.
Right.
What is that going to look like? What are the polls indicative of what the actual behavior is going to be? That's one of the things that seems to me to be an unknown. Am I over analyzing that?
Well, I mean, what you're not overanalyzing. I mean, it's really interesting that you brought up the pandemic election because, God, I hadn't really even thought about it recently, about how different that was. I mean, Jesus. I mean, it really shaped the election in ways that I hadn't thought about and reconstituted the way we
I mean, think about it.
campaigned.
From March until November, with the exception of a couple of Trump rallies that turned out very badly, in terms of their orientation to the underlying reason we weren't campaigning in a normal way, the pandemic, there wasn't a full tilt national campaign that we'd all grown up with in the modern media era. We're going to go back to that, but it will have been a significant period of time of not witnessing that.
Yeah. Well, I think
that feels to me like a variable.
Yeah, I mean, the variables are that it is going to be different this time, and it's going to be different because it's kind of flipping the deck in the sense that Biden is now running as sort of, well, as legitimately the incumbent, but also that the primary process is being changed and they're skipping New Hampshire, for example. And so, you know, what impact does that ultimately have? And, you know, I think obviously people are upset in New Hampshire about that. It's created an opening for RFK Jr. or others or Cornel West or whoever to go up there and, you know, in a vacuum, you can make a lot of noise. And there's a vacuum there now. Now, I just read, I think just this week, about the Biden campaign or Democrats suddenly kind of furiously under the radar putting together some sort of campaign to write in a write-in campaign to make sure that they're not embarrassed by it. At least it's like, oh, well, we didn't do anything, but look, we got this big write-in vote. So those kind of dynamics can really affect, again, in this sort of thing, these small little states, you know, kind of counter to the 20 thing, can have an impact in ways that we might not have anticipated.
And Jennifer, the stereotypical knock on the Biden campaign in 2020 is he never left the basement. Whether that's not true, but that idea that it was a non-campaign and this will be a test of his not only physicality but actual campaigning approach, that's going to be part of the microscope.
It will, but I think that will help the Democrats because it was really to their detriment. I think that it wasn't just Biden, but like a lot of Democratic candidates weren't able to really campaign. And so then people don't feel like they're part of something that's so important, volunteering, like all the kind of networks that you build in a campaign, going to rallies. That was just, it was all bloodless for everyone. And I think that, you know, I remember talking to one Senate candidate, I was like, how's it going? He's like, I don't know. I
can't get a feel for it.
I cannot, and you know, that's how politicians are, right? They want to get a feel for how people are really feeling. So I think that it will be, that was setting up, that whole setup definitely advantaged Trump, I think, in 2020.
Do you think it advantaged him?
I think it advantaged Trump because, you know, just like Democrats weren't really knocking on doors. They weren't really, you know, they just didn't have a good sense of how people were feeling, and people weren't hearing from them, and there was nothing to go to, and there was no excitement, and it was just like, it was not fun. And this needs to be, you got to have the element of fun in this too.
So, assuming for just a second, Mark, that it's Biden and Trump, is that an incumbent against incumbent election? And if it is, where does this hunger for change factor in, and who's it a referendum on?
Well, this is the classic choice versus a referendum, right? And I know that drill really well from 2004. And, you know, we had a guy who had his approval rating was 38%, sitting right about where Biden is now. Very unpopular war in Iraq. And, you know, by all the conventional metrics, he was going to lose. And so it couldn't be a referendum on George Bush. It had to be a choice between Bush and Kerry. And, you know, and for 100 different reasons, that's set up strategically perfectly by having Kerry as the opponent for whom we could make it a choice to talk about his character versus Bush versus, you know, you may disagree with Bush, but you know where he stands. Kerry, you don't know what he's going to, that sort of thinking was, and it made it possible for us to make it a referendum. And that, obviously what Trump wants to do is make it a referendum on Biden.
Right.
And Biden's got to make it a choice between him and Trump. And that, I mean, I think we tend to overcomplicate these things, but that's really as simple as it is.
And Jennifer, it is assumed or asserted by those looking at this race, jumping ahead, and I'm not suggesting that I know this to be true or anyone here does, Trump-Biden, that if it's Trump-Biden, Biden will make it a referendum on Biden, and his 4 years previous to Biden's advantage him.
Advantage Trump.
Trump, yeah.
Yeah. So I have met voters who voted for Biden and told me they're going to vote for Trump this time. Those people do exist. I talked to a truck driver in Des Moines who was like, yeah, I voted for Biden, but, I can't afford gas. I don't like Trump, but, I could afford, my 401k was doing, I don't like Trump, but, I could afford milk. And concerns about democracy or just are a luxury that some people feel like they can't afford. So there is, he can make a very good argument. I hear it from, you go to Trump rallies, it's like there weren't any wars, the economy was doing better, I could afford things, prices were lower, like
the border was secure or more secure. He throws that in.
the border was more secure.
That has been a liability among independents for the president for 3 years.
So that is, so I think it's going to, it will be both, it'll be a referendum on, it's like not a binary, it'll be a referendum on both of them. And so I think that, what you see the Biden campaign doing now is they can't just rely on scaring everyone about how terrible the Trump, Trump's second term will be, although that I think ultimately Biden won't win. He'll beat Trump, right? He'll beat Trump because people will see that as a threat. But you have to, particularly with younger people, voters of color, you voted for him in 20 and it mattered. And I think that it made a difference, and things are different. And you may not convince people, so long as prices are higher than they were before, that the economy is great. But look, there is a plan. It is working. We are making gains. Things are getting better. And I think when you're also team democracy, I think the Biden campaign looks as if they're team democracy, Trump is team chaos. You got to prove that team democracy can deliver results. Just that the theory can work, right? Congress can do things. Weirdly, the last Congress was the most bipartisan, productive Congress in at least 2 decades. And even now, with how dysfunctional the Republican House is, we didn't shut down, we didn't do the debt limit, prove that that government can work.
We got rid of George Santos.
They got rid of George Santos today, baby steps, but I think it's so, the credibility that government can function, democracy can respond, is really critical. So Biden's going to have to do, that's where I think the accomplishments matter, not so much that your insulin is going to cost less, although that's a big deal for people. They're buying into, Americans understand this is an existential election, right? So it's are you buying into the notion that it can still work and it can still produce results for you, or are you buying into, that's Biden, or are you buying into the notion that we just need to blow the whole thing up? And that's why that's where I think the accomplishments for Biden really matter.
One thing I'll say about that is that I think the Trump campaign, and I think this is more Trump than the campaign, because one thing I will say is he's got a much smarter team around him right now. Some very, solid people like Susie Wiles around him giving him good advice. But what I think has been a strategic mistake, again, I think that's just part of Trump's reflex, is he's making it about vengeance and retribution.
Yeah.
And he's showing his cards about what he's planning to do. And I don't see any real strategic upside to that other than to scare the hell out of people, which is exactly what Biden wants. So I think he's on much safer ground. Just, again, you sort of say in this vacuum, things were great back then. No wars, gas, this, that. There's just this sort of, hazy picture of the time before without talking about, this dark future ahead where we're going to be jailing my political opponents and that sort of thing.
Right. So it is obvious that the economy filters through every presidential election. It is the dominant issue. That's a given. But I want Mark and then Jennifer to address the potency and saliency from your perspective of immigration and abortion.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll take immigration, you can take abortion.
Okay. That was smart.
The one thing that's just astounds me is that one of the reasons that I crossed the bridge to work for George W. Bush, I worked for Ann Richards, that's a demographic of one that worked for both of those people. But part of the reason I crossed that bridge was I loved his message about compassionate conservatism, and a lot of that had to do with our neighbors to the south, and a very friendly embrace of Mexico, of immigration in general. And during the 1999 campaign for the presidency, George Bush talked about immigration and immigration reform ideas. And I remember people going to him in the back room saying, do not talk about this. It's a third rail. Don't, other than lock them up and send them home, we don't want to hear about it. And he's like, I'm going to talk about it. This is something I feel strongly about. And that's one of the reasons that I felt strongly about supporting him, is that he felt, even if it was not popular, he was going to do it.
He was also the last Republican president to win a majority of the vote, and
yeah,
he was reelected.
Great point.
And
now I'm looking at this. That was 1999. That was 25 years ago that he had promised to do that. And not only are we no further ahead, we're further behind, I would say, on that issue. And the one thing I will say critically about Biden on this issue, listen, it is enormously complicated and fraught politically and all that. I just think that he could have done a better job of making it seem like it was a priority to Democrats, to just say, we care about this, go there more often. And here's a really good example of it that struck me as how he could have done more to show that he cared about it, which is to say that you remember when DeSantis did his thing about putting people on the plane and flew them up to Martha's Vineyard? Yeah. You may have disagreed with that, but as a tactical political move, pretty savvy. There's like people like Mayor Adams now in New York going, we don't want these people here, get them out of here.
Right.
But what I saw, some article on a web page, halfway down was an article, MSNBC or somebody saying, as it turns out, the Biden administration has plans on the shelf at DHS where they have a fund and they notify different jurisdictions around America to say, let us know if you're interested in taking immigrants, and if you are, we will give you resources. And they could have had a whole plan to say, we're going to take these, Texas and Florida, or Texas shouldn't bear the whole brunt of immigration. It's a federal problem. We should share the sacrifice. And Chicago takes some, LA takes some, spread it out. And so what shocked me about that was, A, that there was a plan, and then B, that they didn't talk about it. Because as soon as DeSantis did his thing, he said, well, we have first of all, they could have shut off that plan or shut it down by doing it first and say, we got a plan. Here it is.
Well, and as DeSantis and Governor Abbott said, those flights were already happening. The Biden administration was moving around just quietly.
Yeah.
So you're doing it. We're going to do it.
I remember doing this during the Obama administration, but like when we had the unaccompanied
So
children.
take credit for what you're doing.
Right.
And I guess it's part of it.
But identify it more as a priority and not look as if you're constantly responding only to the critics on that.
Yeah, exactly right.
Or that the problem doesn't exist.
Or the problem doesn't exist.
Everybody can see
and there was some
problem.
denialism about that the first year of the Biden administration.
Yeah.
The White House would never say, forget this word crisis, we're not going that's your word, not ours. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is always a loser when the problem is nobody ever wants to give in to the press when they're like, call it a crisis, call it a crisis, call it a crisis. And you're like, we're not going to call it a crisis. It's like the only people who care about this fight are the staff and the reporters, and the rest of America is like, what are you people doing? So, because then it's like, but if we call it a crisis, then they're going to define it as a crisis. It's like, guess what they're doing? Defining it as a crisis without our cooperation. And then they'll just move on to something else that's a problem. It's like, yes, they will, because like this is how it works. So I think that, I worry it's a big issue, and it is. I think it's a big issue in terms of just the impact it's having on. I talked to Mayor Adams, the former mayor of Chicago, Mayor Lightfoot. I had a conversation with her about it. A lot of immigrants were sent there, and she's like, we can't handle this. These people are not permitted to work. They want to work. They're not permitted to work. We have no, and it's just like all of a sudden all the Democratic mayors are like, what is this?
Right.
So I think, it shouldn't just be borne by the border states, that burden. But I also think it feeds into what I said before about like just like chaos and things not working, and that is like that's a
And it undermines
dangerous-
governance.
Undermines
Which
governance,
is a strength that Biden wants to rely on.
So it is like that is a worrying thing. I do think that abortion rights is going to continue to be a very big thing. And even with voters, men and women both, that have concerns about, they want restrictions, that they want there to be a limit at, what point, what point abortions happen. It's just like, there's just this fundamental gut level thing. Do not tell women what to do. It's just like, it just was a wrenching moment for so many, tens of millions of people when that it was just like, and that is powerful and raw and still there, and an erosion of rights, the United States of America, and every example we have seen from June of 2022 to now says that issue is not diminishing. And Trump knows it's a problem. He's trying to moderate his language around it, but it's like, we have the clips, sir. All the times you took credit for this, the times you said, the one time, but we remember when you said a woman should be punished, like we remember, and so I think that's going to continue to be a very big issue.
The receipts, as the kids like to say. I've got the questions here, but one real quick thing. How do you analyze the state legislative elections in Virginia where the Republican governor, after the 2022 midterms, where the post-game consensus among Republicans was, well, we tried to ignore abortion, that didn't work, so Youngkin said, I'm going to lean into it. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to try to be a consensus builder. Not only did he not hold the Republican State Assembly, he lost that and made up no ground. Democrats achieved exactly all the goals that they wanted to, principally identifying abortion. What does that tell you about Republicans who try to lean into this and say, I'm here to bring you consensus? What does that tell you?
That blew me away because, so if people know, so Glenn Youngkin, governor of Virginia, the guy in the vest, people have he was hoping to perhaps run for president, and his strategy was he was going to win back the Senate in Virginia. I think they had, Amy Walters will know, but they needed to pick up a few seats in order for the Republicans to control the Senate. The Republicans did control the House, and he's like, my candidates are running on a 15-week ban. Now, public polling will show you that most Americans feel okay about that. In theory, again, this is my point about how polling on issues is dumb, because what really matters is like who's saying it and how people feel about the person that's delivering this message. And not only did he not capture the Senate, they lost the House, which was not, this was not something that Democrats in Virginia conceived of happening. In New Jersey, the two-term Democratic governor in midterm elections, that is a total setup for losing a bunch of seats. They picked up 5 House races. They picked up 5 House seats, just like out of nowhere. And it's like, this is the issue. So even the 15-week ban, it was like, people were just like, no, stop focusing on this. Stop telling women what to do. Like, go solve some problems. And that was like, oh, this is not dissipating. And people are not going to accept, they're not interested in hearing about, middle ground solutions right now. They just want you to back off and go do something else.
Mark, for you, from our questions, where did the Bush, Romney, Ryan Republican voters go? They seem to be not showing up in primaries. Are they not voting in primaries? Are they Democrats now?
I think a lot of them will be this fall if Donald Trump's the nominee.
Vote Democratic or sit it out.
Vote Democratic or sit it out. Yeah, I mean, I think there were I think a lot of people here who thought that the whole Trump experiment would burn out, and that we'd kind of come back to some version of the Republican Party that attracted us initially to the party. And I think it's become clear and clearer every day that it is no longer the party that I joined. with George W. Bush. It's something completely different that is 100% a reflection of Donald Trump. And so that's got a lot of people like me wondering if they're in the right place. And I voted for Joe Biden in 2020. So if that's the option, it's going to leave a lot of old line Republicans with no other option than to vote for a Democrat.
Another one for you, Mark, very quickly. What about a Trump-Haley ticket?
Well, again, to me, that would be such an obvious thing for Trump to do strategically. I mean,
which might argue against it.
Exactly. That's why I don't think it's going to happen. That's
Also,
exactly why it's not going to happen.
Brain.
Bird brain. Bird brain would be a little bit hard to dance around.
Well, not that he wouldn't.
Not impossible, but a little difficult.
That's the sort of thing that, conventionally speaking, would be a strategic no-brainer for Trump. I mean, on paper, and we've seen enough of. She's a great general election candidate. She's a woman of color, former governor, former UN ambassador. So checks so many boxes. Which is, you're looking at a VP. You want, I want the person who can take the job. Well, yeah, too. But how many boxes do they check? She checks like 9 out of 10. And so she'd be perfect, which is why, of course, he won't do it. And but the other, I think the more pertinent question is, would she? Now, I don't know anybody in history who's turned down the vice presidency, but this is a different deal. And this is, again, why I mentioned earlier, I've had a lot of interaction with a lot of these candidates and players, but I don't know her that well. I don't really know what makes her tick, other than I share Jennifer's observation, just having watched a lot of candidates, that I think she has really grown as a candidate. She's played AAA ball. She's come up through, she's played she's in the majors now. She's going to the show. She's worked her way up, and she's earned it.
Right. And the one thing I would say in addition to that is, in a crowded primary, the most important first thing you have to do is put yourself in a position to take advantage of an advantageous situation. That's the most important first thing you have to do.
Right.
You have to be in a position to take advantage of a shift in the winds. And she is best positioned right now, if there is a shift in the winds, to take advantage of that. That's the first priority in a crowded field.
Well, like I said,
It's not easy to do.
And not easy to do, right.
She could be the nominee of the Republican Party. She could be Trump's vice president. She could be the top of the no labels ticket.
Exactly. That's a lot of options. Jennifer, for you, question. People would be more comfortable with Biden if Harris was not on the ticket. Any chance of a VP change?
No.
Because?
Because, first of all, it's admitting weakness, and that is a bad idea for any presidential candidate. Even though it sounds appealing, I understand why that sounds appealing in the abstract. Second of all, black women voters, who are the best voters in America, they vote more by per capita than any other demographic, they would be, there's just no way. Interestingly, when she ran for president, President O'Biden? Did I call him President O'Biden? Just a little combo of Obama and Biden. President Biden, he had the support. He had most support of black voters. They did not gravitate towards Kamala Harris. Did not gravitate towards Cory Booker. But since she's been vice president, that's changed, and it would be. That would be catastrophic, and it would mean that he would lose. So that is not going to happen.
So, Mark, you'll get the last question, which means you get to the next to the last word. Why do Republican voters like Trump?
I'll take a stab at it. This gets into the category of where I sometimes think we complicate things that may be quite simple, which is traditionally, conventionally, and I think historically, we've always thought about presidential elections primarily as candidates who are arguing about the future, what the future is going to look like. And whoever argues most about who can envision the future wins the election. A deviation from that was 1996 when Bob Dole was the Republican nominee, and at his convention speech, he started talking about going backwards. He said, I want to go back to a time like when I grew up in Kansas.
I remember.
When we could leave our keys in the car. And it was safer then. And so he was talking about going back, not forwards. And the Clinton campaign pounced on that. And in his convention speech, they just immediately said, we're going to make this about the future. And he said, I'm going to build a bridge to the future 23 times in a 45-minute speech. And they just made it future versus the past. You want the future? Bill Clinton. You want the past? Robert Dole. And at that time in America, people were excited and embraced the future. I think Donald Trump just hit a hinge point in American history where there were enough Americans voting who were afraid of the future. They said, I don't like where this is going. There are people taking our jobs. There are new people that I don't recognize. My quality of life is diminished. My kids are on this TikTok thing. I don't like it. And when this guy comes along and says, I'll take it back. Let's go backwards. We're going to bring industrial stuff back. We're going to fire up the coal plants. He just painted a picture of a yesterday that looked better than tomorrow. And I think that was it. I really do. I think I boil it down to that.
It's really well said, Mark. Really well said. Yeah.
I take my cues from John on many things. The question he wanted to pose first. I've decided to pose last. The circus has ended. What is next?
Oh, stay tuned.
Oh, come on, come on.
Oh, I'll just give it a quick...
You can show a little more leg than that, please.
Oh, okay.
Very impressive.
Look at those socks.
I have a very strong sock
You got
game.
the sock
They have
game.
strong shoe games. I have strong sock game.
We've had a remarkable ride doing this show, but it took 10 years to get it on. I pitched it for 10 years because it's very complicated to do what we do. It's creating a documentary in a week, and it's a long story that I won't bore you with, but I will tell you that the idea of the show was to show the behind the scenes of an election, especially a presidential election, because we think they're fascinating, interesting things that are good for voters to see and hear about that make them more informed about elections. And we believe it's a noble process and good for voters to see about it. So that was the idea. We finally got to do it, and we did it, and we thought, great, we did it, one and done. Maybe come back 4 years later for the next campaign. And then 3 weeks into the Trump administration, Showtime came back and said, well, the circus hadn't stopped. Keep going. And I was skeptical. I thought, oh, God, it's Washington, it's static. How interesting could that be? Well, and I also thought there were going to be episodes where we wouldn't have enough material. And 130 episodes later, and every episode was, what are we going to cut? What are we going to cut? It was never an issue of like, there's not enough. Not once and not enough material. So we have this great time capsule of this era that started in 2015 till now that we got to cover. And I think it's a great time capsule of this fascinating era of American political history. It is odd that we're not going to do next year just because it would have kind of completed the journey. But there's no logic in Hollywood these days. It's a train wreck of conglomeration, graveyards of creativity. The whole models are melting down. And just to give you an example, Showtime won't be around next year. You won't get Showtime anymore. It's been subsumed and swallowed by Paramount. And Paramount is simply cutting everything they can to drive up their stock price, and it'll be sold to somebody in 2 years. So that's kind of the short version, and they don't care about politics. So all our champions and all our bosses from Showtime aren't there anymore.
They all got
They're all
fired
gone.
last year.
But by the way, I work for Paramount, so
Great company, great company.
that whole thing about optimism and wanting to shoot yourself in the head, I just felt that. So thanks, Mark.
It's fine.
Thanks.
They've made a decision that news is going to stay at CBS. That's the decision made.
Right.
It is not going. Showtime's not going to exist. But we do think there are other people who might be interested in.
And you've got a
buying the
podcast,
show.
so plug that.
I do. Oh, thank you. Yes, I do. I do a podcast on MSNBC it's the MSNBC sponsored podcast with Senator Claire McCaskill called How to Win 2024, where we sort of dissect like, okay, this will happen this week. How's it going to impact the election? So.
I'm going to have the last word. John's heard me say this before, and maybe some of you have as well. I always come back here because I'm proud to come back to Texas. I'm very proud to be associated with the Baker Institute. I arrived in Washington in 1990 as a very young reporter, and I wondered at that time, and throughout the 90s and even the 2000s, would there ever be a time in my life when I might be able to place a call to James Baker and he might call me back? To be invited here is a tremendous honor for me and suggests to me that the work I put in has had some meaning journalistically and in the political discourse. And to be invited by the Baker Institute, means a lot to me. That's why I always come back. So that's my last word. You've been a great audience. Fantastic panel. Big round of applause.
Great job, Major.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. As a former reporter and political columnist, this is one of my favorite panels. I always enjoyed it. Called A View from the Campaign Bus, it includes observations and thoughts from reporters who are covering the candidates. So let's get right to it. Our panel today includes Galen Becarier, who covers politics for the Des Moines Register. He previously reported on Missouri and politics, government and politics for the Springfield News Leader. Marianne Levine, a national political reporter for the Washington Post, writes about the 2024 presidential elections, and before then, her stint at the Post, she spent 8 years at Politico. It hadn't everybody. Seems like. Alex Thompson is a national political correspondent with Axios who has covered presidential campaigns, policy issues, and political analysis. His work has also appeared in the New York Times, Politico, Vice News, and Esquire. This panel will be monitored today by Julie Mason, an old friend, and host of the daily political talk show Julie Mason Mornings. If you don't listen to it, it's a real joy. Julie is a former elected board member of the White House Correspondents Association who has been a White House political reporter for Politico, the Washington Examiner, and many years ago, the Houston Chronicle. The two of us covered Houston City Hall for 2 years or so in the early 1990s. During that time, I got experience with a quick wit and sharp tongue that have gained her great notoriety. Before we start, once again, there's pen and paper on the tables. When you're ready to get them up to us, hand them. Julie, take it away.
All right, thanks, John. It's so great to be at the Baker Institute. Thank you all for coming out today and validating our work. And it's wonderful to be back in Houston, one of the best cities in the world with the best people. I've been all over the world with 2 different US presidents. I will take Houston every time, so thank you. All right, let's get started with this great panel of top reporters. This has been a season unlike any other, I think we can all say. Is there a point to this primary on either side, Marianne?
It's a great question. Some would say maybe not, but it is. I mean, I think that this election or this Republican primary, I mean, started out with the question of, is the Republican Party ready to move on from Trump? It felt after the 2022 midterms, it seemed like the Republican Party was kind of at another moment of questioning of whether or not they still wanted Trump to be the leader of their party. And it seems like at the moment, the party does not seem ready to move on. Mm-hmm. And I think that is the big question we had at the start of this primary. It seems like it's getting answered, but you never know sometimes what happens in politics.
Alex, thoughts?
Well, I'd say right now it obviously appears not, right? It appears that Trump is going to be the nominee and Biden's going to be the nominee. That being said, the primaries are fluid. I mean, it isn't that long ago where, 6 months ago, DeSantis was in contention for that number 2 spot. It really was a 2-man race. And what you've seen over the course of the primary is Donald Trump's campaign has been incredibly successful at turning this from a 2-person race, which it really was at the beginning, to a Trump versus everyone else race, and basically this dog pile to try to get the number 2 spot. And and there's a lot of reasons for that. Specifically, Trump spent $20 million on TV attacking DeSantis very early on. But the point being is that there was an actual primary. The problem is that it seemed to end in July.
Yeah, right. And Galen, what's the view from Des Moines? How does that look? Because you've had all the candidates through there. It's almost like a Potemkin primary.
Yeah, I mean, the view is, right now, a president or a prominent politician is never more vulnerable than when they haven't won in a while. He lost in 2020. There's a sentiment among a lot of Republicans that if you are going to get after Trump, you have to get at him immediately. There's, a sense that the Republican population in Iowa that a lot of folks have talked about today. There's a lot of contemplation. There are specific blocks in terms of the evangelical voters and other groups of folks in Iowa that are maybe not so comfortable with Trump. Maybe they're looking at moving on. There's a widespread sense that if you're going to get after Trump and expose a chink in his armor and look after, all right, how do we start to take him down, even if it's maybe not immediate? It has to happen in Iowa, and so that really has been ground zero. Of course, it's the first state, the first caucus, and so there's obviously always some importance there, but I think especially given the dynamics of this race, it has been.
What about the candidates who are skipping Iowa? That's always perilous, right? And we see like Chris Christie, for example, just putting all his eggs in New Hampshire.
Right. Yeah. I mean, from our point of view, we're focused in Iowa, especially at the Register, and so we haven't seen anything from Chris Christie, right? I mean, we'll certainly mention him in stories, but he's been a non-factor there.
I think Ron DeSantis has a desk in your newsroom.
Yes. I mean, he's there every week, frequently every weekend. I mean, he spent a lot of time there. There's merit to be had in doing the full Grassley, hitting all 99 counties. I think early on, the DeSantis campaign determined that was going to be the way that they make inroads in that state. There is obviously trade-offs. If you're not going all in on Iowa, you obviously don't believe that the most effective strategy is immediately hitting Trump. For obviously, maybe Tim Scott and Nikki Haley, there's a certain amount of calculus to South Carolina still being early on. I think maybe folks hoped to tap into some of the voter sentiments in New Hampshire, but certainly I think we've seen, especially with the DeSantis campaign, it's been all in on Iowa.
Alex, the voters are in a rotten mood this year. Mm-hmm. How is that going to play out in the election?
Well, the thing is, voters are screaming, and at least two pollsters, that they do not want a Trump-Biden rematch.
Uh-oh.
And so I think that this could manifest itself in a few different ways. In 2020, you had the highest turnout. I mean, you had the highest turnout ever, but by percentage, it was also a huge leap in terms of voter turnout. I think if this sour mood continues, you could see a pretty precipitous drop if it is Trump, Biden, and then that becomes a very interesting question of which side is more motivated. In which case, you'd probably give the edge to Trump, just given that he is a base candidate. He has his people are going to show up no matter what. And Biden wasn't ever really a base candidate. He was an electability candidate.
Right, great point. What do you guys think? Why are Americans, so grouchy?
I mean, I think the pandemic has a lot to do with it, right? I mean, you talk to voters and you ask them, was your life better before or after the pandemic? And most people will say before. So I think it almost feels like we have a post-COVID haze that is contributing to a lot of this. I think there's frustration with the economy, with inflation, and it just feels like there's just a broader dissatisfaction with the two pretty unpopular people who are likely to be at the top of the ticket. I think there's just kind of a frustration, broadly speaking, about where the state of our politics are right now.
Yeah, I feel like the parties are not sending us their best. Let's talk about some of the individual candidates. Galen, Nikki Mentum, how significant was that Koch organization endorsement? Is it real? I mean, she's basically tied with Marianne Williamson, and we're acting like she's a real threat to Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I think to speak on the Americans for Prosperity, the Koch network endorsement, I think that matters. They have a pretty solid infrastructure in terms of door knocking in Iowa and especially other states, but particularly in Iowa. They've been on the ground sort of testing anti-Trump messaging for months now. And so I think that is important. They obviously want to have a strong sort of ground game and have roots down in Iowa. We've seen, our recent Register poll had her tied with Ron DeSantis in second place. They were both at 16%. And so that momentum off of, whether it be her performance at the debates, whether it be a sort of national bump in terms of the political class talking about her, that is real. And, we've seen interest in her at events across the state. I think remains to be seen on whether that is a long-term thing and she can continue and maybe push herself up into a stable second place, or if it is a sort of fad and maybe she does dip again.
There's been an idea on the right, Alex, about consolidation theory, right? If all these Republican candidates get out of the race and just leave one other person with Trump standing, all that support will go to that person and that'll be a legit challenger to Trump. But what we saw when Tim Scott dropped out, right, to those who noticed, his support just went in several different directions. So there was no actual consolidation. But if everyone gets out and it's just Nikki Haley, do you think this changes the game a little bit?
Well, so every single candidate who is not Donald Trump, this is their sort of bank shot theory of the case, is that, and that's why a lot of them haven't really attacked Donald Trump, Chris Christie notwithstanding, is because the idea is all you have to do is get second place. And then once you're in second place, everyone will be pressured to drop out, and you have that month-long period between the New Hampshire primary and South Carolina primary. It'll be a one-on-one race, and then there's not really a next step, because to your point, there is no data to suggest that a one-on-one race with Trump ends any way except for Trump winning, because if Ron DeSantis, so let's say it goes DeSantis, Nikki Haley, DeSantis drops out, it's Nikki. There's significant evidence that a significant portion of Ron DeSantis' vote will just go to Trump.
Right.
And so, maybe it will work, but at the moment there is no data, no polling to suggest it will.
The previous panel was talking about weird scenarios, like maybe it won't be Biden and Trump. I wonder if we're going to look back on these conversations and be like, we were not prepared for the surprise, be it the actuarial tables or the legal system or whatever comes for either one of them. I just, don't you all feel like there are just some variables that we're not anticipating in this race?
Sorry.
Anyway, jump in.
Let's say actuarial tables play in, and then all of a sudden Joe Biden drops out, and then Dean Phillips is the only person in the race and on the ballot. That could happen. You never know.
Yeah. Marianne, why didn't Ron DeSantis do better? He was supposed to be the one.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think there was a couple different things, right? I think he came in with sky-high expectations in May, and there was a lot of chatter, there was a lot of perspective that he was going to be the person to take on Trump. But I think it's a couple things. The DeSantis team made the bet that voters wanted someone who was to the right of Trump. They thought that this message that Trump wasn't conservative enough would resonate with people. That does not appear to have resonated. So I think that's one of the issues. Another is also, I think there's partly a candidate issue too. A
likability issue?
A likability issue potentially.
Right. Americans want to like their president, and he just doesn't seem super likable.
There's that, but there's also the fact that that Trump really attacked DeSantis. I think that is a huge factor here. The Trump campaigns did not really attack anyone else except Ron DeSantis, and I think that also weakened him. And you also had the fact that Trump got into the race pretty early, and DeSantis got in May, and he had attacks from Trump up until that point, and I think that's a hard thing also to recover from. And then on top of that, you also have the indictments that really boosted Trump's support in the Republican primary. So I think it's a complicated answer. I'm sure the DeSantis campaign's trying to figure it out in these 7 weeks before Iowa. But yeah, there's a lot of questions about his messaging and questions too about how the campaign was operating. He also was testing this idea of the super PAC really doing a lot of work that a traditional campaign would do. And so I think his operation is kind of a test of that theory, and it does not appear to be going particularly well right now.
Galen, when you see DeSantis interacting with voters in Iowa, how does that go? What does that look like?
Yeah, I think there's definitely been some improvement on that front. There were several news cycles early on when he first started hitting the ground, and in the current age of social media, viral videos and viral clips, regardless of the full context of them, they have a lot of power. And I think the Trump campaign knew that. I think they jumped on that. I think folks across the aisle who didn't want to see DeSantis succeed in the first place jumped on that. I think he's mostly been able to rectify some of that. That obviously remains, right? If you're iffy on DeSantis and you're a potential Republican caucus goer, and then you have an interaction with him on the trail that's maybe, doesn't inspire you so much, you're probably not going to leave being like, all right, I'm all in on Ron. I want to go caucus for him. And so I think it's another hurdle for him to overcome, right? I think if the campaign had rolled out flawlessly and he immediately had established himself as someone that was able to stand toe-to-toe and immediately sort of coalesce that anti-Trump or Trump-hesitant vote, that wouldn't have been as much of an obstacle. But as it stands and as it stood in the past few months, that was just one more hump he had to get over.
I feel as a nation we should discuss Vivek Ramaswamy. The troubled child of the primary season. His negatives seem to go up and up and up. I believe he's rented an apartment in Des Moines.
Yes.
There was no way to stop him. What does he do next? Like, what happens to that guy? I mean, cabinet member in the next Trump administration for sure, but like, what's the rationale for that guy? And no one wants to touch it. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Galen.
I've been on the trail with Vivek a decent amount. I think what we've seen, most of the country, I think, has seen him on the debate stage. And what we've kind of seen him do there is take on the role of Trump. When I listen to Vivek on the trail, he's probably the least critical of Trump as a candidate. The extent of Vivek's attacks on Trump are that he did a good job, but it's time to move on, and I'm the natural successor, I'm younger,
The next
I'm a business
generation of
outsider.
Trump, yeah.
Exactly. You'll very rarely, I mean, his whole campaign is founded on the idea that I'm not afraid to talk about any topic or criticize anyone. Just this week, he was attacking Kim Reynolds and a bunch of Iowa Republicans on a specific ag and energy issue. So none of that is off limits for him. I think he has sort of become that Trump avatar on the debate stage, sort of taking on those positions, and we've seen Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis and pretty much everyone on stage clash with him. And it hasn't necessarily done him any favors in national polling. The more people see of him, they don't necessarily like him. But he has brought a sort of different brand and energy to the stage and to the trail that I think people aren't necessarily seeing in candidates not named Donald Trump.
He and now Nikki Haley also is talking about gutting the federal workforce.
Yes.
Like, she wants term limits of 5 years. I mean, we see what term limits has done to Houston. Opinions vary. But he just wants to gut it. 75% gone. It's extraordinary that idea has purchase. Alex, what do you think?
Well, so I think the thing about Vivek that I actually find very interesting is that I feel that he is part of this I feel like every cycle you get more and more people that run for president just to up their profile, to become sort of famous. I think like the reality television show aspect of our presidential races now in some ways makes it appealing. And I think the thing is that, you know, Pete Buttigieg basically went from being mayor of South Bend to transportation secretary because he ran for president. And I mean, you go back like Ben Carson also became secretary of HUD. Like, you know, people with no political experience are able to somehow establish themselves as political players just by running for president. So in some ways, I think while Vivek is really the only one of this cycle, I bet you the next several cycles, you're going to see more and more of them.
That's very cynical, but you're absolutely right. I've heard Alex described as brilliant. Let's talk about Chris Christie, right, and his campaign, because he has been a one-man wrecking ball. Marianne, there's so much pressure on him to get out of the race. He seems disinclined to do so.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing no signs that he wants to get out anytime soon. I mean, he's consistently made the debate stage, and I think he got into the race essentially saying, you know, I'm going to take on Trump in the debate stage. And I mean, it's kind of an issue when Trump's not on the debate stage, which has kind of been one of his challenges. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to see what the theory of the case is for Chris Christie. I mean, some people think it might be kind of a redemption tour after he supported Trump, which seems to be the case for some other candidates. But it is a question that I think a lot of people have of why is he still in this race when there does not appear to be a path. I mean, he's obviously betting very heavily on New Hampshire, but he's not polling. I'm pretty sure he's polling below Nikki Haley right now in New Hampshire, and so and then what happens after that? So it's pretty. I mean, his theory of the case I think is a little bit confusing right now, and it's not entirely clear. And I'm sure some of Haley's supporters are frustrated that he's still in the New Hampshire race because they think that he's kind of sucking up some of the voters who would potentially go to her. And so yeah, it's an interesting question. I don't think we quite have the answer to why he's still doing this.
There was a change overcame him, though, right? In the last debate, we saw him, and it seemed almost like he actually wants the nomination now. He's not just in it to mess with Trump. He actually would like to be the nominee. And he brought like his statesman persona, which we haven't seen before. He was talking about issues and our nuclear submarines and things like that, or nuclear, as George W. Bush would say. But there seemed to be a change that overcame him. And do you guys agree, or do you think he was just always Chris Christie?
I mean, I think all
It's
these,
okay to disagree.
all these guys want to be president, right? I mean, I think that you don't do this unless there is some part of you that wants to be president. And I think what we've seen a lot with Christie, with Vivek, I mean, there is not a lot to lose by running for president. And so I think Christie's kind of emblematic of that in a lot of ways.
That's a really good point for the ones who are still in the race, but what about like Mike Pence and Tim Scott? Did they emerge from this better than they went in? Alex, what do you think?
With Mike Pence, I do think, in some ways, this was, for Mike Pence, a lot of this, I think you can't underestimate the fact that it was almost like about his own pride. Essentially, like the president he served under, sick to mob on him that was calling to hang him, right? And he was like, I'm not just gonna lay down and give up. And I think, and then he got to go on that debate stage and get everyone on the record and challenge all of them. Do you think I did the right thing? And I think, for him, his campaign didn't end, it ran out of money. But I think that was as much a part of why he did this. Tim Scott, I don't think, I think a lot of questions are now about him as a presidential candidate next time. I think if he were to run in the future, a lot of people would be very skeptical and be like, you can't fly home every weekend to go to church with your mom, which is something that he did and insisted upon, which is very nice and lovely. But any campaign operative would tell you, well, you know what? We'll just fly her to Iowa.
Mm-hmm. Go to church. They have churches in Iowa.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's a great point. What do you think, Galen?
Yeah, I mean, I think particularly for Pence and Scott, I mean, the theory of their Iowa case was to be able to tap into that evangelical community, right? Like that was going to be their inroad. Hopefully there, once you can establish yourself as a legitimate figure who earns the respect of the leadership and the evangelical base, that's when you can start to build roots around the rest of the base. The issue is that never panned out, right? I mean, there's always a fight over the evangelical base. It has an outsized role in sort of the leadership of the conservative movement in Iowa, but Trump still has a decent stranglehold. I mean, polling has indicated that evangelicals still like Trump, and even if they don't like Trump, some of them like Nikki, some of them like DeSantis. I mean, there's enough division.
What about the Vanderplaats endorsement? Is it significant? I mean, he's significant, but is the endorsement?
Sure. I think, the Trump campaign would have you think no. I think it's an important signal. I think endorsements like Vanderplaats, and then I think more importantly, no disrespect to Mr. Vanderplaats, with Governor Kim Reynolds, endorsements like that, especially given this time of the race, are signals to the Republican caucus-going community that this is the person I believe. I've been around Iowa a long time. I've sided with winners before, especially in the case of Vanderplaats. That's something he touts a lot. I've picked the winner. I've picked Santorum. I know how to identify someone that can win the Iowa caucuses, even if they don't end up winning the nomination. I think it's a signal to voters, I'm coming with this person, you should too. My endorsement believes that I have faith in this person to win Iowa, to beat Trump, and I have a lot to lose. So you should come along with me. And I think for DeSantis, the DeSantis camp, that's a big coup because they've struggled to gain upward momentum from the very start. They've had, bumps that they've had to get over. So that's been a big deal for them.
So Iowa voters, do you think they will punish Chris Christie for not really campaigning in the state?
Yeah, I mean, I don't envision him being competitive in the Iowa caucus whatsoever.
All right, we need to talk about RFK Jr. Right, there was a story recently, he has a new book coming out about the Wuhan bioweapon. And independent bookstores are not stocking it because they're tired of these doomsday books. We're all gonna have to buy it on Amazon. And he's mad about that, which is just a little anecdote, but it's emblematic of the troubles he's having in this race. How do you guys handle RFK Jr.? Alex?
Well, you say troubles, but the guy is polling at 20%.
I know. What would Nikki Haley do for 20%?
Yeah, right? I mean, and his race has been fascinating. He still needs to get on the ballot in a lot of these states. The book is interesting because they're saying, oh, it's about doomsday, but I bet you it's a little bit more. What they don't want to say is they're worried about misinformation, disinformation, but it's easier to say. If you look at the New York Times bestseller list, there've been a lot of doomsday books. So I don't know if Americans are in the mood for just
a happy book?
Yeah, I don't think so. So I bet you that the Wuhan cover-up RFK Jr. book will actually probably sell pretty well on Amazon. But what's sort of ironic about the RFK Jr. thing, though, is that conservative media just covered him relentlessly the first 6 months when he was challenging Biden in the Democratic primary as a way of hurting Biden. It was like it wasn't that he deserved all that outright coverage. It really was designed, oh, look how weak Biden is. And as a result, RFK's numbers with Republicans are pretty good. And now that he's running as an independent, he could actually end up hurting Donald Trump more than he would Joe Biden.
Hannity seemed to have some thoughts on that matter. But with regard to RFK Jr., I admit I've struggled with him because I'm not sure that he's not mentally ill. And it's like interviewing Kanye. I don't even mean that to be sarcastic. Like, I'm not sure he's right, like all there. And it's what are the ethics of dealing with this guy? But how do you guys handle it? Just treat him like another candidate?
I mean, I think you have to obviously call him out when he is saying falsehoods.
Every minute.
But I mean, I do think that we do need to cover him, and I think there are obviously broader questions of how to cover him. But he is, as Alex pointed out, polling with 20%. And so I think we can't just ignore the fact that he's also in this race. And so I think it's a question that's probably every newsroom has to figure out. But I think the way you do it is like we do with many other candidates, is you call them out when they're saying things that are conspiracy theories or just completely inaccurate, and just state it very, very straightforwardly in your story.
Galen, how does the Des Moines Register handle RFK Jr.?
Yeah, we had met with his campaign early on, and they had indicated that he would be on the ground in Iowa at points. That hasn't really happened, so we have not had to have a lot of, sort of conversations about that. But I mean, obviously, I'll echo what Marianne said there.
Do you have a sense of why does he not have the money to campaign in Iowa?
I'm not sure it's a money issue. The Democratic caucus scene is a little weird in Iowa now. I mean, it's not first on the calendar anymore. Biden's not there. Marianne Williamson and Dean Phillips haven't been there at all. It's kind of just it's a little barren for Democrats right now, so there probably isn't. But I mean, he's running now as an independent. So, I hear mostly about him when I ask Republican caucus goers and folks at events what other candidates they like. And when he was still running as a Democrat, they would often be like, I would never cross the aisle, but I would consider, supporting RFK Jr., which I thought was interesting, and it makes sense now that he's running as an independent.
And how does that work with the caucuses? If people want to caucus for RFK Jr.,
well, he's an independent, so
right,
it wouldn't be part of the Republican or Democratic caucus.
Interesting. Okay. Moving on to Marianne Williamson. I feel like she's not making the splash she did last time. Is she getting coverage? Are you guys hearing about her?
Well, part of the reason is because there's no debates.
Oh,
right.
That's right.
I also her campaign, just on a practical level, has had no shortage of process stories. I think she might be on her third campaign manager already. She's been in debt, but I think the main thing where she was able to sort of get coverage is because she does have stage presence, right? And so on that debate stage, she was, she was able to sort of exude that energy and catch attention.
I mean, what kind of coverage, Marianne, has the Washington Post given that campaign?
We have not given a lot of coverage to Marianne Williamson. We don't have any reporters assigned to her.
Media elite.
Yeah, no, I don't think she's not, as I would echo what Alex said. We've not been paying much attention to her.
And Galen, did you say she's not been on the ground much?
No, there
not really a presence. Interesting. All right. Cornel West, which seems to have the Biden campaign on a little bit of high alert. Is he a serious threat? What do you think, Marianne?
I mean, I think there's a question of I think the broader question of, where can he get on the ballot? I think that's I think a broader challenge. And so, I mean, when I talk to Democrats, it doesn't feel like they're looking at Cornel West as a real threat to Biden. But I think there is a broader question of, if he makes ballots in certain states, is that does that affect the campaign, and does that take away black voters from Biden?
And Galen, what is Dean Phillips up to?
That's a good question. I mean, I think with the case of Representative Phillips' campaign, and I mean, I think I would echo the same sentiment for Cornel West and to a certain extent RFK Jr. when he was running as a Democrat, is obviously, these candidates are who they are and their personalities are on display, but I think any amount of, support for them as individuals can also be read as just dissatisfaction with, either President Joe Biden running for re-election, whether it be dissatisfaction among Democrats with his age, perhaps they take issues, maybe they're not, he hasn't taken a stance that they like, especially for folks on the left, whether it be the foreign policy and otherwise. I think a decent way to understand some of these campaigns is there's some dissatisfaction in some wings of the Democratic Party, whether that be folks toward the middle who are dissatisfied with some of his policies or folks further on the left. And they're finding their choice of candidate, even if it's not solidified and for good, this is kind of the opportunity for them to display that dissatisfaction and channel it into support, even if it's temporary for one of those challengers.
Alex, have you covered any Dean Phillips events or anything like that?
I'm actually going up to New Hampshire late next week to cover some of them. I've watched some of them. I've watched some of his interviews. What's sort of interesting about his campaign is, there are a few things. One is it's been a logistical mess. He's already dismissed his first campaign strategist, campaign manager, and Steve Schmidt. They shipped him off over to the super PAC. They brought in a whole new team from the one that he launched with. Honestly, it took me a week to even get a call back and I was just emailing the info@ email address constantly. To give you an idea of sort of the logistics. The other thing though that I find interesting and sort of ironic about the Dean Phillips campaign is that he is running, his main message is electability, which is the exact same thing Joe Biden ran on and won with in 2020. And at the time it was mocked as not that inspiring. I mean, Joe Biden was literally running ads in Iowa with polls in them, right? And being he's the most electable candidate. But now that all the polls show that he would be losing, they're now critical that we do too much horse race coverage. And so it is, I think there are some Democrats in Congress that are sympathetic to what Dean Phillips is doing and sympathetic to his message and are very concerned about Joe Biden winning. I think their main criticism of him is that you should have done it in January, this last January, that it's too late and now your only purpose is to hurt Biden. But, we'll see.
Now, no labels is also an issue in this cycle. Democrats are enraged about this, but they seem rather sanguine about Trump.
Sanguine about
Trump, about the threat of Trump. Trump, no one's going to vote for Trump. He's crazy and a crooked and an obvious threat. But no labels, that's the problem.
I do. I've talked to plenty of Democrats that are freaked out about Trump, but I also think to your point, there is sort of a confidence, or at least a feeling that it's interesting. I think they're more panicked about Nikki Haley in some ways than Trump, because they're we can at least beat Trump, and I don't think they have that as the same level of confidence that they do if anyone else were to be the nominee.
Do any of you have a sense of no labels, how real a threat they are? Are they going to field candidates? What are they actually up to? I talked to them, and I don't even know.
I think there's a broader question of who would do it, right? And there's been a lot of speculation about Senator Manchin, who's not running for re-election, but he's also said he doesn't want to be a spoiler. And so I think there's a lot of questions of who. I think it would really depend on who the candidate is that no labels would put forward, and I think that's pretty unclear right now.
The Joe Manchin, Larry Hogan unity ticket.
That would be the hope for I'm sure some supporters of no labels. But Manchin has said he does not want to be a spoiler. He tends to also like media attention, so it's hard to predict how this is going to play out. But I think until there's actually a candidate that they have that they're willing to run, it's pretty hard to predict how that is going to go.
But Galen, isn't it just one more of these weird variables in this cycle?
It is, yeah, and I would agree that, it's another weird variable. I think it's impossible. I'll echo what Marianne said. Until there's an actual candidate that you can poll and see interact with voters, it's almost impossible to actually understand the full extent. I think when you see polls about dissatisfaction or interest in a third party, I think some of that is very real. And then also, like I said, I think some of that is just the idea of dissatisfaction between having a rematch between two candidates that are not very well liked right now. But like I said, until you put a face to the ticket, it's almost impossible to understand.
Right, that's the thing. Theoretically, everyone loves the idea of another candidate in the race, but then you give them a name and they're like, nah, not that one. Right, so there goes that idea. Interesting. All right, Trump's legal issues. We've seen a couple of polls recently that show that voters say, well, I'm with him, unless he gets convicted, and then I'm not with him. make that make sense, because as the previous panel was saying, dude got indicted a bunch. He's about to lose his empire. He's been credibly accused of sexual assault. But the convictions would make a difference. All of you on that one.
It's one of those polling answers where I'm skeptical that it would actually be in reality. I think it's like, if you believe that the prosecution was all a witch hunt, then why wouldn't you think the conviction is part of a witch hunt? I think it's one of those things where like, oh yeah, probably, but in practice, I
go to church 3 days a week.
Yeah. Right. And I also think we are overrating the idea that any of these trials are going to be over before Election Day. And even if they are, even if there is a conviction, Donald Trump is going to appeal it right away. And so even if you get a conviction, he's going to be able to say, well, we're still going through the system, right? And I'm just skeptical that I do think they are going to be a huge part of the election story. Trump's legal team and his campaign are essentially one. And we actually are going to have 3 special counsel reports likely brandished over the next year. You have the documents case, the January 6th case, you have the Biden documents case, which is supposed to be wrapping up, and you have the Hunter Biden special counsel. And Merrick Garland has said he's going to make these reports public at some point.
Make it stop! Galen, Midwesterners are far less cynical than these Washington
I wouldn't
types.
guarantee that.
No.
It depends.
A Trump conviction, does that change the game, or?
I mean, it could. I mean, I think what you see in a conviction is like an extension of a sentiment that I hear a lot with the prosecutions, which is that supporters of Trump, and even Republican Iowa caucus goers who don't support Trump but are looking at another candidate, are primarily worried about the prosecutions as a way that could hamper his agenda going forward. And so that's a belief that spans both folks who don't believe that the prosecutions have any merit whatsoever and folks who will say, yeah, he probably did some stuff wrong. I'm a little worried about these cases. And folks who say, I'm all in for Trump, or no, I'm done with him, I'm looking elsewhere. There's a worry that, even though these cases almost certainly won't be wrapped up by the election, will a president with a potential conviction looming over him be able to execute his agenda and get any legislative action done on Capitol Hill? We don't know. We've never seen it before, but it sure seems like a tough ask. And I think a lot of voters have done some of that math in their head and are a little worried. That being said, I would echo what Alex said, right? I mean, if you don't believe in the prosecution in the first place, I don't, why would you think there's any merit to convictions, particularly if he wins the election and is now in office and all of that is put off?
Marianne, are you on board with these men?
Yeah, I think so. I think the thing about Trump is people's opinions about him are pretty baked in. And that has been the case for many years. Similarly, people's opinions about Biden are pretty baked in. And so it's hard, I think how you think about the convictions, how you think about the cases, it really depends on just how you view Trump broadly. And so it's hard to see someone saying, oh, well, I'm against the indictments, but oh no, he got convicted. I think that how people feel about Trump and why this is an interesting election cycle is we have 2 candidates at the top of the tickets where voters know how they feel about both of them. And so I think that the conviction, it's hard to see a conviction really making the difference. And we also just have such a shrinking number of swing voters, right, over the last few cycles that it's hard to see the conviction being something that's really going to change someone's mind about Trump if they haven't already decided whether or not they're going to vote for him again.
Galen, it seems that Democrats are really counting on abortion to help them next year. I know a lot of states are trying to load some abortion referenda onto their ballots. Is that going to be enough? Because Biden really hasn't done it. He's not able to do much on this issue. So how does that play?
Yeah, I think Democrats right now, part of the calculus is, what's key is going to be the swing states, right? And I think we've seen, plenty of discussion and in some cases, ballot referendums in my home state of Missouri, it's looking like there's going to be one there that Democrats are counting on to, both help local and state candidates and also, boost turnout at the top of the ticket with things like that. I think based on polling we've seen and the last couple, off-cycle years and also special elections this year, abortion remains a potent issue for Democrats. There's little to suggest otherwise. I think Republicans have been struggling to figure out where they should land as a party, where's the best line to draw. Several news cycles, several cattle call events in Iowa, almost entirely defined by how these candidates are answering on abortion. Do you want a 15-week ban? Do you want a total ban? Do you want exceptions for cases of pregnancies resulting from rape and incest, or emergency in the life of the mother? I mean, these are really hard conversations, and I think for Democrats so far, the discussion has been a lot easier, which is let's at least go back to the standard of Roe. Meanwhile, Republicans have to sort of reckon with the new landscape.
Yeah, when Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin came out with his 15-week plan, right, as like the standard for the party, I thought, that's not a bad place for them. Like maybe they can coalesce around that. But then we saw those election results, and the voters in Virginia said, man.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, this is a five-alarm fire. If you're a Republican operative, and the fact is that Ohio, you saw Youngkin, but you also saw Ohio, which has trended red in recent years, voted overwhelmingly for it. And the fact is that Democrats are probably going to have it on the ballot in swing state of Arizona, swing state of Nevada. Gretchen Whitmer did the exact same thing in 2022 to boost herself and have some of the largest Democratic majorities in the state. In New York State, which obviously the Democratic state won't matter in the presidential election, but is hugely determinative of who's going to win the House of Representatives, they have one on the ballot too. The only X factor is that Florida, which has the hardest standards of getting on the ballot, they started too late and they are rushing to see if they can get enough, if they can get it on the ballot. And honestly, if they do or don't, and it's a very close presidential election, that could end up determining, the state of the race.
and Galen, what are the other key issues? We got the economy, abortion, immigration, crime.
Yeah, I mean, you hear economy, cost of living, prices has been the number one thing when you talk to voters, what they hear. A lot of this cycle has been relatively light on some policy issues. I think a lot of it is determined by personalities right now. I think a lot of it is determined by what the direction of the Republican Party is. I'm mostly speaking about Republicans because that's who we get in Iowa this year. So it's a lot of that, but we hear a lot about that. Obviously, we hear a lot about foreign policy these last couple of months between, Israel-Hamas war and then also the war in Ukraine. Folks are really looking at, who do we want on the world stage representing the United States. I think part of that can probably contribute to the sort of moment that Nikki Haley is having right now, and obviously Trump sort of, clocking back into his record there. So we've seen that, but I would say by far economy, Republicans tapping into the idea of Bidenomics not being effective, that has sort of been the top line issue we've seen.
I mean, Biden goes around, he wants to talk about GDP and job creation, and people just want to talk about like grocery prices. It's such a mismatch, right? And just a reminder, we're looking forward to your questions, which are coming up. So, we've got those cards. We're looking forward to hearing what you want to know about this election cycle from these great reporters. Marianne, are we even going to have general election debates next year?
I do not know the answer to that question. I mean, I think it's hard to say. I mean, I don't think either, Trump is not committed to going to a general election debate. I mean, I think we don't know the answer to that question. The Presidential Commission, or the Commission the Commission for Debates, did put out a schedule next year for presidential debates, but I think we do have an open question of who is going to be participating in them.
I guess Biden could show up alone and have a conversation with himself.
I also think there is a realistic scenario where, because Trump, even though, to Marianne's point, has not agreed to debate, he has shown an eagerness to debate Joe Biden again. And I think there is a possibility in which Joe Biden sort of does what Kari Lake's opponent did this last cycle. You remember that the Democratic opponent declined to get on the stage with Kari Lake, said essentially that she wasn't going to get on the stage with like a known liar, and she took a lot of criticism for that in the national media and the local media, and she still won. And I think there's a possibility that you could see that happen.
Is it good for democracy, though, Galen? Do we need debates?
That'll depend on who you ask. I think it's a useful practice to see them side by side. But like going back to what Marianne said earlier, especially if we're getting a Trump-Biden rematch, like 99% of the American voting populace understands what they're getting in these candidates. And so I think in this cycle particularly, there's probably not as much use for debate. Now, it's a useful practice when you think about how much concern on both sides of the aisle comes with the age of the candidates and their ability to articulate their positions and, you know, debate and things like that. I think it would be a useful practice. But I think, again, I'm not sure I would be interested in talking with voters who say, my mind on the 2024 election will be made up by the debates. I don't know how
But
many
we
of those
understand that some
there
people
are.
do.
Yes,
they're
they
like,
do.
I'm going to wait for the debates and then decide. But but as Marianne, as you pointed out, that's a diminishing percentage of people.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we're even seeing that with the Republican primary debates, where the ratings are
Right.
not exactly going especially well.
I know,
mean,
like
the
12 people are going to watch the next one. Poor News Nation.
Yeah, I mean, you have the RNC that's now saying, or that's potentially considering not sanctioning debates after December, and so there's, yeah, I mean, I think just the interest in watching these debates, it's a very narrow group of people who are tuning in and going to base their decision off of that.
Why is Trump doing so well in the polls?
I think it's a combination of a few things. One is the point that Marianne said before, which is, was your life better 4 years ago, you know, pre-COVID 4 years ago? And I think a lot of people say yes, that life was better. You know, a lot of the Trumpian chaos certainly was very disruptive in the Beltway, particularly the lives of reporters. And but you know, that wasn't the day-to-day reality for a lot of people. I think that's part of it. I think also, you know, some of the mistakes that Biden has made, and you know, even if you know, one thing on like inflation, for instance, you know, you can argue, well, inflation actually isn't as bad as in other countries in the world. You know, you have that argument, but the fact of the matter is that the administration for the first 6 months was telling everybody that would listen that inflation was transitory, and they did not prepare people for this inflation push, and they were sort of dismissive of anyone raising concerns about it.
Yeah, that's a great point. Something has been playing over in my mind that actually Bob Woodward said, and he felt that Trump's conduct on the pandemic was actually worse than his conduct on the election because that had a body count. And Woodward felt very strongly about that, which I kind of sat up and said, okay, that's interesting. But I don't think Americans necessarily agree. I think you kind of have a bit of amnesia about the pandemic. Would you guys agree? Like, it doesn't really come up much. Trump's handling of the pandemic specifically, I mean, how we all went through it is still very much with us, but I feel like Trump's handling of it has just kind of been lost in everything else. Marianne, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk to voters on the trail, it almost feels like the pandemic is associated more with Biden, and which is an interesting dynamic that we're seeing, where you know, Biden ran as the guy who was going to get the country out of the pandemic and everything, but yet when you talk to voters, they associate those pre-pandemic years with Trump, but don't necessarily talk about 2020 and just the chaos that ensued just amid the pandemic and in a totally unforeseen situation. But I think it's interesting that there is kind of this association with Biden, in part because of the pandemic aid packages that Democrats passed immediately after he became president. But it feels like and the after effects of the pandemic and the effects of inflation, I think, kind of get associated more with Biden in the minds of a lot of voters we talk to, versus with Trump. There's not as much discussion. Like, Trump doesn't really talk about COVID. Ron DeSantis has tried to attack Trump on COVID. It's not a topic he talks about at all. But and it's not really a topic that Biden talks about either. But it does feel like there is this association more with Democrats in the pandemic than there is with Trump in the pandemic.
Yeah, Democrats still want you to know about Clorox and hydroxychloroquine and shining a light through the body and all that, and everyone else is like, nah, we got through it. Galen, is that kind of your experience with it as well?
I mean, I would say a lot of, for a lot of voters, it's what have you done for me lately? And Biden's the president,
Right.
and how them and their family came out of the pandemic, they're going to reflect on the current governance, whether that's, correct or not, whether, maybe their current financial issues would have been relieved a bit if the Trump administration had attacked the beginning of the pandemic differently, who's to say? But yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely, some voters have a short memory. And that's definitely been part of the calculus. And I would echo what they said, is that it's just not a topic that is front of mind for a lot of voters. There's a certain subsect of voters certainly that are still really frustrated with maybe how their state, if they live in a state that was governed by Democrats and maybe had some harsh lockdowns early on, that they're still upset with that. And I think that was part of the theory of the case of DeSantis's campaign early on. But that's not really resonating. I think a lot of folks have wanted for quite a long time now to sort of move on from COVID and start looking forward. So.
Finally, Galen, before we move on to questions, your paper has done great polling this cycle. And I wonder overall, I hope when we look back, I mean, I know the Des Moines Register polling is always gold standard, along with Fox News, incidentally, great polling. Are we going to look back on the cycle and say, like, the polling was good, the polling was solid?
I would hope so. I mean, it's not just us. We partner with Ann Selzer, who's like the gold standard of Iowa polling. She does an amazing job. She knows the state, and the caucus goers like almost no other. So I'm really privileged that the Register gets to be a part of that, because I really do take a lot of pride in that, and I think it is very instructive, and I think her previous polling has shown to be historically very accurate, and I think anything can happen in the next month and a half before the caucuses, so I'm not going to rule it out. Truly anything can happen, but I think so far what we've seen is pretty well reflected in what we've seen in our polls.
Yeah, I think that's a good recovery for the polling industry, hopefully. Knock wood. All right, AI and the process. What's going to happen? Are we going to be inundated with deep fakes?
Yeah, I think, and it's only going to get worse. I mean, if 2016 was the fake news election, I think it's very possible this is going to be the fake photo and fake video election. I mean, you're even seeing, one of the more subtle ones that I thought was interesting was Ron DeSantis his super PAC ran an ad that had an AI image of essentially Trump hugging Fauci. And while it wasn't effective, clearly so far, but it was very visually convincing. Like the photo looked very real, and I think that the rate at which these images are improving is going to just dramatically increase by next November.
Well, and that's not reassuring with people getting their news off TikTok, Marianne.
I don't get my news off of TikTok, if that's what that implication was.
That was not a generational comment, I promise.
I think this is sort of just an outgrowth of what we saw in 2016, where there are not a lot of guardrails, I guess, on information that's not accurate. And so I think that especially with Twitter, now X, and just broadly speaking on Facebook and other social media, I mean, I think it speaks to a broader way to how people consume information now. And people consume information with the news, but also without the news. And so I think it's going to be an ongoing issue, and I'm not sure there's like a solution to it immediately.
Awesome. Here's a sobering question. How often do you experience threats or ridicule as a member of the media out among the people? Ridicule hourly, but threats.
Yeah, threats really only, honestly, the only time I've really seen, the only time I get threats is when you write a really good story. and then it goes against it's going against somebody's narrative or somebody's preferred candidate, and if you do that, that's when you get threats, because whatever you're doing is going to hurt America by reporting X. There's definitely hostility and you definitely feel it more on the GOP side when you're out there. I'd say I don't get it as much from like Axios as like some of my CNN colleagues get it. That's that.
Galen, how about those mean streets of Des Moines?
It hasn't been threats, almost none. The ridicule happens. I mean, you're bound to happen when you're walking into...
Those vicious Iowans.
They are, on the whole, your average Iowan caucus goer is very nice. If they don't want to be interviewed, they will politely decline. I've had a few tense conversations where they have some questions about how my paper is operated and why we're not printing certain things. But you navigate those conversations. It's fine. It's part of the job. You kind of know what you're getting into. I think especially I think we saw in the 2016 cycle was really when Trump was at the peak of sort of going after the media. I think he does less of those direct attacks now. He'll occasionally, point back at the cameras rolling, and the crowd will turn back and people will laugh, and then you'll move on to the next thing. So I wouldn't say that's quite as present as it seemed to have been in past cycles. So it comes with the territory, but I would not say it's ever been imminently right in front of me.
And the Washington Post, do they assign you a security guard or?
No, I actually have not had, and we have security systems in place in case
I was
something
going to
does
say, if
happen.
I want to get into the Washington Post building, I believe I have to give a pint of blood.
Yeah, I mean, can't confirm or deny. They are really strict about having your badge. I've learned very early on, do not forget your badge at home. But yeah, I mean, I feel like when you're at these events, I mean, most voters are pretty willing to talk to you. Or if they don't want to talk to you, it's because they just don't want to talk to a reporter. But I mean, when I introduce myself and say, hey, I'm a reporter at the Washington Post, most people are not like, you're fake news. I mean, there is some hostility towards, there's obviously a lot of hostility towards media, and you'll interview people and they'll say, oh, but like, you guys are all liberal and don't show the right side of things or aren't telling the truth. And so there is that hostility that's there, but I have not really felt threatened or attacked, luckily. So it's more just the distrust people have of reporters, just broadly speaking. But yeah, I've not had any situations where I felt like I was in danger.
In Houston, they'd say, I don't take y'all's paper anymore. Y'all are biased. Okay, how do we get Americans to read and pay attention to real news based on facts and journalistic standards as opposed to getting their news from TikTok, YouTube, or other less trustworthy sources? Anything we can do to improve faith in the media/news industry? Oh, God, I wish.
Well, I would say that, I mean, don't have the answer, don't have the solution, no real idea. But I would say the one thing, though, is that I think it's really important for news companies to be on all those platforms, to be on TikTok, to be on YouTube. You can't make people go to you, but you can be where people already are. And I still get like the paper New York Times like every single day. I get like a bunch of weekend papers. I'm keeping
Grandpa.
Yeah, I'm keeping like the magazine industry afloat one by one. But a lot of people aren't, and so we have to adapt.
People also expect to get their news for free. Because for like at the dawn of the internet, a lot of it was free, but now you got to pay for it. It's expensive to keep Marianne in her Manolo Blahniks and and flying first class for Galen and all the stuff. But sorry about the subscriptions, but news is really expensive to produce. Like, sorry about the paywalls, but like if you want the news, it costs money. Fair point, you guys?
It's a fair point.
Yeah, fair point.
I mean,
Fair
I think like right now the unique challenge is we're seeing social media fall off as a way that people are being referred, like direct referrals to news sites from all the major ones. Facebook's always been the biggest. Twitter has historically not driven a lot of direct traffic, but even less now. Instagram and TikTok have never really, those audiences don't necessarily flock to links. And so I think right now is the time for news. I mean, if I had a real answer to this, I'd be drawing a way bigger paycheck. But I think it's time for news companies to really figure out how to go right to the core of their audience. I think a lot of companies have been successful in doing newsletters. I think that's a great way. People have to check their email. A newsletter sent every morning is a good way to do that. I think finding ways to lay out grassroots on platforms like TikTok where young people are. I know a lot of people my age and a few years younger, my siblings' age, that are not ever accessing traditional news platforms except by chance.
But maybe they'll age into it. Isn't that
well,
usually
you
the
would
way
hope
of it?
so, right?
Yeah, one hopes.
Hopefully, so.
Why are voters so down on the economy since all positive indicators are up except inflation? Marianne, what do you think?
I think that's the answer. I think that when people think about the economy, they're not thinking about, we've had a low unemployment rate. And so people aren't necessarily thinking about trying to find a job, but they are thinking about going to the grocery store and saying that bread costs more.
And they're like, oh, but GDP is so great right now.
Yeah, it's like they're not feeling, it's a very fair point. There are very positive indicators. We've seen consistent job growth, but people don't feel it because we also haven't had a period of high inflation in a really long time. So I think that's a big part of it. This is something that people are not used to. So when you're going to the grocery store and you're like, why did I spend all this money for 5 things? I think that still kind of sticks with people. And I think wages have not kept up to the same degree as some of the inflation that we're still seeing. It's coming down, but it's still very much there.
All right, I hope I get this one right. The previous panel suggested that Haley should worry about Iowa and focus instead on New Hampshire. This panel seems focused on Iowa. Who's right? I don't really understand that. Is she in both places?
She's trying to get a second or third place and then use that to catapult herself into
South Carolina.
In New Hampshire. I do think part of the reason we're focusing on Iowa is because we have a local Iowa reporter, and also no offense to Iowa, but Iowa has not picked the winner of the Republican nomination since 2000.
Yep.
Mike Huckabee won in 2008, Rick Santorum won in 2012, Ted Cruz won in 2016, and so the argument that Nikki Haley and Chris Christie are making is that New Hampshire is much more of a winner's state. But who knows? I mean, 2000, McCain, killed George W. Bush in New Hampshire, and then George Bush was president for 8 years. Was that your imitation of a George W. Bush?
I actually do a better Laura.
I think this is a terrific program, y'all. John Williams does a great job.
You are all, obviously this does not apply to me, you're all clearly members of the younger generation. What is the reaction of your generation to the idea of the over 75 candidates such as, oh no, these two old farts again? What do the kids say about Biden and Trump? Are they into it? Ironically?
I can take this one. Also, I have to say the classic Iowa spin on what you just said, which is correct, that they don't pick the winner, they'll respond, it's not our job to pick our winner, it's a job to winnow the field. So that's the line these days.
Standing
that's what
corrected by Iowa.
You can have your opinion on what water that holds, but that's what they say. I make sure I like to keep some people my age in my life who are completely plugged out of politics just to get a non-plugged in sense. And I think for a lot of young people who maybe are not super paying attention to the political system and aren't necessarily sure how the primary calendar works, hasn't really sunk in yet that there's going to be a Biden-Trump rematch. And I think to a lot of us in the room that is ridiculous, right? Like, of course, like the Iowa caucuses are in 6 weeks. Like, let's wake up. It's right upon us. But for a lot of folks, that is still ages away. And so I think there's obviously some concern there whether you support the Biden administration or whether you were a fan and voted for the Trump administration. I think there's always a sense of, folks who are so much, multiple generations older. And that doesn't even just go for the presidential nominees, but also the leadership in, both houses of Congress.
Right.
I think there's some apprehension there for sure. I think there's some worries about growing up in almost a totally different economy, a totally different America. I mean, there's a lot of difference and shared experience there.
Which raises an interesting point, Marianne, about the youth vote, the kids, which usually it used to be like, who cares what they think, they don't vote. But in the last few cycles, they have voted. So what do they think about these two old farts?
I mean, in interviews with young voters, I think on the Democratic side, we've seen some frustration with how Biden has handled the conflict in Israel. Like, we've definitely seen that on some of the college campuses. My colleague did a story on that recently. But I think there's a question, to echo Galen's point of, can these people relate to me? Like, can a 77-year-old and an 81-year-old understand what I'm going through in my life? And I think that's a question that I think a lot of young voters have. And I think that it's not clear how motivated people are going to be next year. I mean, I think there are certain issues that really motivate young voters, like abortion is a huge motivator. But I think that Biden and Trump as candidates, I think it's sort of what you see just broadly speaking, not just with young voters, but there's kind of a lack of enthusiasm for both of these options. And I think age is definitely, I think the question of relatability is a big one for young voters.
Yes, well said. Does this panel think or feel there is any younger demographic for no labels? Also, if so, who could win with young voters?
I'm very skeptical of the no labels appeal to young voters, because to my mind, a lot of the no labels appeal is first of all to people that that crave a little bit more stability, and the truth is that a lot of young voters are very very pessimistic about where things are right now. The idea that you're going to have a stability candidate that would appeal to them, probably I don't see appealing beyond sort of like college-educated young voters who are pretty well off. I think trying to sell them sort of like Tom Friedman centrism circa 2007 is going to be a tough sell. I think the bigger test, and this is probably especially true for Biden, is Cornel West, who you've seen become very critical of Biden on Israel-Palestine, and as Marianne just pointed out, and there's been a lot of reporting, and you see that in the polling too, that that there is less reflexively pro-Israel politics among the younger generation of Democrats.
Yeah, for sure. How long will Doug Burgum, Asa Hutchinson stay in the race, and why?
That's the question the Win Register staff would like to answer. I think, like, the calculus changes week by week. I think Asa Hutchinson just said a few days ago that he, was hoping to stay in through Iowa. It is hard to sort of, if you're not on the debate stage, there really is not a viable path forward for those folks.
Won't they just stay until the money runs out, Galen?
That is generally how the campaigns end. Now, in Doug Burgum's case, he's very personally wealthy, so that won't be an issue. So it's really as long as he wants to keep visiting us in Iowa, giving us some money.
He's still on a scooter I
don't know if he still is. I haven't seen him in a bit. He was at the Cy-Hawk football game. He did roll in on a scooter because he tore his Achilles.
Yeah, who's the next one to drop out? You guys, what do you think?
Are we counting Asa Hutchinson?
Is he still in?
Yeah,
Technically,
he's
he's still
his campaign manager quit, but he was like, I'm going forward. I think, to your point, Burgum, it feels like this field is pretty set for Iowa. And then after that, I think you're going to see a bunch of them probably drop out all at the same time.
All right, well, you guys have been terrific. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great discussion.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Marianne Levine, Galen Bakariar, and Alex Thompson. I'm Julie Mason. Thank you all so much. Love the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In the last panel, we looked at the past 6 months or so of the campaign, and now we're going to take a look into the future and see if we can get some ideas about what may or may not happen. Our final panel includes 2 partisan consultants, 1 Republican and 1 Democrat, and 2 political observers. They are Republican Dave Carney, President and Chief Executive Officer of Norway Hill Associates, a New Hampshire-based public relations and communications firm. Dave was Special Assistant to President George W. Bush, who served as National Field Director and Director of Political Affairs for the Bush-Quayle 92 re-election campaign. He also plays a little role in Texas politics along the way and elsewhere along the East Coast. And Democrat Rebecca Piercy, who is Political Director and Senior Advisor for Senator Elizabeth Warren's 2020 presidential campaign. Since then, she's joined Bryson Gillette, where she works on state, local, and national campaigns. The political observers are Nathan Gonzalez, editor and publisher of Inside Elections, which provides nonpartisan analysis of campaigns for all sorts of positions, including the presidency. He is also an elections analyst for CQ Roll Call, who has worked for the NewsHour on PBS and ABC News. And our old friend Amy Walter, publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report, where she analyzes the issues, trends, and events that shape the political environment. She provides weekly political analysis for Politics Monday, the Politics Monday segment on PBS NewsHour, and is a regular panelist with NBC's Meet the Press and CNN's Inside Politics. Today's panel will be moderated by Lisa Lehr, a reporter for the New York Times, who is covering campaigns and political power. And like all New York Times reporters, she tweets, she blogs, she writes stories, she's writing a book, and somehow she managed to take time to come visit us, and we appreciate it. Before joining the Time, she reported for the Associated Press, Politico, Bloomberg News, Business Week, and the American Lawyer magazine. Thank you for being here, each of you. Once again, pencil and cards. Hold your cards up if you have questions, and we'll address them at the end. Lisa, it's yours for.
Well, thank you, everybody, for sticking with us. I was thinking we could just sort of jump right into it, and we could start with the 30 or 40-point gorilla in the room here, which is, of course, Donald Trump. And I'm sort of curious what everyone on the panel is thinking about this really very strange primary process we're all about to enter, already are in, and whether this race is anything but a contest for second place. I don't know who wants to. Should we go this way or this way?
It's not a primary. It's not a race.
It's not a race. Not at all. We're all engaged in a
It's gonna be a short
massive
panel.
I could
game of-
talk longer if you want,
Yeah,
but
it's a game of
And questions, anybody else?
thank you for coming. We're here 7 to 9 all week.
This guy's based, he spends a lot of time in New Hampshire, so I
live-
look,
Yeah, it's
I look at you
interesting.
as my New Hampshire.
I live in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
You know, there's, you know, a lack of message, a lack of organization, a lack of, you know, what I call the elevator pitch, which in New Hampshire is very short because we only have one tall building. And so if you can't explain what you're doing in a handshake conversation, in doing a town hall, you know, the little reception afterwards, you know, you're just not going to, you know, resonate. And the TV ads are, all the candidates' TV ads are very inconsistent. Like I see them all the time because I'm old and I watch actual broadcast TV. But there's nothing, I mean, I couldn't tell you what any other candidate's messages are. And so, you know, other than Chris Christie, who is beating the crap out of Trump, but he's, you know, not even on the ballot in most other states, and doesn't have any infrastructure. You know, a lot of speculation in Hampshire that he may, after Iowa, bow out and support somebody and try to get his 10 or 15% to go with someone. But, you know, all these people love to wait. And I just think it's you know, something has to change, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like we had a moment, it was a very short one, that time between November and like February, so November of 2022 and February of 2023, where there was this opening for a not Trump candidate, where it felt like voters, even who liked Trump, were telling us, oh, well, I mean, I like him, but maybe it's time to move on. We had this really bad midterm. Maybe he doesn't still have his fastball anymore. Ugh, the tweeting and the stuff and the drama. Yeah, you know, then there's this Ron DeSantis guy. He seems like he could be a good fit. And so you had this like very short window. And DeSantis was taking advantage of it. You saw him moving up in the polls. He gave, you know, this the image he had of he was going to be the one who was going to take the MAGA mantle. He wasn't running as an anti-Trump as much as the future Trump. And then he went away. Remember, he had that big victory. He was in the national press for a little while, and then he went back to Tallahassee. And what did Donald Trump do? He announced his campaign, and he started campaigning. And so there's this vacuum, and in that vacuum, starting in whenever the race really began, Trump fills it, and so does the media. And DeSantis isn't in that conversation. And so we go back to it being really about Trump. Then the indictments come down. And for the folks who were sort of sitting on the fence of maybe we should turn away, maybe we turn the page, they went back into, oh, I see, oh, that's right. The media's coming after him. His enemies are coming after him. I'm no longer maybe it's time to turn the page. I'm going to get back onto the Trump train. And finally, I do think, I can't remember what month this was when he went on CNN and did that Caitlin Collins town hall. I think it was in New Hampshire, wasn't it? Was it New Hampshire?
The
You
Trump?
guys remember it?
The
Yeah.
Trump one?
Well, he did, I think it was in New Hampshire. We did that Caitlin Collins thing. And I was watching, I got a text from a Democratic source that said, he looks pretty good. And it was this, the point being, if he was over the hill, if he lost his fastball, if he wasn't ready for this campaign, which was what DeSantis was hoping, the others were hoping for, that they could say, look, here's your gold watch, old man, it's been really nice, but it's time for you to retire. He still sort of had it, and it became really difficult then to say it's time to move on.
I think after we may, as political handicappers, may have had a bumpy cycle in 2016, maybe. I think we learned to be open-minded about possibilities, but at the same time, I don't know what the scenario is that Trump is not the nominee. So, you know, we've learned to hedge, but time is short before Iowa. To put in some perspective, in 2016, We were in the middle of the Ted Cruz surge in Iowa. He ended up winning Iowa, and he won it with 28%. Now, if someone surges to 28% in Iowa today, that will be a solid second place to Donald Trump, who is going to, looks like he's going to run away with it. And so I continue to be amazed, I shouldn't be surprised anymore, about how Trump is the de facto incumbent in this race, and you have a whole group of candidates who are trying to win, and yet the reluctance to actually go after him. And it's, they covet his supporters, they want his supporters, but he's still leading. The race didn't start with everyone at the same starting line. Trump started 300 yards ahead, and everyone just pretending like, it's the same race when it's completely different.
I think it's fascinating to watch. I'm so glad that Democrats don't have a primary this time around, and so Dave, I feel for you. But it's fascinating to watch because you don't actually know what's going to happen. I know that conventional wisdom says that Donald Trump will be the nominee, but I think what we've all seen over the last 6, 8, 10 years, conventional wisdom should go out the window. Like, we do not know what's going to happen. Is Donald Trump going to get convicted? Is he going to go to jail? Like, anybody, tell me what's going to happen. And yes, we all think he's probably the nominee, but there's so much time, and he's such a wild card that you just don't know what could possibly happen here.
So for those of us who love American politics, I think we look at primaries, particularly presidential primaries, not only, of course, who's going to win, who's going to lose, the usual sort of things, but also for what they tell us about the state of the party, right? They often function as a time for parties to kind of iron out where they stand on different issues and have these disputes. So given the unusual nature of this primary and the fact that it, maybe like you're saying, sort of an exercise in play acting, are we learning anything about the future of the Republican Party, or I guess the future of American politics in this sort of process so far? And if so, what is it we're all learning?
Well, I have a number of pet peeves. One of them is this, talk about big things coming from basically little things, right? Like the election that's going to come up, is that going to have any impact on the election in 28? I don't think so. Historians love to say, well, McKinley never left his porch, and Biden never left his basement, and they won, and that's a strategy or something. I think that it's hard voters don't think like that.
Right.
They're not going to sit there and say, well, that was, it was crazy in 24. I'm going to totally, it's about what's going on in their lives, their families' lives, right now, and what they think's happening in the future. And I always voted this way in the past. There are partisans. There are people now, don't just wear jerseys, they tattoo their red jersey or the blue jersey on them. There's no persuading those people. The people in the middle, which always wins every election in every state, it's the people in the middle. And a lot of these people were Trump. And just like Amy said, they were looking for something new. And when Alan Bragg, indicted him 34 times on the same violation, for 5 years or 6 years, Trump said, they're out to get me, they're going to screw me, the establishment wants me, deep state, all this stuff. And, most people in the middle, roll their eyes. Well, it turns out he was right. He validated everything he had been, all of his main gripe for 6 years. They were out to screw him. Like the Russia, which all you people know about, most voters have no clue that was something, And so they go and indict him, and they, just overcharge and proved that they're out to get them. And that just got all those people to say, he's right, it's not fair. We're going to stick with our guy. And it was 12 or 15 points that he solidified. And, there's nothing that's changed in that. And they, continue to indict, and all the four indictments, the legal shows. I don't know if they thought they were going to, and I know they weren't all working together on this. Bragg did that on his own. I'm not saying any conspiracy, but, the folks who thinks this is going to screw him up, they're just giving him to dominate the news. If you're Nikki Haley and he's in New York City talking at the mics after, the judge yelled at him, no one knows what Nikki Haley was saying.
Right.
They know that Trump thinks the judge is a communist sympathizer or whatever, or worse probably. So he just dominates the news because of these things. Is he going to be in jail before the convention? No, he's going to be on appeal maybe, but he won't be in jail. Will he be in jail in the general election? No, it'll be on appeal. But it does have, an impact on the general election. But for the primary purposes, it all helped him because it proved everything he said about how mean all the insiders are and the justice system and everyone is out to get him. And he actually had proof, and people said, yeah, that's not right. So Nikki Haley's, I think, the only person who can pull this off. Does really well in Iowa, and goes to New Hampshire, which she's done a superbly run campaign compared to everyone else. And Sununu endorses her, and actually does what his father did, which was put the wheel. I mean, I worked for Governor Sununu. We endorsed Bush, and we did that early, and we were working with Bush for 3 years before there was even a campaign. And the Governor Sununu the elder held. There was nothing that wasn't focused on that. There were, every person, every sheriff endorsed, Bush for a reason. That he had a real campaign and a ground game. And when Bush wasn't in the state, there were dozens of people every day doing stuff, volunteers mostly. And, so Sununu needs, if he's going to save the day, he needs to do that soon and really put the wheel of people. And Chris Christie has to get out of the race after Iowa and say, I did my duty. It's clear that we have the one alternative. He endorses Nikki. Those people all go to Nikki, and then it will be, Vic, whatever his name is, taking all his votes come out of Trump. A lot of DeSantis votes comes out of Trump. So, keeping them in the race is good for Nikki, and she tries to pull it off. But is she going to win South Carolina? I mean, let's be serious. That's a tough row. So she needs to survive into the big states, into the Missouris and the Michigans and the Illinois and the rest of the country, and try to make the two-way race. Why is not Ted Cruz the nominee for last time? Because John Kasich, egotistical, narcissistic, wouldn't get the hell out of the race. You're winning 2 delegates. Why are you going to Oregon? Ted Cruz could win Oregon. I'm not advocating for Ted Cruz, but there was a 3-way race, and so Trump was winning. Cruz was coming in second. Kasich was coming in second. Some places Kasich came in second, and Cruz came in third. Well, it's all about math. None of anything about this is about delegates. Who has the most delegates in Wisconsin this summer?
And she could survive a brutal loss in her home state and still, so in this scenario,
I'm saying
she comes
I'm
in
trying to
second
be
in
as
Iowa,
positive as I
whatever.
can be.
Yeah, she wins New Hampshire. I'm sort of giving,
Yeah.
and then she gets her butt kicked in
Right.
South Carolina, which is her home state.
It'll be terrible.
It would be terrible.
Yeah.
So, and then she could go to, then it's done.
No, I mean, if the funders stick with her,
Yeah, if she has money.
this is
Right.
an expensive business.
Yes.
And the real, Iowa and New Hampshire, we love to talk about Iowa picking corn, we pick presidents. We don't really. We cull the herd. They castrate the herd in Iowa, and we send a few people out of New Hampshire to go. And the big states where 200 delegates are at stake or 150 delegates, that's where the meat is. She can survive. She
It's a Super Tuesday.
She can't survive South Carolina at third place, but she's second place, and donors don't
Donors stick with her.
give up.
Yeah.
She can get out into the rest of the country and make it a two-way race. And there are lots of voters who are willing to look at somebody besides Trump. But if those voters divided by more than one person, they don't beat the people who are 100% for Trump. So it's very difficult.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's threading a needle.
I think I've been really fascinated by how different the Democrat and Republican parties are. Well, they always are, but just in terms of like what's happening, why Biden is the front runner on the Democratic side without a serious challenge, and why Trump is the front runner on the Republican side with that, again, barring these scenarios,
Right.
significant challenge. On the Republican side, it is because the sort of donor establishment class really wants someone other than Trump, but the voters are like, nope, we kind of like this guy.
Right.
And on the Democratic side, we see in all the polls voters, and I'm sure there's probably people in this room who, whether it's you or people you talk to, who are wringing their hands like, shouldn't we have someone else? Isn't Biden too old? Shouldn't he have stepped down? And the establishment class is like, nope, we're going to stick with Biden because we got to protect him. If he goes down, Trump could win. And so that really, if there's any sort of takeaway for me from these primaries, it's that's how differently those two got to their position as front runners.
This is still Trump's party. I mean, and I think you mentioned issues in primary. To me, issues have nothing to do with the Republican Party anymore in terms of your purity on issues. If it was about purity, I mean, former President Trump on abortion just basically threw 2 generations of the pro-life movement under the bus, with his comments about heartbeat bills and different, but that doesn't matter. I mean, in a normal pre-Trump primary, what Trump said would have been brutal. But it doesn't matter because he's Trump, and it's about your loyalty to Trump, how close are you to him, and it's also about style. It's not enough that because you have Capitol Hill full of Republicans who largely agree on all the issues, but you see the people who are often, we'll take the current speaker, I guess, out of it, but most often the ones who are most provocative or they get more attention, they become leaders because of their style, that they're more combative, they're willing to take it to the communist, socialist. I mean, it's the language and the rhetoric. It's not about issues anymore within the Republican Party.
I think that's a good segue. I think that the Republican Party is at a real turning point in American politics because you've got the Trump people and then you've got the rest of the Republicans. And I think the question was asked earlier today, where do those Romney voters go? And I think they're Democrats now because they don't feel like they have a home in the Republican Party. And what we're seeing with the anemic campaigns of everybody but Donald Trump and maybe Nikki Haley, there's no place for them to go either. And so I think that the way you're seeing this manifest itself within the party is one where there's no going back. There is just going to be a Trump faction of the party and a non-Trump faction of the party. And it's probably just going to get, the chasm will just get wider and wider, no matter what happens with this primary. And so I don't know how to put Humpty together again for Republicans, but it is, I think it's undeniable that there are 2 Republican parties right now and you are squarely in either one of those camps, but probably not both.
So I wanted to pick up on something you said, Amy, which is, what we've seen in a lot of polling too, which is that, Democratic voters, particularly key parts of the Democratic base, young voters, voters of color, liberal voters are very concerned and really have said, they're basically shouting it in the numbers, they do not want President Biden.
Right.
But on the other hand, the truth is also that Biden has been a fairly successful president, right? We're not in COVID anymore. Everything costs a lot of money, but the economic indicators at least are pretty decent. He's passed a bunch of his stuff through Congress. So what do you guys on this panel attribute to that unhappiness with him, both within his own party and also his numbers, of course, are low more broadly nationally? And is that fixable with the caveat that unfortunately none of us can get any younger?
Right. If you could go into a secret tube,
we cannot move backwards in time. I wish I could too. I wish I could too.
47 years old.
Yeah.
I think it just really goes to the heart of, what Dave talked about regular, normal people. And I love all of you in the room are pretty amazing, and I will put myself in this category too. We are not normal, okay? Normal people don't talk about politics this long.
Even though Mark Jones throws out a good lunch.
He does.
Normal
It was a
people
good
would not
lunch.
be here.
Even then, they'd be like, can I eat it in the car? Rather than have to talk about or think about politics. And so, look, what the voters on the Democratic side are saying about Biden isn't, we don't like his policies. You say, well, what is it about Biden? Right? They've asked this question in all these polling. What is it about Biden? Is it that you disagree with his policies? No. Do you think he's doing a bad job? No. Okay, do you think he should be doing something else? He should be focused on other issues? No, that's pretty good. Well, what is it? He's too old. Right? I mean, they're not, it's pretty clear what the issue is. And it's through that prism. That's sort of my take on it is they're looking at it through that prism. So if you think somebody is not old and is too old, what do you think? They're not fighting hard enough. They're not gonna be able to fight hard enough. They're not gonna be able to put, it's more than just be able to do the job, but to be able to act, well, yeah.
Or
like
they
that.
don't think he's a fighter. They don't think he's
a fighter.
A strong
they don't
advocate.
think he's strong enough, in part because they don't think he's explaining enough about what he's doing. They don't see him enough. Now, part of this is I think a Trump effect, which is you saw Trump all the time, right? I mean, he was, during the Trump era, he was everywhere. When he was president, you could not open any device without seeing Donald Trump there. They don't see that with Joe Biden. You'll hear that in these focus groups, especially with some younger voters, of like, you know, Trump at least got stuff done for his people. And then you follow up, the moderator would follow up and say, well, like, what did he get done? Like, give me an example. I said, well, the wall. He got them their wall. But what they're saying is not, I want Biden to get a wall, but like, why can't Biden act like that? You know, like,
Even though
if
Biden
we're
has
tribal now, it's
delivered.
Well, when Trump was there, he did stuff for his people. I voted for you. You do stuff for me, and I don't see you doing that. Partly because he doesn't act or sound or move like a fighter.
And he doesn't, you know, Trump always played to the base, and Biden is, I think Biden is not a base guy.
Right.
It's not.
That's not that's not where he comes from either.
No.
And
he
then
puts
finally,
himself always in the middle of his party, which has shifted to the left, of course.
Right.
But it's still the.
And remember,
middle.
all those folks in that younger set since 2016 have said who they would like to see somebody more like Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders.
Right.
And they voted for Biden and they voted for Hillary, but it was sort of like, yeah, we know we're not, if given a choice, yeah, we'll pick these two. But he was not their first choice ever.
I think one of the fundamental problems that President Biden has is that he lost the benefit of the doubt. If you look at any of the job approval rating 538 or any of the job approval rating polls, he started off his administration positive. You know, more people approved of the job he was doing. Then in August of 2021, you see those numbers cross, and that was our exit from Afghanistan. And then from there on, you have 2 years of basically parallel lines. 2 years of news, 2 years of incidents and things going on, and it has not changed dramatically in terms of now a majority of Americans disapproving of the job Biden is doing. And I think that's tough to recover from. It's tough for any politician to recover from that. And so that's why I'm skeptical of when I hear some Democrats talking about, well, in 2011, Obama was unpopular and he won re-election in 2012. It's like, okay, well, let's make that comparison. First of all, Biden is coming out of a deeper hole than what Obama was in the fall of 2011. By the time we got to January, February of 2012, Obama's job approval rating started to be even in terms of whereas, and then he slowly started to get better, a little bit better incrementally over 2012. So could Biden do that? Possible, but I'm skeptical that, and that's where it comes then to choice or referendum. If this is just, do you think Joe Biden's doing a good job or not? He's going to lose this election, and it's not even going to be close. If it's a choice, then it's a very different type of election.
I'm going to break some news. Joe Biden is boring, and he is old, but he is safe, right? He is a safe choice for Democrats, and that's why we're fine with him. I do think the polling point is a good one on where Obama was in 2011, but I think the last three incumbents that have run for re-election have been behind and have had really bad ratings around this time. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. This is going to be a brutal election, no matter who Joe Biden runs against. It's going to be a close election. It is against a septuagenarian against an octogenarian, something I never wanted to see in my lifetime, but here we are. And it's just gonna take on a whole new dynamic that I think is part of, and this was said before, like, they're ready for the next thing, but there isn't a next thing.
Yeah.
The next thing is the old thing or the older thing.
Yeah.
And then, like, what do you do with that? Do you sit it out? Do you no labels it? Do you decide that you're moving somewhere else? Like, we've all thought about these things, right? And so it's just like having the place to go is, I think, what's important for younger voters and voters of color. And this is it. Like, I hate to say it, like, this is it. Nobody is super happy about it, but here we are. We're a year out. There's not a lot of other options. Getting on the ballot in all 57 states and territories is really hard.
Yeah.
I don't know who else is going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
He's got the infrastructure. Dean Phillips is not the answer, right? So this is just what we're doing. I'm sorry.
I liked it when Dean Phillips, so he popped his head up in early August, right? He was making the Sunday show tours, and I was after he did that, I was talking to some Democratic members on the Hill, and they say, you notice when Dean did that, no one came out behind him and said, hey, Dean, thanks for doing that. You know, I believe in what you're doing. Nobody did, because Democrats have chosen that a unified party behind a flawed incumbent or a flawed candidate is better than a divided party, risking a divided party and giving Trump a better opportunity for a second
I did hear a
term.
lot of compliments about his ice cream, though. That's
you
the
know,
response
It's
I got.
good. It's good.
It's excellent ice cream.
Is it?
Excellent.
And coffee. He's a coffee
To
baron,
kind of go to
too.
your first question about, the economy's great and why are
Yeah,
people...
well,
So this is Mike Boskin's fault. He was a governor, he was President Bush's first economic advisor. So on Thanksgiving, President Bush was I think it was 91% approval rating in the fall of 91. We just had the two Gulf Wars. No one has ever polled that high in the history of the American polling. He's playing golf on Thanksgiving morning, the speed golf, and he does this stupid press, avail. And they ask him about the economy, and he says, my guys tell me everything's great, right? Because on all the things that Biden's
right.
talking
My
about
guys.
are great.
Yeah.
And a year later, it was great. But, economic voters are not persuadable. Economists are not persuadable.
Yeah.
Voters, what are you talking about? It's great.
Yeah.
right.
It is not great.
Yeah.
It is
This
not great.
turkey cost half what it cost today, but more than it did the year
Right.
before in '90 or whatever. It's just the economic experts are probably right, maybe right, sometimes right, but that's not what people talk about at work. That's not what people are talking about at coffee hour after church. That's not what they're talking about at the kitchen table. And why are we having this kind of meal instead of what we used to have, and all these no one at the gas stations thinks the economy is good.
Right.
And so the reality of what people, voters, are feeling, what the economic eggheads are saying, they're not wrong. They're just not the same thing. And no one should be stouting off the economic advising talking points. So economy is great. It will be great. Everyone will realize it's great at some point. But that's not going to happen before the election.
So would you have, if you were running Biden's campaign, would you have had him embrace the Bidenomics term, or you think that's a risky?
Yeah, so you should never, and they actually said, well, the Republicans gave me this, you started using it, and I embraced it. Never repeat a negative,
Right.
right? Like, are you beating your wife? You don't say, no, I'm not beating my wife. You attack the person for suggesting
Right.
that. You don't ever repeat the negative. And so and if the economy was humming along,
Right.
sure, it isn't, and it's going to take a while. And you're doing all this stuff. All this stuff takes forever to happen.
Time.
You have to appropriate. You got to do the programs. You got to, buy the windmills. You got to do. And how many people are actually benefiting the people who are sitting in traffic right now in Houston?
Right.
This is.
Right.
These are the voters.
There's no bridge built yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, go ahead.
So there was a question that jumped the line and that I wanted to pose to you guys while we're still on the topic of Biden and Trump. And you mentioned age, which is basically why is there so much talk about Biden's age? And the questioner asked, there's so much less talk about Trump's age, even though he's also has shown himself prone to verbal missteps and all kinds of things like that. So what is that disconnect about, and how do you guys?
He doesn't look old.
He doesn't look
as
old.
comparative. I think it's everything in today
presentation.
is visual. If no offense to you reporters who write, it is what do you see on TV? What do you see on your screen? What do you see?
Right.
I'm out.
Yeah. The written word has value.
It's not bad for people like me because visual's not so hot
Right.
with me, but it's what they see. They see the guy, doing stuff and being active, and just how he talks energetically. He talks for 90 minutes.
Well, they're not seeing him all that much right now, which I think is
No,
actually
but
part of
they have the memory of what
They
he did,
remember what
and he
he-
does
right.
his thing every couple of weeks. He does a thing that
pops
reminds
up.
people.
Yep.
And he's out there fighting in the court. He's out
Right.
doing stuff. If he was running against Newsom, they'd be all talking about how old Trump is,
Right.
And he's running against Biden, who looks older and acts older, and has got a cocoon around himself that makes it even And so every gaffe gets escalated. Just Bill Clinton in '96, running against, I think I was involved in that campaign, therapy. I got a lot of money on therapy. But he ran on three things: school uniforms, 311, and some other stupid thing. You know, he wasn't talking about world peace. He wasn't, he was talking about things, maybe it was school choice, it was something, maybe it was the crime stuff, I don't know what it was. But he had three simple things he talked about. He's not running for mayor of Baltimore, he's running for the President of the United States, and he's talking about school uniforms, 311 on information, and some other silly local issue. And he was able to, talk about it, and people like that. But, because things weren't going great on some of the other issues, and he had other issues at the time, but he was able to, he wasn't bragging about Clintonomics, and he's probably the best politician other than Jim Baker, in my lifetime. And, he was able to take those little issues and turn them into something.
The other challenge with naming something after yourself is that it tells voters you are the issue instead of them, right? Bidenomics, why is it about you? I want it to be about me. How are you helping me? And, it was like that with the Hillary Clinton campaign where I was constantly like, what? I'm with her? What? No, you're supposed to be with me, right? That's the whole, that's the whole point.
She's for me.
Right, it's supposed to be, she's for me. It's like, no, you need to fight for me. Yeah.
Okay, so before we get to other questions, I think we should do a quick congressional round. So
Quick, I thought we had 3 hours.
Nathan brought a cheat sheet.
Well, we're not talking about baseball.
Let's go, page one.
so first, let's do the Senate. How are these Senate races looking? Who do you give the edge to? Which states are you particularly, one or two states you're particularly watching? I don't know who wants to.
Well, some of the toughest races are in Trump states. He's going to win West Virginia, he's going to win Montana. So we still have the advantage. But we are excellent at ruining that. So I'm not going to predict, but we have good states, and we don't have a lot of vulnerable. We have some.
Incumbents,
we don't have. It's not like we're 10 and 10. We're out fighting. So there'll be tons of money for the West Virginia, Montana, and some of these other, red state races. Ohio is the other one. So. I think, we have a chance to pick up a seat or two and be in the majority. That's what I think.
Republicans had a great opportunity to win the Senate in 2022, and they managed to screw it up. A lot of it, there were voters who wanted change. They were looking around for change, and they looked at who Republicans nominated in key races, and those voters said, nope, no thanks.
Not the change I want.
I'm not going to sit here and mention Blake Masters by name or Dr. Oz by name or Herschel Walker by name. I'm not going to mention their names. But they lost winnable races. I'm not saying that different nominees would have guaranteed to win, but they were not the best possible candidates. And meanwhile, somewhat similar to 2022 and 2024, you have a group of Democratic senators who are going to be well-funded, run great campaigns. They're going to do everything in their control to win. Then we have to talk, though, about the presidential race, where there is a high correlation between what happens at the presidential level and what happens at the Senate and the House, which we'll get to. For example, in 2020, Maine was the only state that voted for one party for president, for Biden, and the other party for Senate, and that was Susan Collins, a Republican senator. Every other state matched up presidential and Senate. So, to Dave's point, you're looking at a map where Republicans they were probably going to win West Virginia if Manchin had run. They're definitely going to win West Virginia now. If they win the White House, that's the ballgame for control. If Trump loses, they need one more seat. Looking at Ohio and Montana, Trump probably going to win those states, even if he loses the presidency. And that's really where the fight is, because you have two incumbents who are going to do everything in their power to win, but with a lot of pressure from the top of the ticket with Biden likely losing. So, and then then you have a whole other group of states that Biden won narrowly: Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. That there's no guarantee that Biden wins those states again, and so that has an impact on those Senate races. So Republicans, if you're betting, I'm not in the betting world. Republicans have a great opportunity, but you have to win the races, and Republicans have proven they can lose winnable races.
I would echo everything Nathan just said, because it's a very fair assessment of what the map looks like, but I would double down on Republicans' inability to recruit and retain candidates that can win in these states. So it's not just about having somebody running against Tester in Montana. It's like, who you got? What are we doing? West Virginia was going to be hard, and I'm glad it's off the map. It's an opportunity for us to expand into a place like Texas, which I can't believe I'm saying this, but here we are. Like Ted Cruz lost by 2 points last time he was up. So is there an opportunity in a place like Texas for Democrats? Sure. Do I think it's going to work? No. But does the DSCC think it's going to work? Maybe. So I think it's a lot of these states where we've got battle-tested incumbents. It's Pennsylvania, Ohio, Nevada. What else? Michigan, Wisconsin.
Right.
I mean, these are all places where these candidates have won by double digits in the past. Sherrod Brown's the only guy that can win Ohio, and I think he's the only guy that will ever win Ohio again for the Democrats. And so I think there is still a path, and I don't think that Democrats anticipated winning by the margins they did in 2022. So if the Republicans continue on this trajectory with their candidates and races, I think there's still a chance we could keep the Senate.
Okay, the House. What are we thinking about the House? The Republican margin there, or majority there, just got one smaller
I think you should give it
today.
up. Let them win it. It's much more fun to be in the minority, apparently.
Yeah, they're good at the minority.
Two parties in the
It's
minority.
true.
So.
That's very true.
I mean,
They're
but it is a good, you do raise an interesting point, right? Does the dysfunction of this Republican majority, do people still remember that a year from now? You think that's set, or you think people are like, wait, wasn't there something with the speaker that went on for?
That stuff, no.
No.
Not getting anything done,
Yeah.
right? Like, it's like, how screwed up can it be? Some member will stand up, hold my beer. I can screw it up even more. This is all McCain-Feingold's fault.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad they're dead, because that law took away the
Feingold's
ability
still alive.
for parties to really fund campaigns.
Isn't he?
Therefore, he took the ability to have any party discipline. And, when Newt, it's partly his fault, he's still alive, but when they did away with earmarks, it took away the minority leader,
Right.
majority leader. So you're going to vote for this bill. He said, no, I'm not. Well, then you're not getting your interchange, in Tyler, Texas. Well, I actually like that bill. It's called log rolling. It's been around since we built the first canals. I did my dissertation on this in the 1800s. It gave the party leadership ability to reward good members and to punish bad members without anybody in the public knowing about it.
Can I add on to that?
Now we can't. There's no. So you don't like the speaker, so what?
Yeah.
Right.
There's no penalty for being a bad
And then
player.
there's no discipline.
And you cannot get on cable TV if you're Rob Portman, who is a substantive senator from Ohio who did great things in bipartisan way, did a lot of great things. He doesn't get on cable TV. All people who have never passed a bill get on cable TV.
Yeah. Well, and Tom DeLay was also very good, not just at Democrats in 2000 thought they were going to flip the House because Republicans only had a 5-seat majority in 2000, 5 or 6 seat in 2000.
Yeah.
And having a strong party, why that matters is he would say and made sure that the most vulnerable members of the Republican conference were protected. Like, might not agree with Chris Shays on abortion or on other issues, but we're only in the majority because Chris Shays is here from Greenwich, Connecticut. Doesn't have a whole lot in common with me, but we need to keep him. Connie Morella in suburban Maryland. And so, and Democrats did the same thing, which is Rahm Emanuel was out there in the early 2000s recruiting pro-gun Democrats in southern Indiana. But now, if what you have is not just that you can't punish them, but who are the most effective players in our political system? The super PACs and the billionaires who support the super PACs they don't care about winning or losing the majority. They care about the issue set that they want to put forward. So we got to drive out people who are against our whatever issue it is. We're looking for purity on X, Y, or Z issue, and so keeping Congress in the hands of one party or the other, which is what the parties are there for, no longer in the hands of the parties.
I just to quickly say, this is what the dangerous thing, what McCain-Feingold did. Because what did the millionaires back then do? They put their money through the party.
Yeah.
And so you had all this money for the
Yeah.
good of the order, not for this particular issue
Right.
or that particular philosophy or that particular member. Now the money comes from outside the party.
Or it comes from small donors, which I think was
Right.
also, especially on the Democratic side, has been
Right.
a real factor.
Right. And the big money in these super PACs, which, we're going to spend, what, $6 billion in the presidential race, something like that? It's going to be $4 billion last time. It's going to be an unbelievable amount of money spent. And the candidates are going to spend a few $100 million.
Yeah.
I mean, the candidates, Biden and Trump are going to be minor players in the wars that go on in these states. And, somebody has a hair across their face and they want to talk about this issue, and they spend $4 million in New Hampshire talking about this issue that neither the president or in the general election, the president or Trump want to talk about, you get forced to talk about.
Yeah.
It's the lack of party discipline is why we are here.
And Democrats only need, in terms of the fight for the House, Democrats need a net gain of 5 seats. All the attention for the next probably 3 months are going to be on a special election to replace Santos. That could take the margin down to 4. It's a winnable district for Democrats. It's going to be the most current flood of money that we're going to see is in that race. But then when you zoom out on a district by district level, I think Republicans have a narrow advantage to hold the House, with some help from redistricting in North Carolina, where they're going to gain at least 3, maybe 4 seats. But then when you zoom out, and I gave you one number, the Maine, you remember in Maine, the Senate and the splitting the vote, I'll give you another number you can use at your Christmas dinner and impress your friends and family. In 2020, only 16 districts out of 435 split their ticket from the presidential and the House. So if we have a close and competitive presidential election, which I think is the default position, you have a close and competitive fight for the House.
Right.
But if we get to the general election and one nominee collapses, either politically or otherwise, then you start to have a problem. That's going to have an impact on, and I'm not just saying for Biden. I mean, Trump has the eating habits of a 7th grade boy, and I have, similar eating habits, but let's not rule out lots of different things. But anyway, the presidential race has an extreme impact on the House and the Senate.
I just wonder, with all of the retirements in the House, like, who wants to go do it?
I know it.
It's like a record number, right? Of
Right
retirements right now.
Right now, we're at about average. The average number of retirements is 34. We're at about that number. I don't include resignations or people who have been expelled. But we still have 6 months left of filing deadlines for Kidline for people to declare. Texas, we're seeing a number of people retire because a filing deadline is coming up in Texas, so people have to make a decision, and those deadlines are going to be coming in other states for the next 5 months.
That's the first question, why we can't recruit candidates all over the state of Texas. First question I ask them, when someone was like, you have no mental health insurance, you don't get therapy, you think going to the House, the legislature of Texas or Congress why would you do that?
I always ask my clients if they're crazy before I sign them.
Yeah. Because it's crazy.
Can I just add just a teeny bit of optimism into this super?
Yes, let's Amy, let's do it.
Just the tiniest bit.
Okay.
Which is, Nathan and I meet a lot of candidates. They come through Washington, we interview them, we talk about their races, and I ask that exact same question. Why would you want to do this? I especially say that to people who come from like really gorgeous places in America. Like, you live in Lake Tahoe. What are you doing?
Right.
You understand where you're coming to, right? You're coming to Washington. Why do you want to do this? And really, for them, almost every one of them, not 100%, but they really do feel like they can make a difference. Intellectually, they know what they're up against. They know that they're going to be probably more unpopular than sexually transmitted disease, right? Like, they know what they're up against. But and I think what's interesting, I would love to know by the end of this cycle how many of our candidates, maybe they didn't all win, but the number of candidates that are former military, really it seems like the one group left in America that feels some sense of obligation for service. And so you hear a lot of those military folks come in, and we'll interview them, and it's like, well, I served and blah, 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 and I've done this, and this is about giving to the community. Are there some people who are like total hacks and are only there to grift
get on
into the
cable
game and to get on
right.
cable? Of course. But the average, like, again, you work with 435 people, any place you've ever worked, like a good 20% of them you despise in some way, or they're like, or they're inept, or
Might
there's
be
something
low,
wrong with
20%,
them.
but
yeah,
yes,
but maybe
right.
it's 30%.
Can I get
It's
myself
low.
in trouble and have this be my last panel with you all? The retirement that didn't happen that I love the most right now is Congressman Fallon. You might have a family member here. He said he was going to, not run for re-election and run for the state senate here in Texas due to family. He wanted to spend more time with his family. And then it sounded like his family was like, whoa, wait, hold on a second.
Go back to Washington.
Go ahead, just run for re-election. It's okay, we're fine. So anyway, it's been a pleasure being with you all.
That is quite remarkable.
Go back and read the
Please
couple
don't
days.
come
of
His
home.
kids were going to school in D.C., and his 7th-year-old son, going into the senior year, didn't want to switch.
Yeah.
And so he came home and said, he filed for the state senate. That's a $600 a month job. And he got back, and his kid said, clearly he didn't talk to him about it because he didn't want to move
Yeah.
the last
Yeah.
year in high school. So
Yeah.
Right.
Now I'm a terrible person.
it's terrible.
Yeah. Get them up.
So it sounds like, from just turning a little bit back to the presidential, from what everyone is saying, we are headed towards Trump and Biden, whether America wants that or not. That is where we're going. And it also sounds like it's a little bit of a jump ball. Like we don't actually know which way this thing is going to go. Is that sort of how you all are viewing this? Is this going to be pretty close? And what are sort of the Biden and Trump's, well, I guess actually, what are the dynamics going to be when you have a race against a current president and a former president? Is it a referendum?
Right.
Is it a choice? Like how is this, how are they going to position themselves, and how tight could this
Yeah,
be?
it's like, do you want 4 more years of Biden? Do you want 4 more years of Trump?
Right. Usually it's
Which
a choice
that's not-
between.
that's right.
It's always traditionally a referendum on the sitting president, right, versus something new. But this is sort of is it a dual referendum?
Yeah, let's call
Yeah.
it that.
Sure.
Which is not great, right? The dual
For
referendum.
democracy, for America, for
Both, all of it.
What?
And for out, like, having to make that choice. It's like, oh, these are the choices.
I know. I still am.
I have a very, I think Biden needs Trump and Trump needs Biden.
Yeah, for sure.
The only person Biden could possibly beat is Trump.
It's Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Trump, could possibly beat that. But at the convention in Chicago, the president on the first night is going to stand up there and he's going to say, you can write this down, that Bidenomics is working. We have world peace mostly. I've done what I did. I stopped Trump, and it's now time to cement my legacy by opening up the convention for new generation torch. And with their superdelegates and the way the convention works,
Ooh.
they will.
Whoa.
That way
This would
doesn't.
be-
Write it
He
down.
doesn't
This would
get
be
the
good for
problem
my
with
business.
It
Harris.
would be good
He
for
doesn't have to go
reporters.
with Harris. He will leave it open. If he does anything before that,
And the delegates will decide.
the delegates decide. And
Smoke-filled room back.
The super delegates, well, they don't smoke in that
Yeah.
party. At least, well, at
Remember,
least
they
stuff.
don't like the super delegates. We learned
I know,
that.
but they
Right.
only got rid. There's still
There's no-
25%.
Yeah, yeah.
And I just think, and then somebody like Newsom and all this other, one of these guys who can afford to put up a operation in over for 12 weeks and can do it. And I think that he'll be a hero. He'll go down in history as a selfless man. And it's just that is a Newsom, Trump, or a Polis or somebody.
Yeah.
That becomes less of a jump ball. It'll be
right.
very difficult.
Before you jump out of your chair.
I want to die. That is so awful and
Do you
so
share
dark
this? I mean,
and
I'm
so
into
chaotic.
It's great business for me.
Yeah.
Great
Yeah,
story.
it's great for the news business.
Great
Yeah.
for the news business, but I suspect
we'll
you're
get
gonna,
Roger Mudd back.
you're going to crush my dreams.
Yeah, it's
Go ahead.
it's just so chaotic, and I just can't imagine Joe Biden, who is safe, boring, and old, making a decision that is
Thank
that
you.
disruptive to the process that close to the election. Like, I think it is a nice fantasy, and it would be kind of funny, but not really.
Also,
like, there is just so
Joe
much.
Biden has spent how many decades wanting to be
Yeah, to be the
president?
he's been trying to be president since
He is, but
1988.
It's hard to give that
He doesn't
up.
want to
Yeah.
lose.
Okay, so here we have a whole bunch of questions, which we likely won't get through, but we'll do our best. Lightning round. What possible no labels candidate would move the needle? Anyone?
None.
None.
Okay, that was
Wait,
a
are
quick
they still
one.
here? Nobody.
It's a joke.
Here we go. Here's another one along the same lines. If Nikki Haley fails in New Hampshire or I think South Carolina and goes to no labels, would donors go with her?
No.
Wow.
Okay.
There we go. We're going
to make it.
We're going to make it through the day.
Look,
We'll need more
if they're
questions.
if they're that invested in Nikki Haley and she had to go to no labels, I actually think they might.
The other thing is when we talk about these third-party candidates and let's see what happens, there's stories today, was it you guys, about Cornel West, and does he have any money, and RFK Jr. and how long he has staying power. Remember, the group of voters, if I'm Democrats, I know that they're focused on no labels, and I get why. But the group of voters in 2016 that as a demographic group cast more votes for third party than any other are young voters of color. And so they're not going to go to, those folks are not voting for a no labels candidate. But are they going to vote for a disruptor like an RFK Jr. or somebody like Cornel West or whoever else gets on, or Jill Stein, right? That, to me, is, if I'm the Biden campaign, yes, I get why I'm worried about these suburban voters who voted for Romney and they voted for McCain and now they're voting for Democrats and maybe they'll come back for Trump. They won't come back to Trump, but they'll vote for a third party instead of Biden. I get that. But those other third party candidates are important. To me, there's this one voter, and I keep coming back to him because he's my favorite voter I've listened to in all these focus groups, sort of summing up where these kind of conflicted voters are. He said, I'm really disappointed that I voted for Biden, but I'm not disappointed I didn't vote for Trump. And you're like, oh yeah, well, what is that guy doing, right?
Yeah, how
He's
does
like,
that
well,
shake
I'm
out?
glad I
Okay.
didn't vote for Trump, but I'm really
The
mad
only
at
person
myself
up
for
here had to
voting for
live through
Biden.
Ross Perot in '92. It can have an impact.
Yep.
But he was on ballots in most states. And getting on ballots is a incumbent protection racket for both parties. It is extremely difficult. And being on 20 states is, people won't take it seriously. Will there be protest votes? Absolutely. Will there be people go and vote for somebody else and not vote for president? Maybe. But this is all a little bit above grifter status, all these efforts. They have no realistic plan to get on 50 states and 7 territories.
Right.
Well, that doesn't matter in general.
It turns out you have to be on ballots to become president.
Yeah.
And we have to
Strange thing.
remember, there are third-party voters in this country. I get frustrated if there's going to be a state where, let's say, Biden wins by 1 and a libertarian gets 2.
Or 4.
And they're going to say, oh, well, the libertarian
To
threw
get from
the race.
Republican.
Like, no, there are libertarian voters in this country who fundamentally believe that it shouldn't be a two-party system. They're not going to vote for either major party.
I mean, New York
So-
State has 7 or 6 ballot
Yeah.
lines.
Yeah.
Alaska has 100, it seems, dozens.
Yeah.
In the polling, third-party candidates, at least in the recent memory, poll better further away from
Yes.
Election Day. I'm
Yes.
thinking back all the way back to 2022. Let's go back in our time machine to the Oregon governor's race, which you all were following very closely.
Yes.
There was a legitimate third-party candidate. It looked like she was
And very unpopular Democrat.
unpopular Democrat. It looked like the
Right, I remember
Republican
this.
was going to win for the first time in 40 plus years. And as it got closer to Election Day, the third party candidate came down, more voters started going to the Democrat, and the Democrat ended up winning. So
John Anderson in '80 was on a lot of, that was a real effort. It's just very hard.
It's very hard.
Very hard.
Okay, here's another question. Are the polls real at this point? Have voters really turned in? When will they? So I think, this is a question of like, how much can we trust these polls that are showing a very tight race? And I think the latter half of the question is a good point too. Could these numbers change once voters tune in? Because as has been pointed out, we are not normal. Normal people are not doing this yet.
Polls are not predictive.
Right,
Even
snapshot
though
of time.
when you go and watch a TV news story where they show 42.7% for this guy and 43 or 44.9 for that guy, saying the first guy is in the lead, that is bullshit. And you should never watch that station again. Margin of error, they say, oh, it's 3.5% margin of error. But in the cell sizes of where that particular question, it can be 20% margin of error. That means it could be 20% lower or 20% higher. And people love polls because they're easy to write about. But if it's not well done, if Mark Jones didn't do the poll, don't trust it, because there's the amount of money they spend. These are expensive things to do because no one wants to answer the phone anymore. And so they're very expensive, so they don't put the same quality that they did in the olden days in Cleveland, in Ohio. They did a poll by postcard, and people, and it was accurate, well, except for one time. They would go out there and ask people to send fill out the ballot and mail it back in. That doesn't happen anymore. And so they're a guide. They show trends. They're great to talk about. If your guy's doing well, you talk about it. You guys not doing well, you trash the poll. I'm very good at that. But people get too serious about polls. As losers always say, the only poll that matters is Election Day. It happens to be true. And it can tell you if a guy's down 20 points, that's over. But these close margins, it is academic, scientific, methodologically fraud for reporters or news directors to promote a winning guy who's up 2 points.
And the difficulty, of course, with polls is they're based on assumptions about the electorate. And in a race where we have a dual referendum and people are not excited, we know from the polls we do have about these candidates, how confident are you all that the assumptions baked into these polls about who is going to vote make them?
It's very difficult, particularly if it's the two guys. If there's a civic bias. Mark would know the actual term. Like, when someone calls you, are you going to vote? Of course they're going to vote. You have no intention of voting.
People don't want to say that.
You never voted. You say, did you vote the last second? Yes.
Right.
Who'd you vote for? The winner. So, people don't want to admit that they have no interest in voting. So that's another reason why polling is not a simple thing. Putting a thing up on the internet without real methodological, you're talking about assumption. Who's going to vote? In New Hampshire, we have 200,000 independents who could vote in our primary in 2 months.
Right.
Most polls, up until recently, didn't even talk to them. They're talking about Republican primary voters. Well, these people aren't Republican primary voters, but they go to the fun race. If Obama's running unopposed, those people vote in the Republican primary. If President Trump's last time unopposed, they vote the Democratic primary. So that's why pollsters get paid, real pollsters get paid real money to figure out what that is.
Real pollsters.
So the confidence level among everyone else on these guys, these polls?
I'm pretty indifferent. I do agree with Dave that they can help you with trends and figuring out where things are going. I think a poll a year out is really hard to say, like, this is it, I guess we're doomed. But it's also, it's cause for hand-wringing, it's helping fundraising, it's chaos, right? So I appreciate the polls because they give us something to talk about, but I don't think that they are an accurate snapshot of what's actually going to happen a year from now.
But I do think it can be an accurate snapshot of what's happening now. For example, a few weeks ago with the 2023 elections, that part of the narrative was, well, we just got all these New York Times polls that show Biden's losing and Democrats just did great. I'm like, actually, to me, those are not a contradiction. No. Democrats had a great night a few Tuesdays ago. If the election were held today, I think Trump wins. But the election is not today, right? It's a year from now. And maybe don't take my job or Amy's job because we have kids, but to give you an insight into how we do our job is we try to look at as many data points as possible. Public polling, private polling, nonpartisan polling, and partisan polling. And some of you might say, well, why would you look at a partisan poll? And to me, and I think I can speak for Amy, that partisans have a vested interest in having good data. They have to make millions of dollars worth of strategic decisions based on good polling. And they might not ever get written, these polls won't get written about, in our publications or in the Times or the Post. We don't want to forget the Post. But it all provides data in order to help us identify outliers and try to get a general direction on what's going on. But at some point, if a race is as close as the ones Dave are talking about, you're guessing. You're because just from a data standpoint, you can't make those
So
predictions.
in the last two elections, which we had a presidency decided basically by 79,000 votes, and then 42,000 votes in a handful of states. The House in 2022 is decided by about 6,000 votes. In 2020, it was decided by about 30,000 votes. So I think what you should expect, there is no reason to believe that this, given these two candidates that have 100% name ID, given the fact that we have had evidence over these last 2 presidential cycles that there are these 5 states that never vote, whether it was Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, for the winner by more than 2 points. We should expect that this is going to come down to those same 5, 6 states, and the margin will be within 2 or 3 points. And so are you gonna put your whole mortgage on the line to say, those 2 points are gonna go this way this time? So I think, yes, the polling can give us some clues, but appreciating that political polling was never meant to be able to produce a level of accuracy when the race is this close. It's just, it's not possible.
Well, on that cliffhanger of what this race will be, we are unfortunately out of time. We got through 3 questions.
We did, which is pretty good.
We started strong.
We
and then
started
we-
really strong. Hopefully stick
But,
with the
you
no,
know.
yes.
Like, I tried to lightning round.
I know.
It's not a lightning round kind of panel, I guess. But thank you, everybody, for coming and for
Thank you,
having us.
guys.
And that's all, folks. Thank you for being here. Stay safe and have happy trails on the way home.